Winter Lord, starting from the Daily Intelligence. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 276 Ian's Day. Before dawn, a faint warmth filled the domed room. The wooden walls were slightly warm from the fire in the fireplace last night, and the air still held a faint scent of ash and charcoal. Ian slowly opened his eyes under the heavy wool blankets. For a moment after waking up, he even forgot where he was. He had been here for half a year, but he still felt a little out of place. The bed was too soft, the blankets too warm, and the ceiling above him was too neat and clean. He habitually turned his head and saw a small cloth doll in the corner of the bed, with slightly curled ears and one eye crooked, a toy made by Maya. Low footsteps came from outside, like patrolling knights passing through the muddy alley, or early rising craftsmen carrying tools. Ian lay quietly, staring at the little doll for a long time, and suddenly felt unreal. He used to be a carpenter in Whitestone Village. He dealt with wood every day, drank porridge cooked by his wife in the morning, and fell asleep at night holding his daughter, listening to the crackling of firewood. Life, though not wealthy, was warm and complete. Until 3 years ago, in winter, the snowstorm ripped through his life like a dagger, dissecting him bit by bit into a bloody, mangled outline. That day, he had only gone into the mountains ahead of schedule to cut a few decent fir branches. When he returned, all he saw was black smoke, collapsed rooftops, and the well that had long since crumbled. He knelt at the doorway, where the bloodstains had not yet dried, and picked up his wife's apron. He didn't cry, there was no time to cry. Maya was still alive. He found her behind the ruins of the barn, her usually smiling eyes were now wide with fear, and she huddled behind a pile of hay, too afraid to make a sound. Finally, on the 5th night, when she began to have a high fever and fall into coma, they almost died on a frozen stone slab. Ian took off his last coat, wrapped her in linen, and sat in the snow, as if waiting for a god to give him a last straw. No god came, but a patrol of red-tide knights found them. The other person glanced down at Maya in his arms, then decisively whispered, "There's still time," and so, he followed the firelight into the makeshift camp. A miniature city rising from the wasteland. Orderly, with hot porridge, tents for warmth, and a doctor who didn't question his origins. He remembered the weary doctor, who had worked through the night to bring down Maya's fever, while he sat outside like a cracked log all night until someone handed him a pair of old boots. Only then did he whisper for the first time, "Thank you." Later, he was assigned to the craftsman's team. At first, he was skilled at nailing fences, sawing stakes, and laying floorboards. His tools had been destroyed in the fire, but his craftsmanship remained. Later still, he had a permanent tent, a change of clothes, and nights when he didn't have to worry about Maya going hungry. On those early winter nights, he woke 3 times a day to make sure she was beside him and her fever had subsided. Then, she was chosen. The bloodstone revealed her knightly bloodline. It was a future neither of them had foreseen. She entered the training camp, donned training armor, and learned riding and how to use her battle aura. Looking into her determined eyes, he suddenly realized this child was no longer the frail little girl who had emerged from the woodpile, she would become a guardian. Now they were assigned to live in the second residential area of the main city, in a red-tide-style domed house that truly belonged to them. Before, we could only spend the winter wrapped in burlap sacks under wooden sheds, now we sleep in this big house, who would have thought, Ian muttered softly, leaning against a fireplace as he put on his thick cotton undershirt and a coarse cloth outer garment with the collar tightly bound. Then he took the small half-bowl of porridge left over from last night from the table, gulped it down, exhaled, fastened his scarf, pushed open the door, and stepped into the red-tide territory's morning. He was already used to this route. Starting from the residential area, he passed through the bustling shops, crossed the square, and then turned into the workshop alley on the west side of the city. The ground was paved with smooth stone bricks, and drainage ditches were embedded in the corners of the walls on both sides. Most of the thin snow that had fallen overnight had been swept away. The distant lampposts still burned, their warm yellow light flickering on the bluestone slabs. A man in a thick overcoat walked past a street corner, carrying a freshly replaced thermos. He nodded and greeted Ian, who returned the smile. More pedestrians began to appear, mostly craftsmen, logistics soldiers, and market managers, moving orderly through the streets. Occasionally, a few children would run out of alleyways, their uniform red scarves wrapped around their necks, skipping and darting around corners, their mothers calling their names from afar. Ian paused as he passed a wall. A notice was posted on the bulletin board, boldly written 9th batch of winter supplies distributed, accompanied by pictures of small loaves of bread, cured meat, and soap, along with a smiling child holding a sparkler. As he approached the exchange square, he saw a four-wheeled transport truck parked at the bottom of the ramp, several porters loading sacks of burlap onto it, rations of dry food, bound with red ropes, marked as Northern Army rations. Ian squinted to make out the familiar stamp on the sack, Snowfield Winter Camp, 6th batch of food reserves. He knew these supplies would be transported along the main road to the frontline outposts of the Red Tide in the north, Maya's future destination. He continued walking, his pace unhurried, the sounds of people gradually increasing amidst the snowstorm. He arrived at the craftsman's workshop. The entire carpentry camp was already bustling with activity, sawdust and steam mingling with the smell of firewood in the air. In the distance, dried fir planks hung from the wooden beams, some carried tools, others lifted a section of axle, calling out for dimensional errors. Ian stepped into the familiar warmth, and a young carpenter greeted him. "The boss is here, last day of work, or there won't be any copper lamps," he replied with a smile, taking off his cloak and putting on a leather apron. The camp was growing warmer, the fire against the west wall already burning brightly. Today was the last working day before the winter lockdown, so there was no need for major construction. Everyone was only responsible for finishing touches and repairs. Ian's carpentry apprentices were busy around two unfinished large wooden crates. He walked over, said nothing, and immediately took the plane, beginning to smooth the grooves on the edges. Amidst flying sawdust, his knuckles were bony, and his fingers were calloused from years of hard work. The plane moved with remarkable steadiness, polishing the wood surface until it was as smooth as a pebble. The young carpenter couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, even my father couldn't plane edges like this." Ian chuckled softly, offering no reply, and continued working diligently, meticulously crafting each tenon joint. This year, he had been promoted to foreman, leading over 30 people with the city construction department to build 24 new houses and 3 wooden bridges. People began to call him Master Ian, a great honor for a refugee who had crawled out of a snowy night. Before noon, today's quota was fully completed. The boxes were sealed, the axles polished, the record sheets submitted, and Tuba personally came to verify them. The short carpentry workshop foreman stroked his beard, grinned, and said, "Everyone, you've done an excellent job this year. As per tradition, those who have worked diligently for a full year will each receive a lamp." An assistant brought out small cloth bags, and small copper lamps wrapped in oiled paper were distributed. Ian stood in line, and when he received his lamp, his hands trembled slightly. It was a small but sturdy lamp, with a rounded flame, and the word 7th Workshop, Red Tide, 3rd Winter engraved on the body, along with an exquisitely carved Red Tide sun emblem, said to have been personally designed by the Lord. Looking at that small lamp, he seemed to see himself on that snowy night. Snowstorm raged, and he carried the feverish Maya in his arms, step by step, across the frozen wilderness. "If it weren't for Lord Lewis," he murmured, "I would be a pile of bones under the snow by now." His colleagues, hearing this, all looked at him. One spoke up, "It's our skill to work for such a lord." Another laughed, raising his bronze lamp, "This year's winter lamp is beautiful. I'll make another one next year." Everyone laughed. A section of the workshop grounds was cleared, covered with hay and planks. A makeshift wooden table was set with dried fruit, smoked meat, strong ale, and a steaming stew of carrots and beef. Apprentices were already whistling, and several old craftsmen sat around reminiscing about their glorious past. As Ian sat down, someone offered him a glass. He didn't refuse, but slowly stood up, raised his glass, and looked around at everyone. His throat tightened slightly, but he still spoke calmly. "For us, and for Lord Lewis." "For Lord Lewis," everyone responded. The glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. They sat in the back of the workshop for over an hour, chatting, eating meat, and drinking. Copper lamps were arranged in a circle, their light casting blurry spots on the copper walls, like stars fallen to earth. Finally, In the afternoon, Tuba patted his knees and stood up. All right, that's enough for now. We still need to collect supplies later. So everyone got up one after another. Some burped as they cleared the table, others carried their tools back to their lodgings. Ian also carried his tools and headed towards the distribution point in the building. It was the Red Tide Territory's supply distribution point, and today's supplies were being distributed sequentially by block and workshop number. A long line snaked across the small stone square, orderly and efficient. People wore fur coats or cloth cloaks, standing in the snow, but without a trace of anxiety. He stood in a familiar line, next to his neighbor Hank and the weaver Gia. Ian, you've come back at just the right time, Gia nodded with a smile. This year has been a really good year. Tell me, how many times have you distributed supplies now? The 9th time, Hank interjected, his voice low, but his eyes couldn't hide his emotion. If only it were like this every year, Gia couldn't help but laugh. It will. As long as Lord Lewis is here. As she said this, the people in line around them nodded silently. When it was Ian's turn, he received today's supplies with both hands, a bag of coarse wheat flour, 25 pounds, 3 large pieces of salted meat, sealed with the Red Tide Territory's brand, a clean, soft cotton quilt, 2 bars of mutton fat soap, his daughter Maya's favorite scent, and a small bag of fireworks for the winter solstice. He looked at the things in his hands with great joy. His daughter would be very happy to see the soap. A sudden silence fell, broken only by a soft murmur. It's Lord Lewis. Ian looked in the direction of the voice and saw the man slowly approaching from the end of the crowd, clad in a dark red cloak, tall and composed. Several attendants were conversing quietly, seemingly reporting something, but the Lord merely nodded, then turned and personally handed a package of salted meat and bedding to a one-armed old soldier at the head of the group. The old soldier's eyes were red-rimmed, and he bowed tremblingly. Lewis patted him on the shoulder. The scene was as quiet as a lamp lit in the snow. As Lewis passed by Ian instinctively stood ramrod straight, his eyes shining. He bowed deeply, his voice soft but exceptionally devout. Thank you, Lord. The man paused only slightly, nodded gently, and then continued on his way, like a gust of wind sweeping through a winter night, yet carrying a weight. Ian stood there, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the salted meat and soap, his palms slightly warm. He didn't speak, only silently vowing in his heart, I must continue to work hard, to be worthy of such a great lord. Dusk came slowly and deeply, the sky tinged with crimson, like clouds dyed by flames. Ian returned home carrying his things. The first thing that caught his eye as he pushed open the dome door was a red silk tassel hanging on the door frame. Simply tied in a knot, its color so bright it almost leaped out from the snow-white background. He smiled. It was Maya's signal that she was home for the holidays. The fireplace was lit, its warmth filling the air. The soft clatter of pots and pans came from the kitchen. Maya was taking off her Red Tide-style night training uniform and changing into a newly issued sweater, the cuffs still rolled up. Her back was straight and broad, her shoulders stretching the sweater into a taut arc. Ian stood by the door, stunned, a sudden warmth in his heart. Back then, she was as thin as a stick, but now she can split a shield in two. Tonight was the pre-holiday family reunion dinner, so it was quite lavish. There was roast meat, lamb stew with radishes, rye wine, and beetroot soup. These were things they wouldn't have dared to dream of in previous years, but now they could enjoy them as a rare treat. Father and daughter sat down, clasped their hands together, and whispered in unison, "Thank you, Lord Lewis, for everything you have given us." They knew this phrase by heart, but each time they uttered it, a solemn respect still welled up within them. During the meal, Maya excitedly recounted her experiences at the training camp. Today we practiced offense and defense, and I pinned my classmate down in the snow for the first time. She raised her eyebrows, her face beaming with pride. Luckily it was just a drill, or he would have lost a tooth. Ian chuckled, then cautioned her, "Don't get too cocky, he might let you off easy." Then Ian went on to talk about the copper lamps distributed at the workshop, and the lively celebration of their victory. They chatted like this, one after another, until late into the night. Outside the window, the snow-covered roof tiles gleamed, and the domed house was illuminated by moonlight, like a silent hill. The entire city of Crimson Tide was bathed in gentle tranquility. Firelight streamed through the windows, and every household was soundly asleep. Maya had fallen asleep early, only her soft breathing visible beneath the covers. Ian sat on the old wooden chair by the fireplace, taking out the award lamp and carefully wiping away the snow from its brown surface with a cloth. He gazed at it for a long time, his eyes calm, the smile on his lips slowly fading. The lamp, reflecting the firelight, seemed to cast the flickering shadow of his wife. He murmured, "If only you were still here." Chapter 277 The Frost Halberge Predicament. Winter was approaching. The first full year since the Brood War was drawing to a close. Duke Edmund, however, maintained his old tradition of convening a northern council before the end of autumn and the beginning of snow. This year, however, the council was no longer held in the once magnificent and imposing Frostspire, a city of chilling isolation. That city was dead. Repeatedly devoured, gnawed, and burrowed by insect venom, it resembled a recently deceased, colossal corpse. Streets collapsed, eaves caved in, wells dried up, some even oozing a black, slimy liquid no one dared approach. It was less a city and more a graveyard. The name Frostspire on the map was now merely a name. The real new city, built 2 miles northwest of the old, nestled against the mountains, was a temporary site. It was called New Frostspire, but it resembled a hastily constructed haven of gray bricks, planks, and recycled materials. Every brick and tile seemed rushed and inadequate. Even so, the Duke insisted on naming it Frostspire. In his view, if even the name were lost, the North would truly be without a skeleton. However, the reconstruction of New Frostspire was far from complete, barely even formed, merely a rough framework built along the mountainside. Only the 3 main buildings, the core administrative hall, the command tower, and the barracks, had taken shape. The rest of the area consisted of numerous prefabricated wooden houses, temporary wooden walls, and simple roofs. Walking through the streets, one could see unpainted gray bricks everywhere, low eaves, temporarily fixed drainage channels, and lingering dampness. With people moving in, the houses felt cramped. During the day, the sounds of sawing wood and hammering nails echoed, while at night, the crackling of fireplaces emanated from one house after another. Children ran through the mud, women dried wet clothes in bedding, and soldiers exchanged a few words with street vendors during their patrols. The soldiers jokingly called this place Canvas Fortress, while the civilians privately referred to it as Winter Camp, but the Duke insisted on one name: it is Frostspire, and we will not abandon this name, just as we should not abandon this frozen land. This was one of the reasons he insisted on holding a Frostspire conference before winter. The conference was held in the new governor's mansion in Frostspire, which was actually just a hastily renovated abandoned fortress. But after the fall of Old Frostspire, it became the last meeting place in the entire North. The nobles of the North have never been particular about pomp and circumstance, especially after the Brood War. They were more concerned with whether there was enough firewood and whether the guards were well fed. But even so, they still dressed up a little for this conference. The dome of the conference hall was painted dark gray, curtains were hung, the wooden podium and long table were polished and repainted, and a few oil lamps tried to provide a warm glow. It was neither solemn nor comfortable, but it was respectable compared to holding meetings in tents. This was an internal high-level meeting of the Edmund family. Only those who truly held real power, retained the bloodline of the Edmund family, or were veterans who had managed to maintain order in their respective regions even after the insect plague were allowed to attend. Not just anyone could come, even Louis, the red-tide lord currently at the height of his power, was not on the list. There was no whispering, no pointless small talk. A heavy silence fell over the meeting hall. Most of them understood just how much power Duke Edmund still possessed, and how difficult the past year had been for the entire old nobility of the North. The expressions of those around the table varied: all weary, a year of snow, a year of decaying corpses, a year of insect poison. It all seemed etched into their very being. At that moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. It was a burly man in a black and red cloak. His appearance seemed to make the air in the hall heavier. Beneath the cloak was a simple yet heavy military uniform, with the golden dragon insignia on his epaulets, and a shield symbolizing the empire pinned to his chest, extremely conspicuous. He was Duke Edmund, one of the most prestigious generals in the entire Northern Empire. Though time had etched wrinkles on his face and turned his temples gray, his physique remained as robust as iron. He didn't look like an old man, but rather like a cast-iron statue emerging from an ancient battlefield. Yet, no matter how composed his face, he couldn't hide the occasional weary glint in his eyes. It wasn't the sickness of old age, but a deep weariness from exhaustion. Like a giant who once held up mountains, still struggling to keep going, but with faint cracks beginning to appear deep within his bones. Edmund walked to the head seat, paused slightly, and glanced at everyone, his gaze carrying an invisible pressure that made people involuntarily straighten their backs. "No need for pleasantries," he said, sitting down and placing one hand on the edge of the table. "Let's get straight to the recent situation." The scribe Cavill opened the leather ledger and, without preamble, stated directly, "As of this winter, the total population of the North is less than 1/5 of what it was before the insect plague." No one in the council chamber was surprised, but a few vassal representatives still lowered their heads inside. The current population is mainly concentrated in several areas that can still maintain autonomy and order, such as New Frostspire, Silver Bay Valley, and Red Tide Territory. In addition, the newly arrived settlers from the south have brought many refugees and slaves, which are helpful, but the overall situation is far worse than before. He turned the page and continued, "Regarding the total amount of grain, the capital provided 650 cartloads of grain, 2/3 of which we control and distribute. The rest are supervised by military supervisors and foreign envoys appointed by the empire and allocated to their respective regions. This year's autumn harvest is not ideal," he said briefly, "but clearly enough, too little land has been cultivated, and the land is severely abandoned. Those who can farm are either dead or recovering from injuries. There aren't even enough farmers to gather enough plows." Silence fell over the council chamber. Furthermore, from Red Tide Territory, Viscount Calvin sent 5,000 tons of green wheat. It was transferred to storage yesterday via the West Coast Corridor. Everyone in the council chamber was stunned. 5,000 tons. At this time, who can still produce 5,000 tons of surplus grain? Earl Hagel frowned, his voice incredulous. "Is it a gift?" someone asked in a low voice. "Not a transaction, not a loan," Cavill nodded, his voice calm. "It is indeed supplies. There's no price tag. According to the letter, it's a voluntary gift from Louis." Everyone turned to look at Duke Edmund, who sat in the hut seat. The Duke simply nodded silently, his face expressionless, but his eyes narrowed slightly, as if suppressing some complex emotion. He knew about this, of course, even earlier than anyone else present. The night before the grain wagons departed, Louis had personally written to him, saying that this year's harvest was bountiful and that he was sending him some grain. Less than 3 days later, his youngest daughter, Emily, also sent a letter from Red Tide Territory. The content was still understated. "Father, this year's harvest is much better than expected. Louis and I have agreed that this time the supplies from the Empire don't need to be divided among us. We can even send some over," and this sum was 5,000 tons of green wheat. Duke Edmund shook his head, a barely perceptible smile appearing on his lips, like a long-awaited comfort in the midst of a long, arduous snowstorm. This is a piece of good news amidst all the recent string of bad news," he thought. Seeing that he made no comment, the meeting continued. "What about charcoal?" a vassal nobleman in the corner asked in a low voice. Cavill nodded in response and continued reading. "Currently, the charcoal reserves are less than 40%. Priority will be given to the city's outposts, command center, noble districts, and key shelters. Most ordinary residents rely on rotting wood for warmth." He turned to the next page, his tone becoming even more somber. "Medicine supplies are also critically low, and several areas have reported small-scale outbreaks of disease. The capital's relief supplies are running out. Therefore, we must prepare for the double whammy of severe cold and disease." No one spoke immediately. These important figures lowered their heads in silence, their faces filled with helplessness and exhaustion. Duke Edmund, seated higher on his throne, merely closed his eyes slightly. He was already aware of these circumstances. His desk was piled high with even more reports, each page bearing the marks of frozen, brittle corners and cracked handwriting. "Indeed, there is no better way," Cavill finally spoke. He scanned the crowd and proposed his plan. "My suggestion is to fully implement a population relocation plan before the official snowfall this winter." He opened a new form and pointed to several marked areas. "Move people as much as possible to the core shelter zone, with centralized heating and charcoal distribution. Maintain food rations at level 3, prioritizing military and government personnel, and limiting porridge to civilians. This is all we can do at this stage." He closed the booklet and looked at the person on the high seat. "At least, we can avoid mass freezing and starvation deaths." Silence followed. Everyone knew that this was indeed the safest way to survive at the moment. Edmund did not respond immediately. He simply exhaled a deep breath, as if slowly releasing the chill that had accumulated in his chest throughout the winter. "Let's do it this way." As soon as Cavill sat down, the council chamber fell silent again. At this moment, A gray-haired nobleman near the north side of the round table said in a deep voice, "How many people can we still mobilize now?" There was no provocation in his tone, he simply asked the question dryly. Everyone wanted to know the answer. But no one wanted to say it aloud. Calvino hesitated for a moment, then finally turned to a page of the document. "Originally there were 63 vassals in the north," he said in a low voice. "As of this winter, only 23 remain capable of mobilizing effective troops. The rest either perished entirely in the insect plague, or lost all contact, or even defected to other powers." The expressions on everyone's faces varied, and many frowned. "The noble system in the north is crumbling," Calvino added. "We can no longer rely on hierarchical orders to organize defenses and allocate supplies as we used to. Can they still be considered nobles?" A young general couldn't help but sneer softly. Just then, General Barrett spoke up. "Furthermore, after the insect plague subsided, the Imperial Military Affairs Bureau, under the guise of security patrols, forcibly dispatched 3 temporary nightly orders to take over several important strongholds on the old southern front. They've entrenched themselves at Old Iron Hold, Sarin Pass, and Silver Pine Ridge, nominally under orders, but in reality, each acting independently." He spoke slowly, but each word was like a hammer blow. "Soldiers have clashed with them on the border," he concluded coldly. "They're not here to guard the north, they're here to seize power and territory." The air in the hall seemed to freeze. At this moment, Edmund finally spoke slowly. "These are minor issues. The most important thing is the barbarian forces outside. None of the 5 scouts sent out recently have returned. I have a very bad feeling." He turned to Barrett. "Starting tomorrow, select 30 elite knights, divided into 6 groups, to scout directly into the barbarian territory. Tell them," he said, enunciating each word, "that even if only one remains, they must bring back news." His voice wasn't loud, but it sent a chill down everyone's spine. No one spoke again. They all knew that if the barbarians took advantage of the chaos to invade the south, the already fragile northern border of the empire would be plunged into an unprecedented crisis. The latter part of the meeting also discussed several secondary issues, such as a recent letter from the Ministry of Finance proposing the establishment of a special commissioner in the capital to oversee the distribution of the next round of disaster relief grain, which displeased several noble representatives. Furthermore, the entry of several new southern noble armies into the north had repeatedly clashed with the local old nobles over the division of garrisons and the allocation of supplies, leading to escalating tension. Other, less important issues also arose. These issues sparked some debate, but Duke Edmund remained silent, listening quietly until the meeting officially ended. By the time the meeting concluded, it was completely dark. One by one, lanterns were lit on the command tower of New Frostspear City, and the wind and snow swept across the temporary wooden eaves, swirling a chill along the cobblestone streets. People gradually left, some whispering, others with complex expressions. Duke Edmund simply rose from his high-backed chair, nodded in acknowledgement, and slowly departed. The meeting did indeed resolve some immediate problems. The allocation plan was finalized, the patrol plan could proceed, and even the troop deployment of some vassal nobles was approved in principle. But these were like patching up a wrecked ship. No one knew how long it could stay afloat. And he himself knew better than anyone that the hull was already riddled with cracks. Duke Edmund returned to the governor's mansion's inner quarters. He didn't go to his study first, nor did he change out of his heavy armor. Instead, he went straight to the door of the warm room on the west side. Inside, Duchess Eleanor was sitting on her low couch, gently coaxing the infant in her arms. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, a faint smile on her face. "You're back quite early." Edmund didn't speak, but simply walked over, sat down beside her, and took the swaddled child from her arms. The child was sleeping soundly, a few dried milk stains still clinging to the corner of his mouth, his tiny fists curled against his chest, soft as cotton. Edmund looked down at him, his rough fingers gently touching the child's forehead. He smiled, a rare tenderness in his expression. But the smile lasted only a moment before disappearing into the deep gray of his eyes. Eleanor sat down beside him. "You left with your back ramrod straight, and now it's slumped." He didn't reply, only exhaled slowly. In the final battle of the Brood War, those monsters nearly killed him, and coupled with his old wounds, he knew his time was running out. Maybe a few years, maybe less. But he couldn't bear to fall. He looked at the child in his arms, that little life still unaware of the world's dangers, his flesh and blood, the next generation of his family. He also saw Eleanor's tired yet still gentle eyes. And that unfinished city in the snowstorm, hundreds of thousands of broken but unyielding people, the cold wind, ruins, and cries of agony everywhere. He couldn't fall. He had to drag himself to the end, even if it meant taking a single, painful step. Hold on for a few more years, he whispered, as if speaking to himself. What will happen to them if I'm gone? Chapter 278. I'm going to be a father. Night fell over Shattered Axe Heights, and a cold wind swept into the camp from the ravine, stirring up the ashes of the dying embers. In the center of the camp, the tall flagpole adorned with a raging floral pattern fluttered in the wind, its crimson and black stripes like the pupils of some ferocious beast, making it impossible to look directly at it. The barbarian elder, Orton, draped in a heavy horned fur cloak, stood on a high slope, overlooking the entire camp. A chaotic circle of figures had formed around the edge of the camp, and amidst the flickering firelight, flashes of blades appeared. It was a group of young men from the Red Rock tribe, fighting again in the middle of the night. Punches, kicks, bites, and roars filled the air, devoid of tribal rules, like a pack of wild dogs set ablaze with gunpowder. This had been the umpteenth time in the past few months, and 9 times out of 10 it ended in death, but strangely, no one intervened, as if tacitly condoning it. This made Orton's heart tighten, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He wasn't a coward, but these nights, he found himself increasingly unable to sleep. Not only externally, but a sense of irritability and violence seemed to be quietly growing within him. Lately, he had become easily angered, often yelling at young warriors, and even the cries of his own infants could make his teeth itch. He knew this was abnormal, yet he couldn't control it. This emotion seemed to have begun after Titus launched the war against the Shattered Axe tribe. Since that battle, on this gradually silent barbarian land, the old totems had been burned bit by bit, reduced to ash and buried in the earth. In their place was a newly erected black banner with raging flowers. With thorns as its stem and scarlet flames as its petals, it stood tall and unyielding in the center of the camps of the Shattered Axe, Red Rock, Blazing Fang, and Blackhorn tribes. In just a few months, Titus had absorbed the 4 tribes, controlling tens of thousands of soldiers. On the surface, each conquest resembled a traditional tribal war, the first battle fierce and bloody. But strangely, the fighting never lasted long. The day after the battle, the enemy began to voluntarily surrender. Moreover, those who surrendered often carried an inexplicable sense of exhilaration, as if they were surrendering not to an enemy, but to something higher and purer. Orton initially thought it was merely worship of the strong. But now he wasn't so sure. It wasn't simply being conquered, but more like an infection. Like an emotion born from anger, transcending tribal bloodlines and customs, it branded each person like a hot iron, searing them into their very bones. Deep in the snowfield, a valley formed by the perpetually unmelting white bones and ice. This was the sacred ground of the former Blazing Fang tribe, Bone Snow Valley. In the center of the valley, the original totem pole had long been smashed and burned, replaced by a high platform entwined with deep red vines and iron stones. At the very center of the altar, a colossal figure roared and struggled. It was a dying yet still conscious frost giant, its bony armor jagged, its body bound by dozens of black iron chains, each ring inlaid with burning patterns, slowly radiating residual heat from the gray snow. Its eyes were tightly bound with thick black cloth, forcing it to roar with its head tilted back, the sound waves of which shook the valley floor, causing the snow to slide and shatter. Titus stood on the altar platform, looking down at the giant, his face as cold as iron, yet his eyes gleaming with an unnatural fanaticism. He slowly raised his right hand, a deep red vine emerging from his palm, writhing like a hungry eye, as if yearning for a host. "Become my weapon," he murmured, his voice chillingly gentle, as if soothing a lover rather than commanding a beast. The giant beneath his feet continued to struggle, its roars uttering indistinct ancient words, carrying the lingering divine echoes of resistance, pain, and loss. The lieutenant stood to the side, his face grave, and tentatively asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this giant's madness is untamed. Should we wait for the high priest to stabilize it?" Titus's gaze flickered, then he slowly turned his head. No need," he said. His voice was barely audible, but in that instant, the scorching wound vine seemed to obey a command, snaking out and swiftly piercing the flesh beneath the giant's collarbone. Blood splattered everywhere, and the crown trembled, greedily beginning to devour, parasitize, and expand. The moment the scorching wound vine pierced through like a spear, the frost giant's body convulsed violently, blood mixed with frost gushing from the wound, quickly freezing into patches of scarlet ice spikes on the ground. He roared to the sky, but that roar lasted only a fleeting moment. Crack, 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 then the skin on the giant's back suddenly bulged, as if something was struggling and writhing within. Several jagged joints bulged forcefully beneath the muscles and frost-covered skin, accompanied by a nauseating tearing sound. Thick vines burst forth from his shoulder blades and the sides of his spine, winding like branches around his limbs and coiling around his entire body. A strange burn mark appeared on the giant's once smooth, icy forehead. It was the mark of the crown, like a branding iron totem, glowing crimson in the cold wind. His roar suddenly ceased. Replacing the violent howl was a vague and hoarse growl. Indistinct, suppressed, almost a murmur, the language unintelligible, yet faintly conveying obedience and response. The giant's eyes, once as blue as an glacier, were now bloodshot, the pupils red, his gaze lifeless and empty. He slowly turned around, his movements heavy yet resolute, as if drawn by invisible threads, slowly bowing his head towards Titus on the stone platform. Titus watched this scene silently, like a god looking down upon a creation he had personally forged. He leaned slightly forward, his voice low and gentle, like a lover's whisper. "Very good, you can hear the anger." When the parasite frost giant finally knelt with a roar, vines climbed up his back, and the crown's markings appeared on his forehead like a branding iron. The surrounding barbarian warriors were momentarily at a loss, but soon their fear turned to worship, and they all knelt on the ground. Titus stood on the high platform and shouted, "We will have a legion of giants." A roar of cheers erupted through the valley, a mixture of fear, fervor, and weeping. But no one questioned why the frost giant's eyes were empty and whose steps were stiff. All doubts were completely drowned out by the clamor and excitement of the miracle, but in the midst of this clamor, Titus's vision blurred. He heard that low voice again, like the rustling of vines beneath skin, as if mocking him. He suddenly grabbed the breastplate of his lieutenant beside him, lifting the man off the ground, his eyes burning with an almost manic fire. "Are you laughing at me?" The lieutenant was pale, denying it in terror, shaking his head repeatedly. Titus stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly sneered and tossed him aside. "Very good. Go capture more frost giants. The more the better. I want the entire north to kneel before me." The order was given, and the barbarian tribes marched out under their blood-red banners. Like a storm scorched by fury, they swept deeper into the snowfields, hunting down every survivor of the ancient races. Not only giants, but the first batch of blessed beasts appeared in the camp. Frost wolves, snow-antler deer, ice-digging apes, night foxes, none were spared. Their skin cracked, strange vines throbbed beneath their flesh, their mouths and nostrils spewed corrosive red gas, and their eyes burned with unnatural rage, displaying an extremely grotesque ferocity and deformity. Chained throughout the camp, the chains clanged, their howls, roars, and rages incessant. Like living curses, they struggled between iron cages and posts. Yet, not a single barbarian warrior avoided them. Instead, more and more approached these monsters. Some watched, some donated blood, and some even fought the beasts barehanded, as if testing their strength. They laughed as they rose from the iron cages, their faces streaked with blood, without complaint, simply to vent their boundless rage. These beasts, long since devoid of reason, seemed to share some unseen will. Their cries were a mixture of pain, anger, and an inexplicable longing, as if the entire camp's heartbeat trembled violently in response. The roars were deafening, disturbing the entire night, yet no one felt fear. Instead, more and more warriors approached the cages before dawn, roaring in response to the beasts, mimicking each other, even vaguely imitating their postures and cries. They no longer distinguished themselves from the wild animals. Some had bloodshot eyes, some had tiny thorns sprouting from their tongues, and some knelt silently in the middle of the night, whispering words no one could understand. Like sleepwalking beasts, or servants chanting in their dreams. Until one night, when the first roar rang out, it wasn't just the monster in the iron cage that responded, but also the living. And no one noticed, or rather, no one wanted to notice, that this was actually a spreading sacrifice. Deep winter finally descended upon Red Tide territory. Thick snow piled up on the red rooftops lining the main street of Red Tide City, heavy yet orderly, like meticulously crafted pastries. Early risers were already shoveling snow, the swishing sound echoing throughout the streets. People were tying pine branches and red ribbons to lampposts, a tradition they had only recently revived. Children ran laughing through the snowdrifts, wrapped in thick cloaks, their faces beaming with joy. This winter was no longer as harsh as in previous years. Food distribution in the granaries was orderly, and firewood, kerosene, and medicine powder were readily available. Even at the market held every 7 days, fresh cured meat and salted dried fish were for sale. Many households, unusually, were stewing meat broth in their winter pots, the aroma filling the air. People often say, "Thank you, Lord Louis, for providing hot meat even in this freezing weather," for Louis himself. This year has finally been a rare opportunity to catch his breath and rest. Sunlight streamed through the bedroom window, falling on the dark red bed curtains and carpet. Emily and Sif were already up, the lingering scent of their dresses gone, leaving him alone in bed. He let out a soft breath, enjoying a rare late sleep. Last night, he had indeed worked hard for the sake of creating a child. Turning over, Louis raised his finger and gently drew an arc in the air, instantly revealing a semi-transparent intelligence interface before him. Daily intelligence update complete. 1. A group of armored bears has been spotted in the northern part of Wheatfield territory. 2. Titus has controlled a frost giant with the scorching vine garden's main vine. The giant, enraged, kneels in submission. 3. Emily is pregnant. She is expected to give birth to a son for Louis Calvin in 10 months. The first piece of intelligence caught his eye, and an undisguised joy appeared on Louis's face. Finally found it, he murmured, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. An ice-armored bear, a magical beast considered a rare treasure of the northern plains. 2 years ago, he personally led knights to hunt down a group of them. It was one of the most important battles in the early days of the Crimson Tide territory, a time of scarcity and depleted resources. That ice-armored bear practically became the cornerstone of early resource accumulation. He remembered clearly that the bear meat was carefully marinated and roasted to enhance battle aura. The bear's claws and fangs were forged into a batch of incredibly sharp cold steel weapons. And the most precious thing, of course, was the blue-silver crystal cut from its crystalline spine. It contained immense energy and was a top-tier material for alchemy and magic. Louis had used those crystals to make magic explosive bombs. He still remembered the moment of detonation, the air-tearing explosion that instantly reduced hundreds of Snouswar to ashes. One of the best core materials for the magic explosion bomb. He tapped the location name on the intelligence report, a smile playing on his lips. Moreover, the Crimson Tide territory was no longer what it used to be. With Frostvine potions and a well-trained beast-taming knight order, it already possessed the ability to capture and tame ice armor bears on a large scale. This wasn't prey, it was an opportunity. He quickly recalled the list of candidates, the deployment routes, and the pilot taming plan, even outlining which alchemists should be assigned. Then he looked at the second item. Titus controlled a frost giant with the main vine of the scorching morning vine. Louis's eyes narrowed, the joyful smile on his lips instantly freezing. Frost giants, Louis squinted, his voice almost inaudible. He wasn't unfamiliar with these monsters. In fact, he had slaughtered them. They were strong, extremely strong, but stupid. With a brain, they weren't difficult to deal with. But what if they weren't stupid anymore? If the frost giants also possessed command, tactics, and coordination? And making all this possible was the barbarian who was increasingly resembling the new king, Titus. This name had appeared more and more frequently in intelligence reports in recent months. From his initial role as a barbarian leader, to gradually incorporating the 4 major tribes of Shattered Axe, Red Rock, Fiery Fang, and Black Horn, his army had grown to over 10,000. And discipline was becoming increasingly solid. This gradually made him anxious, and now, there was an added sense of real threat. Louis leaned back in his chair, letting out a soft puff of white breath. This isn't just an ordinary barbarian disturbance. He knew that if Titus truly mastered the method of controlling the giants, it would be like having a living battering ram, a combat resource unbound by conventional tactics. If these frost giants were mass-produced, the North might face a true war trampling. He knew he needed to dedicate time to researching countermeasures. Even more dangerous was the name behind it, Scorching Vine Garden. His pupils contracted, his mind rapidly churning through fragments of information he had gathered through the system. The Scorching Vine Garden, it wasn't a method recorded in the known magical tomes of the Mage Forest, nor did it resemble conventional sorcery or witchcraft. It was more like some kind of corrosive, demonic ecosystem, perhaps some kind of creature, or something somewhere between plant and curse. It was somewhat similar to the Mother Nest. He even suspected that this might be something the Witch of Despair had researched. His face darkened completely. If even giants could be tamed, then, who would be the next to be infected? Would one day, the entire new barbarians driven by rage and madness, along with those demonic behemoths, trample the borders of the Crimson Tide? This thought caused Lewis's eyes to briefly turn cold. He couldn't wait until that day tracked. He had to prepare contingency plans in advance. Relying on himself alone wasn't enough. He had already written to Duke Edmund, selectively reporting some of the information he had inadvertently obtained. He was careful with his wording, emphasizing that the other party should be vigilant and strengthen their defenses. These thoughts flashed through his mind, lingering for only a few seconds. Then Lewis's gaze quickly fell on the third piece of information. Emily is pregnant. She is expected to give birth to a son for Lewis Calvin in 10 months. The icy chill seemed to dissipate in an instant. His mind went blank, then he sprang from the bed, his voice filled with disbelief and joy. I'm going to be a father. Chapter 279 War Preparedness Meeting. Inside the castle study, a gentle fire crackled in the fireplace, casting a warm glow on a corner of the stone wall. Outside the window, the streets were cleared of snow, and the villagers were methodically shoveling and repairing the damage, their movements orderly and efficient. Thanks to thorough preparation, this winter had been exceptionally peaceful, with almost no major incidents. Lewis finished the last report at the long table and let out a long sigh of relief. He usually stayed in his study during the winter, no longer going out to inspect the land. This wasn't just because he was lazy, but also because he knew that the foundation he had laid was enough to support a peaceful winter. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. Sif entered, draped in a thick woolen cloak, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Would you like to go see the greenhouse? We have cultivated something very different. Her smile was mysterious, a hint of mischief in her tone. Lewis was taken aback, already having some guesses in his mind. He pretended not to understand, gently closing the book, but couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. All right, now that the work is done, let's relax a bit. Inside the greenhouse, a faint scent of mint and earth filled the air, a warm feeling washing over you. This was Emily's own renovated flower room, used for cultivating flowers indoors. Flowers and shrubs were arranged in a staggered pattern, vines growing along the framework. It was her little world. Emily stood in front of the flower stand, holding a small velvet bundle in her arms. She looked unusually nervous, her lips slightly pursed, as if waiting for a certain correct reaction. Lewis pretended to be clueless as soon as he entered. What's wrong? Did you really come up with some new variety of flowers? Sif chuckled, moving the potted plant beside her. Open it and see for yourself. Lewis took the bundle, his eyes filled with faint confusion. Gently opening it, he saw an embroidered baby handkerchief, a pair of soft velvet boots, and a hand-drawn note. The paper depicted a silhouette of a family of 4, with a small question mark drawn on the baby's head in the center. Emily's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but her eyes were filled with tenderness. We're going to have a baby. He already knew this prophecy, but hearing it from Emily's own lips still stirred his heart. A second later, Lewis suddenly scooped Emily up in his arms, spinning her around in the greenhouse like a triumphant young man. What did you say? Say it again. Emily's face flushed like a ripe apple. I'm pregnant, it's true. He was so excited he was almost incoherent. This is wonderful, wonderful. After setting her down, Lewis still held her belly gently in his hands, his eyes reddening. Sif stood to the side, intending to tease her, but her smile froze when she met those red eyes. Lewis suddenly pulled her into his arms as well, holding them both tightly. Sunlight streamed through the glass of the greenhouse dome, falling on their shoulders. Beyond the cold winter, the seeds of spring had been quietly sown. Lewis didn't publicize the news of the child. He only informed 3 people, Duke Edmund and Duke Calvin, mainly to tell them that the family bloodline had continued and to see if they could get some gold coins. The third person to know was his old butler, Bradley, so he could settle some related matters. Lewis knew better than anyone that behind this joy was a heavier responsibility. He was no longer just a ruler or a fighter, but a father. There was finally someone in this world whom he had to protect to the end. However, as the daily intelligence system continued to update, the situation in the north became clearer and more unsettling. After summarizing and classifying the intelligence from the past few weeks, he finally outlined the profile of a key figure, Titus Frostfire. The former leader of the Frostfire tribe, he came to power through a bloody coup and forcefully incorporated the 4 barbarian tribes of Shattered Axe, Red Rock, Fiery Fang, and Blackhorn. He had formed the Frostfire Legion, with a conservative estimate of 30,000 to 40,000 troops. The army's structure was fanatical and extremely unified, with a tough military style and extremely high fighting will and emotional appeal. Such efficient incorporation of legionized barbarians with mutated abilities is unprecedented. Moreover, he seems to have acquired an unknown spiritual power, the Burning Vine Garden, which can influence the mental state of his subordinates. Information about it is still too scarce. It can only be pieced together from multiple pieces of intelligence. It's like an ecological structure, nourished by emotions, spreading with anger, gradually eroding the minds and beliefs of its creatures. Manipulating emotions, infecting alien beasts, driving frost giants. The more Lewis read, the colder his expression became. Between spring and summer, a truly large-scale war is inevitable. Perhaps Titus will advance directly from the Frost Plains into the Empire's controlled territories, destroying the remaining order in the north. In any case, the Red Tide territory must protect itself. In the stone-built war room, the brazier burned with the scent of pine resin and wolf oil, and candlelight cast flickering shadows. Before a long table covered with parchment, Lewis was sketching marks on a rough map with a quill pen. They are stirring. He straightened up, his voice low, scanning the Crimson Tide Legion commanders and lieutenants standing on either side. Most of the northern Frostfire tribes have been integrated. Shattered Axe, Red Rock, Blazing Fang, Black Horn, have all been incorporated. According to intelligence estimates, the Frostfire Legion has over 40,000 troops. He put down his quill and pressed heavily on the northern border of the map. This can't be just an ordinary barbarian raid. He slowly looked at everyone. It's war, a long-planned all-out war. Silence filled the room. They had finally had a good new year, but war was already upon them. You mean? Lambert frowned. They're going south, and it's very likely they'll launch an attack as soon as the spring snow melts next year. Lewis nodded. We don't have much time. He pointed to the intelligence records beside him, where simple arrows were drawn in thick black ink, indicating possible barbarian attack routes. Lewis paused, his gaze turning cold. According to intelligence, they've acquired some kind of ability, capable of inciting anger, berserk states, and even controlling frost giants. Frost giants, Lambert repeated softly, his wrinkles seeming to deepen. Exactly, Lewis replied. What we must do, he twirled his quill, tracing the northern outpost defenses, is to keep them out, to prevent their first impact, to prevent them from collapsing. Silence fell, the air seeming heavy as the firelight flickered. I suggest extending the wolf sentry and hidden sentry lines. Northern Regiment Commander Heller spoke first, tapping his knuckles on the table. The reconnaissance range must be expanded. The northern forest line, the wind-cutting canyons, nowhere can be missed. I advocate setting up 3 lines of firewalls and barricades in advance. Western Regiment Deputy Commander Reza immediately echoed. Especially around the frozen spring, if the infected break through there, the entire supply line will become as fragile as paper. Lewis nodded slightly, and the recorder transcribed their words on parchment. And there's Crimson Leaf Ridge. Tull, the tactical officer of the Southern Regiment, stood up, his tone tinged with barely perceptible anxiety. We originally only set up outposts, but if the enemy sends a raging giant, even just one, it could uproot that watchtower on the cliff edge. I suggest deploying at least 2 magic explosive crossbow towers, equipped with high explosive anti-tank missiles. Crimson Leaf Ridge is too far, and the supply line is too long, retorted Weir, the deputy commander of the Eastern Regiment. The production capacity of magic explosive missiles is already tight. Sending more over there will only deplete the main city's reserves. Tull was unyielding. If we don't even have an early deterrent, how many more of us will die when the fighting starts? Weir snorted coldly but didn't say anything more, staring at the map with a furrowed brow. I suggest deploying mental shock bombs in the southwest. Suddenly spoke up, his tone more serious than his usual joking and frivolous manner. The infected will quickly gather as they approach that area. We need to disrupt their emotional core. Even just a few dozen seconds of chaos will give us a chance to catch our breath. Everyone offered their suggestions, but they were disjointed and lacked any coherence or structure. I've noted down everyone's opinions. The recorder bent down to gather several pages of rapidly written parchment, his wrist aching, but he dared not stop. Lewis's gaze swept over everyone at the table, his tone becoming low and forceful. Everyone's opinions are excellent, so, let me tell you my own plan. The room fell silent. Reza folded up half of the open map, sat up straight. Heller stroked his chin and remained silent. Lambert pushed aside the wine glass with a quill pen in it, and nodded slightly. The firelight reflected on Lewis's profile, illuminating his unwavering eyes. He stood up, his fingertips lightly tracing the northern border, then landing heavily on a dark red-marked intersection on the map. Within 100 miles of Crimson Tide City, no frost giant shall dare to set foot near. He switched hands, spreading a simplified deployment sketch on the table and marking each point with a charcoal pencil. This time, we're building a 3-tiered defensive line. His speech was unhurried, but his eyes were sharp as knives. First, the outer defensive line. He tapped his fingerstick lightly in the northwest. Focus on deploying magic explosive minefields, coupled with folding barricades and burning firewalls. Make sure the enemy's first wave of attack suffers maximum chaos and casualties. Second, the middle circle. He picked up a small flag from the table and planted it behind a defensive line. Heavy crossbow towers and magic explosive missile patrol cavalry will be responsible for suppressing frost giants and aberrant beasts, prioritizing their elimination. Third, the inner circle, which is also our last line of defense. He said each word carefully. Steel beast platforms, hook spears, and magic explosive missiles working in tandem to form a network of firepower locking zones. Any alien beast legion that manages to break through must be torn apart here. He spoke slowly, as if unraveling a simple puzzle. With each word spoken, a sense of reassurance settled in everyone's hearts. Our biggest trump card remains the magic explosive bombs, Lewis said, turning to the group. The configuration of all types of explosives must be optimized. Whether it's fire bombs, freeze bombs, shock bombs, or even poison bombs, utilize them all. As he spoke, his fingers moved slightly, and a row of small wooden markers bound with hemp rope were moved towards the mountain pass and valley at the northern end of the map. Special forces teams are also beginning to deploy. The Frost Howl team will ambush the Snow Ridge Pass, cutting off the enemy's offensive rhythm and prioritizing the decapitation of the guides. The Flame Breath team, in 3-person teams, will be responsible for the roving fire line, ensuring no gaps between defensive zones. If they can hold, they can seal it off. The Crimson Frost team will be re-equipped with heavy ammunition. In one strike, they must break the enemy's spine. He paused, let out a long sigh, and finally sat back in his chair, looking down at the map before slowly raising his eyes again. We won't fight a protracted war, he said. We'll fight a decisive blow, not allowing the enemy to cross the line even once. No one spoke in the room. A silence fell, not a heavy one, but more like the final stand before the war drums. The Legion commanders, whose expressions had been tense, now wore expressions of clear purpose. Heller sighed softly, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. Reza tapped her nails lightly, then murmured, "Then what are we waiting for?" Lambert muttered, "This battle must be fought so hard they'll never dare look south again." The others stared silently at the map, its dense markings, lines, and heavily inked defensive lines. Their eyes no longer hesitated, for their great lord had already arranged everything. Inside the operations room, the flickering candlelight illuminated the serious or resolute features of each face. The recorder folded the last page of notes, nodding quietly to indicate he had taken everything down. The moment the pen fell to the ground seemed to mark the end of the meeting. And so, the border war of the Red Tide territory quietly took shape in this oil-lit operations room. "All right," Lewis said, sheathing his crook, his voice as steady yet firm as ever. "This meeting is adjourned." His gaze swept over each legionary commander, his tone softening slightly but not losing its sharpness. "Take everything I just said to heart. Now, it's your respective battlefields." The men responded in unison. "Understood." They then rose and, one by one, gave him a solemn knightly salute, a sign of their loyalty. In the firelight, figures clad in leather armor and thick cloaks emerged from the operations room, pushing open the doors. A biting wind, carrying snowflakes, swept over them, yet no one flinched. As their footsteps faded into the distance, the thick wooden door slowly closed in the cold wind, and silence returned to the operations room. Only Bradley and Lewis remained at the long table. The old butler bowed slightly, poured a cup of warm wine, and asked in a low voice, "Sir, shall we still hold the spring festival celebration as usual this year?" Lewis paused, his gaze falling on the map on the table, and after a moment nodded gently. "Yes, we shall. People are always working so hard, they can't go without a holiday to catch their breath. It's time for everyone to get together again and recharge." Bradley gave a relieved smile and nodded respectfully. "Then I will arrange it according to your wishes." With that, He withdrew and gently closed the door. The firelight still burned, casting Lewis's silent profile, as if he were pondering the impending crisis beyond the distant snowstorm. Chapter 280 Weir's Spring Festival. Will stood before the bronze mirror, unusually adjusting his collar. Today, instead of his usual silver-white knight's armor, he wore one of his few civilian outfits: gray-blue trousers, black leather boots with silver buckles, and a dark cloak. He looked both smart and, well, in his mother's words, dressed like a bunch of bumbling southern nobles. At 15, he was already the youngest high-ranking elite knight in the Crimson Tide territory, serving as Lewis's personal bodyguard for the past 3 years. This position gave him considerable influence within the various legions, yet last night he had asked his superior for a day off for the first time. He stammered and mumbled, while Lewis merely gave a knowing smile before granting his request. His mother, carrying a basket, was putting on her cloak at the door, instructing him, "I'm going to the fish farm to help clean fish today. I won't be back for lunch, so you'll have to take care of yourself." Will nodded vigorously. Okay. Just as he stepped out the door, his mother's familiar nagging came from behind him again. "You're 15 years old. Why are you still so impulsive?" Will pretended not to hear, quickening his pace as he hurried towards the market outside the artisan district. Today was the Lunar New Year, the most lively festival in the Red Tide territory during spring, and one of the few times of year when the whole nation celebrated. Even in the morning, the market was bustling with activity. Red cloth and ribbons adorned the wooden pillars and stalls. The air was filled with the aroma of stewed beef ribs, and children chased windmills, creating a lively atmosphere. In the bustling market outside the industrial area, Lelia was already waiting for him at a stall. She was a year older than Will, and they had both become apprentice knights in the same batch. Now she was a mid-level official knight. Although she didn't possess the astonishing talent of Will, she was still one of the top geniuses among the younger generation in the Crimson Tide territory. Unlike her imposing presence on the training field, today she wore only a clean, light gray dress, the belt neatly tied at the waist, her hair pulled back in a half ponytail. Her clear features made her even more radiant. Will stopped in his tracks, suddenly feeling a little awkward, and stammered, Good morning." Lelia looked at him and smiled gently. "Good morning." That smile seemed to dispel the last trace of chill in the spring air. This year's spring festival celebration was different. Due to the large population of the Crimson Tide territory, various regions had their own responsibilities, and the main city no longer organized festivals uniformly. Only basic rules and regulations were established, and the specific planning was delegated to various communities, industry guilds, and village groups to spontaneously organize celebrations, which both relieved the logistical burden and showcased the creativity of the people. The area where Will and Lelia were located happened to be organizing a celebration by the Craftsmen's Association of the Industrial Zone. Therefore, the festival stalls here seemed particularly hardcore. The stalls, all handcrafted by carpenters and blacksmiths, were sturdy enough to serve as temporary fortresses. Rows of ovens lined the roadside, and several shirtless, burly men, sweating profusely, turned ribs and whole fish on wire mesh, the firelight and smoke creating a vibrant, festive atmosphere. Some even had homemade catapult-shaped pitch-pot games, which children thoroughly enjoyed. Every detail revealed the artisan's ingenuity and ruggedness. Will ate sizzling, charcoal-grilled beef skewers as he followed Lelia through the bustling artisan street. The air was thick with the smells of sawdust, grease, hot iron, and charcoal. The ovens roared and hammers clattered along the street, creating a continuous metal symphony. Rows of stalls displayed gleaming knife blanks, shiny iron ingots, uniquely shaped tools, and shimmering crystals, the entire area exuding a romantic atmosphere within its practicality. Just as they were enjoying their stroll, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead. A large crowd had formed a circle, bursting into cheers. "What's going on?" Will asked a middle-aged man carrying an iron pot beside him, chewing between bites. "You don't know? It's a sword forging competition. They only have 3 hours to forge a sword on the spot, to see who can forge the fastest and best one," the man added mysteriously. "I heard it was Lord Lewis's idea himself." Will raised an eyebrow, finding it intriguing. After all, anything Lord Lewis conceived was bound to be good. The host on stage was Mike, the president of the Red Tide Craftsmen's Guild. His booming voice directed and explained, 3 teams, fair competition, uniform materials, skill above all. Sparks flew across the stage, indicating the competition had been going on for quite some time. The first team was the Three Brothers Workshop, with a clear division of labor, specializing in segmented steel stacking. They were like a precisely operating assembly machine, forging pig iron into sword blanks in just a few tens of minutes. The second team was an old silver-haired craftsman and his grand apprentice, specializing in the ancient method of blade tempering. Their movements were steady and elegant, like playing an ancient melody. The embers reflected in their focused eyes, inspiring respect. The third group was the most eye-catching, the young blacksmith Sarah and her mother, one old and one young, one calm and one fiery. The swords they forged were uniquely shaped, with uneven edges and sharp edges, drawing gasps of admiration. Will and Lelia stood on the outer edge of the crowd, watching with great interest. This kind of competition, Lelia chuckled softly, is even more intense than our night camp's horsemanship competitions. Will nodded while chewing on a kebab, his eyes never leaving the forge, his ears listening intently to Mike's professional explanation, finding the intricacies of the craftsmanship quite fascinating. As the forging entered its final stage, Mike glanced around the crowd, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He shouted, "Hey! Isn't that Lord Lewis's personal bodyguard, Sir Will? Why isn't he with Lord Lewis today? Why don't he come up and be the test swordsman?" Everyone immediately turned to look, countless curious gazes fixed on Will's face. His face instantly turned red, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Lelia covered her mouth and chuckled, giving him a push. "Go on, Will stammered a few words of refusal, but faced with the surrounding laughter and Lelia's encouraging gaze, he finally gritted his teeth and stepped onto the stage. I'll just try it once." So, under everyone's watchful eyes, he ran to the three newly forged swords. The test subject being a wild boar carcass made into a thick-skinned target. The swords from the Three Brothers Workshop were heavy and sturdy, but they became slightly dull after a single cut. The long swords from the old craftsman and his grand apprentice, on the other hand, were clean and sharp, tearing through flesh with a single stroke, incredibly sharp. When it was the young blacksmith Sarah's turn, the audience was filled with anticipation. But just as she was halfway through her cut, with a crack, the blade suddenly snapped in two, steam rising from the broken end. Sarah froze, her eyes instantly welling with tears. A moment of silence fell over the entire arena, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Will, staring at the broken sword, stood frozen, unsure what to do. Lelia, sitting in the audience, couldn't stop laughing, doubled over with laughter, and desperately covered her mouth with her hand. Finally, Chairman Mike announced the results. The ancient forging technique of the master craftsman and his apprentice has won. They are awarded the Sun Gear Badge of the Craftsmen's Guild. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted, even Sarah managing to muster her spirits to salute the master craftsman. The competition ended, and Will lightly jumped off the stage, his ears still burning. He walked back to Lelia, who winked at him and chuckled, "You did a pretty cool job too." They smiled at each other, then turned and left the bustling Craftsman Street, heading towards the nearby festival square. On the west side of the square, as the drums and gongs sounded, the crowd cheered and colorful ribbons fluttered. That area was bustling with activity, surrounded by circles of people. Children screamed excitedly, and adults laughed heartily. This was one of the most popular entertainments during the spring festival, a folk competition called Challenge the Obstacles. The course consisted of mud pit jumps, roller bridges, bouncy vine walls, and rope crossings, and was quite challenging, testing both physical strength and skill. Most of the participants were ordinary children and young people from Chicheo City, but a few young craftsmen also took off their aprons and gave it a try. The atmosphere was incredibly lively, filled with constant laughter. A chubby little boy lost his balance as soon as he jumped onto the first obstacle and immediately fell into the mud pit with a plop, covering his head and face in mud, causing the onlookers to burst into laughter. But he stubbornly got up, jumped again, fell again, gritted his teeth and completed the course, winning a round of applause. Lelia clapped her hands and laughed so hard she almost fell over, tears glistening in her eyes. Will, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle, a flicker of eager anticipation in his eyes. "This kind of competition, it's really interesting," he murmured. Just then, the host, standing on the platform and holding a megaphone, teased, "Hey, this isn't a test for just anyone. Which knight would like to give it a try? Why not let us commoners see your light-footed skills?" A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. The host was merely joking. Everyone knew this was a festival event for commoners, and knights were generally discouraged from participating. This level of difficulty was a piece of cake for knights, and the independence of the commoners' festival needed to be maintained. But Will was watching too intently and couldn't resist. He raised his hand high, his face flushed, and asked, "Can I try?" Without going to the podium, the host was taken aback, seemingly not expecting a knight to respond. When he saw the young man's face, his expression turned strange. Wasn't this the high-ranking knight beside Lewis? This isn't. Never mind. The host laughed and waved. "Let's register your name, just this once. Everyone, what do you say, welcome or not?" The crowd erupted in cheers. "Welcome." Let the knight roll in the mud too. Will took off his coat, tightened his cuffs, and stood on the starting line. With each breath, the heroic spirit he exuded on the training field was undeniable. As the drumbeats faded, he leaped out, his jumps on the slalom quick, accurate, and steady. He swiftly crossed the rolling bridge. He pushed off the vine wall, using the momentum to somersault. The whole movement was almost fluid and seamless. In just over 10 seconds, the boy landed like a swallow, dust flying everywhere, barely a drop of mud on him. The crowd cheered, not only the children clapping and cheering, but even the stall owners whistled. Lilia was so amused that she couldn't help but laugh out loud, tears welling up in her eyes. As she was smiling, a little girl beside her tugged at her sleeve and looked up to ask, "Sister, is that your brother?" Lilia paused, her cheeks instantly turning as red as apples. She stammered for a couple of seconds before finally shaking her head gently and answering in a low voice, "No, he's not my brother." Will landed gracefully from the side of the track, splashing mud, and walked towards Lilia with a look of lingering excitement. She was still standing outside the crowd, her smile undiminished, but her cheeks flushed. "Why is your face so red?" Will leaned closer, tilting his head and asking softly. Lilia turned her head away. "Your face is red too." The boy was speechless for a moment, subconsciously touching his face. It was indeed very hot. He must have been too excited. "It's nothing, let's go." Lilia broke the brief awkwardness, reminding him, "Lord Lewis's banquet is about to begin. We shouldn't be late." The two left the bustling artisan street side by side, heading towards the castle. Night fell, and the Crimson Tide main square was already ablaze with excitement. The festival reached its climax, with the commoners' feast ablaze with light. Hundreds of round tables were neatly arranged according to village groups and street blocks, each with a bonfire in the center, illuminating the faces of those sitting and chatting happily. The sizzling of roasted meat, the steaming of stews, and the aroma of freshly baked flatbread mingled with laughter, the scent of wine, and songs, rising into the night. Meanwhile, outside the Red Tide Castle, another grand feast was quietly beginning. Seated here were the backbone of the Red Tide, Legion commanders, representatives of outstanding craftsmen, those who had contributed to reforms, and representatives of knights. Status and rank were temporarily set aside, replaced by a ranking based on contribution. There was no distinction between host and guest, conversation was free, and toasts were raised in unison, a true embodiment of the Red Tide's spirit of glory to the builders. Will had changed back into his formal attire and calmly entered the banquet with the knights. He was remarkably young among the crowd, yet no one questioned his qualifications. The young man sat down with composure, his demeanor already displaying the air of a great leader under Lewis's influence. At another table not far away, Lilia also took her seat gracefully, having changed into formal dress. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Will. Their eyes met, and she gently raised her glass, smiling tenderly. Will paused slightly, then returned the toast, the glint in his glass like a gentle spring breeze. At the far end of the platform, at the head of the table, Lewis sat in the main seat, his expression unchanged. He didn't say much, only rising to raise his glass after everyone was seated, offering a brief speech. "Another winter has passed. It is your hard work, unity, and perseverance that have brought this peace and tranquility. Spring has arrived, please continue your efforts this year. The glory of the Red Tide belongs to everyone." Everyone raised their glasses in unison, a thunderous cheer erupting. Emily and Sif, sitting nearby, also raised their glasses in celebration, their bright faces illuminated by the lamplight. But at that moment, Lewis's gaze was fixed on a spot on the room. He watched Will and Lilia, holding hands and whispering. The boy's expression was calm, the girl's eyes crinkled with a smile of youth, a smile of peace. A faint smile appeared on his lips, but vanished in an instant. Emily could see that his smile concealed a hidden heaviness. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. Lewis, holding his wineglass, nodded almost imperceptibly, his voice like a whisper in the cold night. The barbarians have come south. The feast continued as before, the bonfire blazing, laughter echoing. But beneath this vibrant spring night, a new storm was brewing. Chapter 281 Barbarians Go South. On the eve of spring, gray snow fell like rain, blanketing the desolate wilderness. This vast plain lay just outside a canyon defense line to the north of the empire. Here, on this uninhabited snowfield, a fierce army was quietly gathering. Dark silhouettes circled in the sky. These were not ordinary birds, but infected alien scouts, the winged ravens. Their wings trailed vine-like tendrils as they silently circled, snow falling on them only to be shaken away, revealing their bony, gray-white feathers. From the ground came a series of dull, heavy thuds. These were drums, ceremonial war drums made from the bones of the enemy, their tone muffled, like the panting of some wild beast. With each drumbeat, the massive army formation at the front rippled slightly, like the slow breathing of organic life. The army's formation was both strict and eerie. At the very front stood a savage, ferocious pack of war slaves. These were mutated ice-digging apes, ice-filled wolves, snow-filled boars. These magical beasts differed from ordinary ones. Their skin was covered in vines, their eye sockets glowed with green phosphorescence. Some had wooden veins embedded in their shoulders, and others had vines sprouting from their limbs, yet all were ferocious and insane. At the center stood the largest mutated barbarian army. These barbarian warriors were no longer human. Their exposed skin was covered in patterns of burning wound vines, like flames burning beneath their skin. They wielded great axes and giant hammers. Their pupils were red, their arms bulged unnaturally, their fury seeming ready to explode at any moment. Hundreds of frost giants stood on either side. Each was over 4 meters tall, with a deep purple floral crown mark etched on its forehead, signifying their complete domination. Behind them were the command and priestly groups, clad in gray cloaks. They stood silently behind the drum formation, vines wrapped around their wrists, muttering under their breath. The towering sacrificial altar, like a throne rising from hell, stood atop the desolate snowfield. Constructed of vines and piled bones, it resembled a temple built from the remains of sacrifices, both eerie and sacred. Standing atop this altar was Titus. He wore a deep red cloak, ankle-length, billowing in the wind like wings unfurled in a blood-red night. His eyes were deep red, pupils absent, as if the very vines of burning lament resided within them, shimmering with a certain radiance. His right hand was bare, its wrist long and thin, beneath which tiny tendrils of vine slowly wriggled, crawling like parasites. Yet he seemed oblivious, as if those tendrils had long since become a part of him. Titus's voice echoed through the snow, initially a low murmur. From tonight onward, he slowly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze piercing through the snow curtain, the army formations, as if penetrating the very borders of the empire. Let the northern borders of the empire become our garden. Silence fell, followed by the roar of 1,000 soldiers. It wasn't a unified military command, but a furious howl like that of wild beasts, like a raging storm. In this frenzied atmosphere, the departure ceremony slowly began. A vine altar, woven from intertwined vines, stood at the center of the battle formation, its top adorned with a rage flower, not yet fully bloomed. Its blood-red petals parted slightly, as if awaiting some crimson catalyst. 3 mutated giant wolves lay before the altar. Their eyes bloodshot, their breathing heavy. The priest stepped forward and slit his throat, a jet of blood sprang out. His silent howl turned into his last breath, and blood flowed down the vine altar, seeping into the roots of the rage flower. Moments later, the rage flower burst into full bloom. The entire flower slowly unfolded with a violent pulsation, releasing concentric rings of red light pulses from its core, enveloping the entire battle formation like a heartbeat. This was shared fury. It was the resonance mechanism among the infected, the initiation ritual for synchronized emotions and the spread of rage. Where the crimson light reached, the barbarian army descended into frenzy. Front-line soldiers pounded their chests as if on fire, some even drawing daggers and plunging them into their shoulders, backs, and arms, using the excruciating pain to fuel their rage. Their faces flushed red with blood, their eyes filled with nothing but killing intent. Behind them, the war beasts roared as they burst from their cages. A snow bear, its front paws on its knees, roared at Titus on the altar, then abruptly rose and charged towards the front lines, its trail of thorny vines whipping behind it. The colossal frost giants also moved slowly to the beat of the drums, each step causing the ground to tremble, ice to crack, and vines to grow wildly. This was not the march of an army, it was a primordial awakening from hell. Titus stood atop the vine-covered altar, silently observing everything. He could no longer tell whether he was lucid or lost. The aura of the raging flower had already permeated his very bones. He could not resist, nor did he wish to. As long as it brought him this boundless power, he was willing to succumb. He slowly closed his eyes, then leaped down. A cloak unfurled in the air like a blood-red curtain, landing on the shoulders of the frost giant. He stood like a king amidst the snowstorm, becoming the core of the entire raging army. The drums thundered, the battle banners rose, their surface adorned with inverted, furious flowers and intertwined vine crowns, red as evening blood, fluttering in the wind. Titus raised his scepter, its entire body wrapped in scorching vines, the furious flowers at their tips opening like malevolent eyes. He roared the battle cry that shook the entire battle formation, let them tremble in fury. Instantly, the frost giant took the lead, his vine pillar legs shattering the ice plains, cracks spreading like spider webs, a deafening roar. Close behind him was a raging herd of war slaves, each stomp causing the snow to churn and vines to pierce the ground, as if the entire snowfield had become the fleshy organs of vines, writhing southward. The sky gradually reddened, the snow continued, and a crimson mist rose. A tide of blood and fire descended from the north, sweeping in like a torrent of furious flowers. The scene slowly zooms out, revealing a figure clad in a red and black cloak, standing atop a giant's shoulders, eyes burning, bathed in snow like a god. From this moment on, the Empire's northern border will usher in its darkest spring. As early spring arrives, the boundaries of the continuous snowfields begin to loosen, the ice and snow melt, and the mountains reveal their mottled rocky skeletons. Deep in the valley, a babbling brook flows over the stone beds eroded by ice and snow. Occasionally a piece of ice from a high place breaks off and falls. The shattering sound echoing ethereally in the canyon, as if whispering some kind of omen. This is the vital passage to the heart of the Empire's northern border, Windflame Canyon. Above the valley, a large military camp is built along the terrain. Watchtowers stand tall, chevaux de frise are arranged in neat rows, catapults and ballistae are strategically placed, and 5 fortresses form a complete defensive line, with a main fortress at the center and a tall tower on each side, integrated with a mountainside. The regular army of nearly 10,000 men includes about 3,000 knights, as well as craftsmen, archers, and animal transport teams. This should have been an impregnable defensive line, but the atmosphere in the camp was far less tense than its official setup suggested. The sentries' patrols were mostly perfunctory, and they often chatted idly in small groups while on guard duty. Knights leisurely dried their armor and fed their horses outside the fortress, some even gathered to practice dice or test their drinking prowess. Inside the main fortress, revelry raged every night, with music and the aroma of wine filling the air. It was less a defensive line in the north of the Empire and more a tourist attraction fattened by comfort and military spending. And at the center of all this was the commander of the 7th Legion. Rudolph was tall and thin, always upright like a pine tree, with a silver-rimmed monocle perched on his nose, complementing his dark purple uniform and gold-embroidered epaulets. From a distance, he looked more like the conductor of the Imperial Symphony Orchestra than a general. He was a highly experienced high-ranking extraordinary knight, born into an old noble family, and in his youth known as a battlefield artist. Unfortunately, those reputations had long since been replaced by decadence and extravagance. He was reclining in a high-backed chair on the main castle terrace, a warm brazier beside him, a fine woolen blanket covering his legs, and a cup of warm wine at his side. Several dancers in light gauze dresses twirled to the rhythm nearby. These were dancers he had specially summoned from the capital. One of them had reportedly performed in the palace's noble halls, and they were invited tonight to celebrate the arrival of spring in the north. Rudolph said slowly, "Slower, slower. We're not barbarian savages who keep warm by howling and dancing." He chuckled softly, his gaze occasionally drifting to the valley outside the castle, his eyes filled with lazy disdain. "Barbarians," he snorted, turning to his adjutant with a mocking laugh. "They should all have frozen to death in the winter." The adjutant, named Syrian, was also a young knight of noble birth, his face still bearing the innocence of youth. Holding a scroll of secret letter, he stood slightly nervously in front of Rudolph, whispering a reminder, "My lord, this is a secret report personally sent by Duke Edmund." He says there have been unusual movements from the northern barbarians and suggests immediately strengthening patrols in the valley. I think at least, enough. Rudolph looked up, as if looking at a child. That old fogey Edmund. He starts shouting the barbarians are coming as soon as spring arrives. He's more annoying than a crow. How many letters has he sent this month? And nothing has happened, has it? He then raised his wine glass, took a sip, and teased, I'll use this secret report as a bookmark. It would fit quite well in the secret arts of the palace. The dancer chuckled softly, whether in agreement or in flattery, it was unclear. Rudolph continued, my dear Syrian, you should learn to enjoy life on the garrison. It's rare to have this snowy scenery, warm wine, and a beautiful dancer. It's just guarding a valley, don't be so tense. Look how peaceful this year has been, why take it so seriously? Syrian opened his mouth, wanting to say something more. But he saw Rudolph lazily reach out and casually pull a dancer into his arms, his fingertips lightly touching her chin as he whispered lewdly. In the firelight, his smile was utterly lascivious. The young adjutant ultimately just lowered his eyes, silently put away the report, and withdrew. For the next 2 weeks, nothing happened, as if Rudolph had truly said, all was calm. The soldiers lazily dried their armor, fed their horses, and played dice, occasionally making jokes about the northern barbarians coming, until that evening. The sky was dim, the mist hadn't dissipated, and suddenly a rapid sound of hooves came from below the terrace. A knight galloped in, his armor scratched by wind and snow, his face as pale as paper, his eyes filled with unbelievable fear. He practically lunged through the main gate, rushed to the terrace where Rudolph was, and shouted hoarsely, report. Barbarians. Barbarians are marching south. They're already 600 li outside the valley. Rudolph frowned, raised his eyes, and his wine cup trembled slightly. Syrian whirled around, strode forward, and grabbed the knight's shoulder. How many? The knight trembled, as if trying to make himself clear, but could only manage a few words, a steady stream. Fortunately, this time, Rudolph didn't drink too much. He only paused for a few breaths before abruptly standing up, donning his cloak, his voice as cold and sharp as winter iron. All troops on standby. Form ranks at the valley entrance. Now, Windflame Canyon quickly entered a state of emergency. War drums sounded, horns blared, and the entire camp was deployed within 2 hours. 3,000 regular knights were moved to the valley entrance, forming a triple cavalry formation, armed with lances and shields, distributed on the east, central, and west flanks. Nearly 10,000 soldiers followed behind the cavalry, divided into groups, with archers climbing arrow towers and cliffs, while engineers urgently erected anti-ramming stake formations. 6 magic explosion projectiles were deployed on the cliff tops on both sides, their disc-shaped tracks adjusted to aim at the valley entrance. Rudolph, clad in armor, ascended the main fortress, gazing at the rising dust in the distance. His gaze calmed, the old-fashioned, steely composure of an imperial officer returning to his eyes. I have 3,000 knights, 10,000 soldiers, and 6 magic exploding weapons. The advantage is mine, he muttered to himself, his tone regaining its arrogance, even tinged with mockery. Trying to turn the tables? Dream on. Windflame Canyon had been known since ancient times as easy to defend, difficult to attack. 70 years ago, 300 Imperial Knights held off 5,000 barbarian troops here for 2 days and nights, a battle example still used in the Imperial Military Academy. And as long as they held out, reinforcements would continuously arrive. He was the commander of the 7th Legion, the main general of a branch of the 3rd Legion. A high-ranking extraordinary knight. How could he possibly lose? But when the first wave of the vanguard appeared, even the battle-hardened Rudolph couldn't help but hold his breath. From the swirling snow mist, dozens of 5-meter-tall beasts burst forth from the valley, their fangs bared, their backs covered in writhing vines. Next came hundreds upon hundreds of barbarian cavalry, not traditional light cavalry, but a shock force riding mutated beasts and parasitic vine mounts. Their ranks surged forward like a horde of beasts, including swift, 2-meter-tall predators and heavily armored ramming beasts 7 or 8 meters tall, their shoulders and backs covered in bone spurs and floral vines, like living walls crushing everything in their path. High above hovered the infected war eagles, willow crows, their wings draped with crimson vines, emitting unsettling whistles. Most awe-inspiring were the dozens of frost giants appearing on the flank mountain path. But these were unlike ordinary frost giants. Their bodies were more twisted, some arms mutated into vine-like tendrils, their bodies embedded with raging flower-like tumors, and topped with pale floral crowns. They advanced slowly, each step shaking the canyon. The battle banner appeared, red with black vines, a single, blooming raging flower hanging upside down in the center. The soldiers gasped involuntarily at the sight of the towering giants and beasts approaching like mountains, their weapons trembling slightly. Truly, monsters, Syrian murmured. Rudolph, however, smiled slightly. As a commander, he couldn't afford to panic. He slowly put on his gloves, raised his command flag, and coldly shouted, "Form ranks. Let me see just how capable these beasts really are." Chapter 282 The Fall. Windflame Valley, this winding and treacherous canyon, lies silently on the edge of the northern heartland. Towering cliffs rise on both sides, like gateways between heaven and earth. Watchtowers stand atop the cliffs, stone projectile platforms and magic blast arrays are already in place, and the 3rd Legion's battle flag flutters in the morning breeze. At this moment, dawn is breaking, but the thick fog has not yet dissipated, and frost still clings to the rock walls. The entire canyon is shrouded in a layer of pale dampness, appearing exceptionally silent, like the deathly stillness before a storm. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A heavy, drum-like sound echoes from afar, deep and muffled, like the footsteps of some colossal being, yet rhythmic and regular, like a roar from the earth. This is the drumbeat of the northern barbarian army, reverberating through the valley at dawn. With each beat, the soldiers' hearts pound. Immediately afterward, the ground begins to tremble, and a horde of heavily armored magical beasts appears from the fog. They were enormous, resembling bulls and bears, yet covered in dense, plant-scaled armor, each scale entwined with red vines. Some spewed crimson mist, others possessed multiple legs, like writhing fortresses on the ground. As they ran, the earth seemed to groan. They didn't howl, only the thunderous thud of their hooves pounding the earth, like living battering rams, silently approaching. And behind them, the northern barbarian knights appeared. They rode not war horses, but mutated mounts. There were tusked lizard horses, armored ice wolves, and even hybrids of plant and beast, each rider imbued with rage and strangeness. The knights wore rough armor, floral crests adorning their shoulders and helmets, their eyes flashing with battle aura, their bodies radiating an infectious glow. They let out low growls, like a pack of beasts about to roar, and their vanguard charged forward like arrows. At the entrance to Windflame Valley, before the Imperial defenses, battle was about to erupt. General Rudolph was no mere nobleman skilled only in literature, he was the commander of the Imperial 7th Legion, a high-ranking extraordinary knight who had participated in the bloody battles of Molten Ash Hells and Talon Cross, a general who had risen through the ranks through sheer strength. He slowly rose, downed his drink in one gulp, wiped his lips, and smiled slightly. It was his usual contemptuous, mocking smile, the kind that made everyone look like a country bumpkin. Finally here, he hummed softly towards the direction of the drumbeats at the valley entrance, then turned and donned his uniform, adjusting his epaulets and cloak. As he walked, he casually ordered, "Sound the bugle call, prepare for battle. Push the magic explosion projectors to high positions, sniper platforms in place, tell the vanguard to form ranks." He spoke calmly, his pace unhurried, as if he were arranging a spring hunt rather than preparing for a bloody, one-way battle. The young adjutant, Syrian, looked tense but excited. "Should we have the knights prepare to charge?" Rudolph raised a hand to stop him, casually grabbed his monocle and put it on, looking towards the valley entrance where the morning mist hadn't yet dissipated, and coldly ordered, "Magic explosion array, fire simultaneously, boom, 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 boom." 6 alchemical projectors activated simultaneously, alchemical oil mixed with exploding crystals, crashing into the horde of beasts with long trails of flame. The air was suddenly filled with scorching and acrid explosive smoke. The exploding fire rain dyed the front line blood red, and large numbers of beasts were blasted away. They twisted and howled in the flames, falling like charred charcoal, their hooves kicking wildly, rolling and tumbling on the scalding ground. Rolling stones and oil poured down the slopes on both sides like a landslide in a tsunami. Heavy rocks knocked over the charging beasts at the front, and the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the valley. "Loose the arrows." At the command, the Imperial cavalry quickly formed ranks, drew their bows, and unleashed a rain of arrows like a night wind, precisely reaping the survivors in the chaos. The knights' or arrows streaked through the air, turning the monsters into piles of corpses amidst their roars. Several heavy ramming beasts clad in thick vine armor struggled to escape, only to be engulfed by flames and fall with mournful howls. A thunderous cheer erupted from the front-line soldiers, and the horns on the watchtowers sounded impassioned, as if victory was already in sight. Rudolph stood on the command platform, raising his binoculars to gaze at the front lines. He saw the valley entrance ablaze with fire, piles of dead beasts, and the advance temporarily halted. A mocking smile played on his lips. The northern barbarians are nothing but thick-skinned beasts. Strip them of their hides, and they're nothing. The messenger behind him bowed in anticipation. He waved his hand dismissively. Go, invite the dance troupe to the central army. Have them play some drums and dance. Victory needs a sense of ceremony. He then turned and sat back in his chair, smoothing the wrinkles in his cloak, as if the smoke and death were merely a speck of dust before the feast. But just as Rudolph sat down, before he could even raise his teacup, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the distant mountain pass. Immediately afterward, several colossal objects ripped through the sky, crashing down like meteors. Huge rocks, massive logs, and other massive objects, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, tore through the mist and slammed heavily into the canyon defenses. A fortress above the main castle was instantly broken in half, sending wood and stone flying, and several archers fell screaming. Another massive, flying log swept across the edge of the catapult platform, knocking down half a set of equipment and setting 2 oil soldiers, who hadn't yet managed to evacuate, ablaze along with them. These projectiles themselves lacked accuracy and power compared to the Empire's standard firearms, but their sheer number was overwhelming, like a catastrophe descending from the sky. The front lines of the battlefield instantly descended into chaos, the army forced to retreat and regroup. Immediately following was a series of tremors, like thunder rolling down the mountain top, the ground shaking. From the side of the mountain pass, a colossal assault force of dozens of frost giants, each 5 to 10 meters tall, charged in. Their bodies were wrapped in living vines, their muscles bulging, and their exposed bones were bound by vine armor with strange patterns. They roared like wild beasts as they ran, their fists like hammers, their stomps like drums, each step causing the rock walls of Windflame Valley to tremble slightly. Rudolph saw clearly through his telescope. Yet his expression remained unchanged, merely letting out a cold snort, a frightening trick. He waved his hand, saying, "Continue to hold the line, focus on key targets, prioritize the big ones." Magic blast bombs were fired again, tumbling stones and raining fire. But the frost giants stepped into the fire line almost fearlessly, flames licking at their vines, yet not stopping their advance. Their vine armor seemed to possess extremely high heat resistance and physical protection, and some giants' vines even regenerated rapidly under the flames, coiling and crawling like living creatures. The Empire's archers fired, and the magic blast array struck as if hitting a moving mountain. Effective, but far from enough. At the same time, the barbarian rearguard surged in like a flood. Beasts roared and charged, mutated cavalry, lances raised, weaved through the gaps between the giants, wave after wave, seemingly without end. The battlefield became a tidal wave crashing against a stone embankment. Rudolph's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of inexplicable fear crossing his mind. These madmen, why have they all come out at once? How come these beasts are increasing in number, and getting stronger? Have I come to the wrong place? He gritted his teeth, swung his hand sharply, and roared, "Order! 3,000 knights of the Silverwing Legion, attack!" The horns sounded in response, echoing through the canyon like thunder rolling across the silver snowy cliffs. On the east side of the canyon, the heavy gates opened, and a wave of silver-armored warriors surged out. 3,000 Imperial Knights stood in formation at the vanguard, their armor gleaming in the sunlight, their battle banners fluttering. A battle aura burned within them, like eagles spreading their wings, like morning light tearing through the mist. The silver wing emblems gleamed coldly, war horses neighed, iron hooves pounded the earth, and the 3,000 riders unleashed a storm of steel. Victory for the Empire! A roar resounded as the Knightly Legion charged out from the flank, like a sword flash cutting into the chaotic front lines. Swords clashed, slashing through the air, crashing into the red battlefield. Red and silver, flowers and blood, fighting spirit and rage clashed violently in the valley. The initial momentum of the charge forced a barbarian vanguard back several steps, but what followed was something these knights could never have imagined. Hunter, a member of the Silverwing Knights of the 3rd Legion of the Empire, had participated in dozens of battles against the Emerald Federation. His longsword was stained with the blood of his enemies, but he had never seen an enemy like this. They charged smoothly at first. Wherever their spears struck, beast blood splattered, fighting spirit scorched vines, and war horses neighed in the flames. Everything unfolded as if it were a victory before. The barbarian army was fierce, but in this narrow valley terrain, they could not launch a true charge. He once thought victory was within reach, until he beheaded a northern barbarian cavalryman. Blood sprayed onto his silver cloak, and before Hunter could even shake the blood off his sword, the corpse that had just fallen in front of him suddenly burst into flames. Not ordinary flames, but a twisted, burning spark of plant and flesh mixed together. The corpse, like a spark of some kind of plant reproduction, released a scorching red mist the moment it fell, instantly spreading and engulfing the surrounding northern barbarian warriors. The next second, the roars of the barbarians suddenly rose. The charging northern barbarians' eyes instantly turned bloodshot, their bodies swelled, and patterns like ironwood grain appeared on their muscles. Vines grew wildly from their armor seams, wrapping around their limbs, as if they had been given a buff. They could even tear apart spears with their bare hands and knock away mounted warriors. They absorbed the death energy of their comrades. Another northern barbarian warrior fell not far away, the violent explosion igniting another cloud of red mist. 3 nearby tribesmen instantly roared to the sky, their vine armor suddenly expanding, transforming them into humanoid beasts charging forward. The more they die, the crazier they become, Hunter heard someone shout, but there was no time to think. A teammate had just slain an enemy when, in the next instant, a northern barbarian in his enhanced state swung his axe, sending him and his horse flying several feet before crashing heavily onto the vine-covered ground. This was no battlefield, it was an altar, a sacrifice. The blood and bones of the living were used to awaken a storm of vines and fury. Moreover, each fallen corpse seemed to have completed some bizarre sowing at the moment of death. From the remains, vine seeds burst forth, sprouting new vines and flowers. Crimson light surged like blood mist, and the writhing vines danced like snakes, growing wildly, binding the legs of war horses, tearing apart knights' armor, and seeping into flesh through the cracks. Every drop of blood was irrigation. Every dead was fertilizer. The entire battlefield was like a living garden, a garden of rage nourished by the blood and flesh of the Empire and the northern barbarians, growing, twisting, and dancing wildly amidst the smoke and fire. On the high platform, Rudolph watched all this. His silver hair trembled slightly in the wind, and the usual disdain in his eyes was being swallowed by the shadows. He watched as the Silver Wing Knights, the 3,000 elite troops who had once struck fear into the hearts of the enemy, were now seemingly caught in a bloody web that tightened with each battle. Every charge they made was like feeding the enemy. Every inch they advanced only brought a more frenzied counterattack. Impossible, Rudolph gritted his teeth, gripping the railing tightly, as if speaking to himself. They're just barbarians, just savages, but these weren't barbarians. This was a warmongering group infected by some uncontrollable force, a monstrous legion that fed on death. He had thought this would be an easy defensive battle. He would write a glorious chapter in his military career on this peaceful border, then be transferred back to the south, retire as a true imperial noble, and live an elegant life. But now he stood at the edge of this valley, watching an imperial front that was spiraling out of control, collapsing, and rotting, like a fool watching his knights being swallowed by flowers. He flung off his cloak, turned, and shouted, "Send all the knights over to block them. If we can hold out for a few days, reinforcements will arrive." His adjutant, Syrian, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obeyed and left. Rudolph, meanwhile, strode up to the main castle's command platform, his gaze fixed on the burning battle line. The Imperial army had only held out for 2 days. 2 days and 2 nights, arrows exhausted, magic bombs depleted, and catapults completely destroyed in the relentless barrage. Wave after wave of knights charged, one unit falling, another filling in. But even the enemy's main force never appeared. This war, from beginning to end, they had only faced the vanguard. Even so, the Third Imperial Army continued to retreat. The northern barbarian vanguard grew increasingly frenzied, their death fueling their frenzy. The blood of their own people, and the blood of the Empire's soldiers, became the fuel for their insane spirit. They seemed utterly unafraid of death. Every corpse was a sacrifice to ignite their frenzy. This was a sacrifice, madness, and purgatory. The knights of the Empire, however well-trained and resolute, were still human. They would tire, they would fear, they would watch helplessly as their comrades died, swallowed by the vines. At times, they would be overwhelmed by psychological collapse. Finally, before dawn on the third day, the defenses were breached. A massive shadow rose from behind the mountain, and several giant logs hurtled towards them. Block it! Before anyone could finish shouting, the main gate of the fortress shattered with a deafening roar, dust billowing like mist. Vines surged in from the gaps, and frost giants swung their massive hammers, smashing down arrow towers. Barbarian knights followed closely behind, their war horses clashing as they entered the camp. The first fortress of the north had fallen. Meanwhile, Rudolph had already quietly retreated, clad in his battle robes, leading his remaining personal guard in a hasty escape through the southern mountain paths. He had shouted, "Just hold out for a few days, and reinforcements will arrive," but he abandoned his knights and chose to flee. Amidst the billowing smoke, some followed him, some roared after his vanishing figure, while others, before they could even curse, were ensnared in the earth by raging vines bursting from the ground. Far away, atop a rocky outcrop, something resembling a flower quietly bloomed. It wasn't a flower, yet it possessed a more eerie allure. Fleshy petals, like threads of blood, slowly opened, releasing a wisp of white light that enveloped the entire area. A brief silence descended. Countless people, for reasons unknown, stopped moving, their eyes widening as they stared in the direction of the flower. They trembled, their eyes filled with terror, as if they had seen something indescribable. But this terror didn't turn into collapse. Instead, it gradually ignited. At first, the soldiers instinctively shouted and roared, trying to dispel the fear within them. But soon their breathing became rapid, their eyes began to redden, their bodies heated up, their blood seemed to be ignited, and rage surged from the deepest recesses of their souls. "We are the ones who have been abandoned. The Empire has discarded us like weeds, but these monsters give me strength. If this is the will of the flower, I am willing to fight for it." Beneath the breath of the blooming flowers, some of the Imperial soldiers who had been lying in wait for death suddenly struggled to their feet, clad in charred armor, dragging blood-stained swords, and, in astonishment, turned and swung their blades at their former comrades. "Madness! They've gone mad! Stop! We are knights of the Empire." His eyes have no spirit. No, something has taken it away, but it was too late. These fallen ones had ferocious faces, their anger raging. They no longer shouted slogans, no longer proclaimed the glory of the Empire. They shouted nothing, only slaughtered madly on the battlefield. It was as if they wanted to turn all their past shame, fear, and pain into the blood on their blades. Vines and blood began to entwine their bodies, and they tore off Imperial clothing, sewing new garments from animal hides, and joined a legion entwined with blood and furious vines. Chapter 283 The war begins. The night was not yet over, and the snow continued to fall. The outer walls of New Frost Spear City stood like silent behemoths in the wind and snow, cold and somber. Before dawn, Rudolph arrived at the city gates with a heavily armed guard, almost like a ceremonial procession. Their armor was spotless, and their cavalry moved with the precision of arrows on a bowstring, their movements perfectly orderly. Were it not for the weariness and fear in their eyes, the group would almost appear as a triumphant return. Rudolph sat high on his horse, his expression stern. After his defeat in Windfire Valley, he had even wiped his armor with strong liquor to conceal the burn marks and bloodstains, all for the sake of a respectable entry into the city. This wasn't for vanity, but for credibility. If even his own demeanor betrayed despair, no one would believe a single word he uttered. Arriving at New Frost Spear, he dismounted, his cloak billowing in the wind, and said in a deep voice, "Commander Rudolph of the 6th Imperial Army urgently reports on the situation on the northern front and requests an immediate audience with His Excellency the Duke." The city gate guard stepped forward, and seeing it was Rudolph, dared not delay and immediately went to announce his arrival. The Duke's study was in the west tower of the main castle, perched high on a cliff. At this moment, the fire in the fireplace flickered, unable to warm the cold stone walls. Duke Edmund sat alone before the fireplace, his plain military uniform a stark contrast to the wall covered with honors. The diagonal scar running from his cheekbone to his jaw seemed to still be bleeding in the firelight. His fingers traced the rim of his wineglass, slowly rotating it. On the table before him lay a map of Windfire Valley, clearly marked, the ink still fresh. His adjutant whispered, "General Rudolph requests an audience." He was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "Let him in." Rudolph stood before the study door, removed his gloves, and gently shook off the snow. In a few quick steps, He straightened his clothes, adjusting his cloak and breastplate, suppressing the slight weariness in his eyes. The door was pushed open by his adjutant. A dry, cold wind carrying snowflakes rushed in from the corridor, only to be melted away by the low flickering firelight from the fireplace. He stepped into the study, silent as a tomb, his steps unhurried. Rudolph greets His Excellency the Duke. His salute was impeccably perfect, almost like a model from an Imperial Military Academy textbook. Duke Edmund remained seated, only glancing up briefly at Rudolph. His knuckles still rested on the rim of his half-full silver cup, as if he had just pulled himself out of thought, his gaze revealing a restrained composure. "I have received a briefing on the fall of Windflame Valley. Is there anything else you wish to add, General?" His voice was not loud, yet it struck like hammering on cold iron, each word resonating deep in Rudolph's ears. Rudolph stood firm, unwavering. He had anticipated this. He maintained a composed officer's demeanor as he delivered a battle report. On the northern barbarian front, a fundamental transformation has occurred. The enemy's combat structure no longer follows the traditional barbarian characteristics. Their tactical system and resource allocation display a high degree of systematization and directionality. Their vanguard is equipped with multi-headed, heavily armored magical beasts, some possessing natural anti-magic structures, making them almost mobile fortresses. Our army deployed according to Imperial standards, first using magical explosions for suppression and fuel attacks, then supplemented by nightly assaults to harass the enemy, achieving initial breakthroughs. Moreover, the enemy possesses an extremely rare death-enhancing mechanism. The more enemies we kill, the more frenzied the enemy becomes, which is extremely bizarre. Duke Edmund did not interrupt, only his gaze narrowed slightly when he heard death-enhancing. Rudolph continued, "Furthermore, the terrain is rapidly changing. The enemy's vine-like structures can erode the surface, causing localized collapses on the battlefield, disrupting magical fields, and hindering mobilization. Some soldiers are suspected of being mentally corrupted, experiencing hallucinations, mania, and even voluntarily breaking away from the chain of command." But then he hesitated slightly. "So I judged that with the enemy situation unclear, reinforcements far away, and forces exhausted, if we stubbornly hold our ground, the entire army may be annihilated. Therefore, I decided to preserve the core of the army and withdraw from the front lines to preserve a glimmer of hope for the north." A long silence fell over the study. The fireplace crackled, sending sparks flying. Rudolph knew that every word he uttered was like walking on thin ice. The slightest mistake would be a sin against the entire army and a disgrace to the entire clan. Edmund remained motionless, simply placing his silver cup gently on the windowsill and listening quietly. The firelight reflected on the scars on his face, making the old wound seem to reopen and bleed. He already knew. A month ago, as his spies within the northern barbarian territory began to disappear one after another, he knew something was wrong. These weren't the first time they'd infiltrated the barbarian lands. They weren't easily exposed. At first, he told himself it might just be a delay in communication, a problem with the snowstorm, or perhaps the barbarian tribes had integrated a counter-espionage system. But he knew in his heart that was just self-deception. True fear didn't come from the enemy, but from ignorance. He watched helplessly as the northern front became unfamiliar, unable to see or touch anything. Now, the truth Rudolph brought was more like a judgment on his own self-deception. Vines eroded the battlefield, death strengthened the enemy, soldiers' spirits were corrupted, and the Third Legion was utterly routed. That last glimmer of hope had just collapsed. He closed his eyes, almost losing all strength in an instant, remembering the 30,000 knights he could directly deploy 5 years ago, charging against the barbarians. And now? After the plague, the rebellion, the insect swarm, only a barely quantifiable 10,000 remained. He didn't need to wait for the complete collapse of the northern front, he could already see the future. This time, victory or defeat, the control of the north and the power of House Edmund would irreversibly decline. Even if they won, they couldn't regain the lost territory. Duke Edmund opened his eyes, looking at Rudolph's monocle. He really wanted to punch that lens, shattering his inherent arrogance in the process. But his clenched fist slowly loosened the next second. Even a hint of extremely restrained gentleness appeared on his face. "General, you didn't forget to maintain military discipline on your way back to the city. It's truly commendable that your subordinates were able to maintain military discipline." His tone was so light it was almost like praise. Everything was as usual. He nodded slightly again, then instructed, "You've worked hard for many days. Go and rest in the VIP building first. Tomorrow, we'll compile the detailed battle report and present it to the capital." Not a word was mentioned about the defeat, the retreat, or the responsibility. Rudolph finally exhaled slowly from his chest. He had barely passed this hurdle. But he knew very well that this didn't mean Duke Edmund would really let him off the hook. Those icy, indifferent eyes merely moved the knife half an inch away from his neck, ready to fall again at any moment. He had to act immediately. He had to contact his relatives and friends in the capital as soon as possible, weaving a net to protect his life. He had to package his retreat, abandonment, or even desertion as a decision to safely preserve his strength. Thinking this, he lowered his head, gave the Duke a steady military salute, then turned and followed a butler up the corridor leading to the VIP building. Rudolph's footsteps faded into the distance, and the door closed slightly. Edmund leaned against the window and whispered, "He has the strength of a high-ranking extraordinary knight. We can't be careless. Get several more tracked immediately, and make sure it's clean and swift." The guard immediately obeyed, responded in a deep voice, and hurriedly left. Edmund slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and stood up from his chair. He reached for the map case and spread the heavy scrolls one by one on the long table. The candlelight illuminated the edges of the battle map, its worn corners frayed, like the shattered defenses of the northern frontier. He wouldn't allow himself a moment's hesitation, even after confirming the worst-case scenario. "Calm down," he murmured to himself. 30,000 men were all the troops he could directly mobilize at his disposal. If he could complete a mobilization of the entire territory within 3 days, and then pressure and coerce various noble families and factions in the northern frontier, he might be able to gather a total of 70,000. There was still a good chance of victory, and as long as he could hold out, the capital would move. He had to buy time for the entire empire. He deployed with lightning speed, dividing the response into 4 levels of objectives. Level 1 mobilization objective, the Cold Iron Legion, Silver Fang Legion, and Broken Edge Legion, all directly subordinate forces, were to assemble within 3 days and be stationed around New Frost Spear. He ordered his deputy to first deploy the defenses, repair river defenses, lay oil pits, and clear cover forests. Level 2 response objective, send urgent call to battle messages to border generals with high loyalty, such as Earl Hutton and the Cell family. The third level of objectives was to win over weak military forces, such as the southern settlers and the 6th and 12th legions of the Empire, allowing them to remain stationed in their own territories, but not to be relied upon for the time being. The fourth level of objectives was to reject certain families with clandestine contact with barbarians, secretly drafting a kill list, if they refused to respond to the mobilization order. Shadow guards would be dispatched to eliminate them immediately. Simultaneously, he issued decrees. Administrative resources would be prioritized for wartime mobilization, including food, iron ore, armor, livestock, and transport horses. Craftsmen would work day and night, producing weapons, shields, and siege equipment at 3 times the normal speed. Local granaries would be frozen, and the entire territory would adopt a wartime rationing system, prioritizing allocation according to the battlefront level. Anyone obstructing the mobilization would be punished for endangering military orders. Anyone refusing to answer the call would be wanted, their property confiscated, and their land seized. He knew this would offend many nobles, but he had no time for compromise. He didn't want their hearts, but their soldiers. Afterwards, he wrote several more letters. The first letter was to the capital, proactively reporting the defeat at Windflame Valley and requesting intelligence support. Regarding Rudolph, he abruptly changed the subject, writing simply, "General Rudolph of the 6th Army fought to the last moment at Windflame Valley and died a heroic death." The second letter was to his son-in-law, Louis. Louis was one of his most trusted relatives. Under his rule, order was restored, commerce flourished, and the people were stable, almost a miracle in the north, untouched by war and disease. However, he had only been in the north for 3 years, his foundation was unstable, and his military was weak. Edmund subtly expressed his concerns in the letter, reminding him to defend the southeastern part of the north, and that the eastern flank must be firmly established. He personally wrote dozens of letters, sealing, stamping, and waxing them, then handing them one by one to the waiting Swiftbirds, ordering them to immediately depart for their respective locations. The mist churned in the valleys, like a slowly receding tide. The morning air at Kingai Ridge was bitingly cold. A damp, chilly wind carried fine snowflakes that lashed against his leather armor and cloak, leaving icy, damp streaks. Lewis stood on a platform halfway up the cliff face, his cloak fluttering in the wind. His gaze swept over the cliff beyond the platform, overlooking the defensive fortifications taking shape below. Folding wood and an iron chevaux de frise, winding along the valley path, combined with flaming oil nozzles and trapdoors, resembled a giant, barbed steel serpent slithering across the snow. Occasionally, a craftsman would lift the snow-covered cloth, revealing the cold gleam of barbed iron chains. Ballistae and cannons were pushed onto newly erected supports, their wooden wheels creaking dully on the ice. "Raise the angle of the chute over there by half a foot," Lewis said, pointing to the higher rock face. A group of knights draped in snow-white cloaks immediately responded, dragging thick wooden beams and oil canisters, climbing the treacherous mountain path towards their designated positions. Although the suggestion was insignificant, it was mainly Lewis's way of making his presence felt. On the other side, soldiers were using crowbars and iron wedges to wed boulders into the trough. Once released, these hundreds of pounds-weight stones would cascade down the slide, becoming a deadly landslide. He looked up into the depths of the valley entrance, the enemy's inevitable route. If they dared to venture into this snow-shrouded canyon, they would be trapped in a hell of crossfire and falling rocks, part of the deadly web Lewis had personally woven. Just then, a knight arrived on a frost-covered warhorse, handing him a letter bearing the seal of Frost Spear City. Lewis took it, glancing at the crack in the wax seal, and unfolded the parchment. The handwriting was hurried, the ink still wet, conveying a cold urgency. Duke Edmund reported that the main force of the northern barbarians had crossed the northwest defense line and described the horrific phenomena caused by the enemy's deaths. He ordered Lewis to guard the southeastern pass strictly and not to be redeployed. Lewis folded the letter, sealed with triple wax by the Military Affairs Department, and tucked it into a hidden compartment on his desk, as if casually putting away a bill. In fact, he already knew most of its contents, perhaps even more, before the letter arrived. After all, he had some kind of cheat code. The closer the daily intelligence system got to war, the more urgent, dense, and unsettling the information became. That strange northern barbarian army was like a layer of frost peeled away, revealing the flesh and barbs beneath. Among this intelligence, 2 points were most important. The first, when a northern barbarian soldier dies in battle, his corpse instantly bursts into twisted sparks of plant flesh and blood, releasing a scorching red mist that envelopes nearby northern barbarian warriors, causing their anger and power to surge. Only by interrupting their anger can this boost be stopped. This made Lewis's brow furrow. Anger is the cheapest and most turbulent fuel on the battlefield, yet the enemy had transformed it into contagious force. So he summoned Hilko and ordered him to develop a secret weapon in the shortest possible time, specifically to deal with this kind of thing. However, since it had never been used in actual combat, its effectiveness was still uncertain. The second piece of information, a northern barbarian army of over 5,000 men will cross Kingai Ridge from Binghay County in 7 days, heading straight for the heart of Chicheo territory. This intelligence sent a cold glint in his eyes. Kingayu Ridge was where he made his name. A canyon carved by blades and snow, so narrow that an army could be reduced to a pile of corpses in a single day. It was there that he cut off the Snow Oath's reinforcements. So, several days before this letter arrived, he had quietly left the main city, leading his elite troops straight to Kingayu Ridge, setting a trap in the canyon the barbarian army was bound to pass through. When the enemy appeared at the canyon entrance, what awaited them was not a skirmish, but a meticulously planned ambush, destined to leave the northern barbarians bloodied and bruised. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Demon Flame Hell. Carlos Shattered Axe, born into the Shattered Axe tribe, was the chieftain's son. However, on that day, Titus's battle axe cleaved his father's helmet, splattering blood everywhere. Carlos roared and lunged forward, but in the next instant, the whispered words of the scorching vine court pierced his ears. This instantly altered the anger in his heart, turning the hatred for his father's death into a stagnant pool. When he looked up again, his enemy had become his master, and his foe had become his faith. From then on, he followed Titus with renewed loyalty, personally selected by Titus as one of his rising stars. But this time, when the military order sent him to the southeast, his heart was filled with disdain. The main force was fighting a bloody battle against the tough nut on the Empire's northern border, yet he was being transferred to attack a desolate place? The southeastern defense line? In his eyes, it was nothing more than remote mountains and valleys, defended by a motley crew on the Empire's periphery. Even with a few knights, they couldn't withstand the onslaught of his 5,000 elite troops. This wasn't a battle of honor, but a waste of his opportunity to achieve glory on the main battlefield. In the days that followed his southward march from Icy County, his contempt was confirmed. His army crushed the scattered Imperial garrisons along the way like wolves crushing snow rabbits. Those soldiers didn't even have time to sound their horns before being engulfed in the snow by axes and spears. The victory was so simple it bored him. As he stood at the entrance to clear for the Ridge Valley, gazing at the towering snow cliffs on either side, his contempt deepened. It was a narrow valley nestled between two mountains, its entrance shrouded in morning mist, white as a lifeless clump of fur. Carlos reined in his horse and looked around. The mountain walls were silent, no beacon fires, no sentries. He chuckled, his judgment solidified. What a foolish prey, such a perfect ambush site unguarded. Once he led his army into it, the entire southeastern north would be beneath his feet. And he was completely unaware that behind the mountain mist, a pair of indifferent eyes had been waiting for days. The biting wind of Kingayu Ridge, carrying snowflakes, lashed against his face like invisible blades. Lewis stood on a high point in the canyon, hidden by rock walls and snow. Behind him rows of knights awaiting orders. The sound of hooves grew louder as a knight galloped up the canyon entrance, his armor still damp with snow. He dismounted, knelt on one knee, and said, "Lord Lewis, the enemy vanguard has entered the northern canyon." Lewis's eyes narrowed. He took the binoculars from his adjutant and slowly raised them. The distant snow mist was pushed aside by a heavy aura, and the enemy vanguard finally appeared. First to come into view were a group of heavily armored magical beasts wrapped in vines. They were enormous, their backs covered in plant scales of gray-green and iron, from which a moist, reddish mist seeped, rising and falling slowly like breath. These behemoths walked on many legs, each step carving knee-deep craters into the snow. The crimson mist exhaled carried a pungent odor, and wherever it passed, the air groaned with a low, unnatural rumble. On the other side of the mist, the figures of the northern barbarian knights emerged. They rode various bizarre, mutated mounts. Each knight's shoulder helmet bearing the brand of a ceremonial crown. Their rough, heavy armor gleamed in the crimson mist, and their eyes burned with fanaticism. Then, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the snow mist. Dozens of frost giants descended from the northern slope, each step causing the snow cliffs to tremble slightly. They wielded massive hammers powerful enough to shatter city gates, or dragged chains bound with iron hooks. Their exhaled icy breath instantly crystallized in the air, turning into fine ice shards that fell in a soft rustling sound. The heavy hooves, the friction of the chains, and the low growls of the beasts intertwined, like a torrent about to surge from the earth. For anyone else, the sheer force of this spectacle would be enough to shake their spirit. Lewis simply lowered his binoculars, narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "They're here. Take your positions. Move out the moment the signal comes." On the snowy cliffs, the ballistae, fuel tanks, and tinder traps were already poised and ready. A cold wind swept through, and the battle line was so quiet that only the soft rustling of snow could be heard. The entire Kingayu Ridge held its breath, waiting for the order. No one believed that the barbarian vanguard would cross this snow-covered mountain path today. Even less did anyone expect that Lewis would set up an ambush here, since no one except himself knew of the existence of the daily intelligence system. The crimson mist rolled forward, obscuring the cliff faces on both sides. When they reached the middle of the gorge, the snow suddenly seemed different. In some areas, the snow was thin and hard, gleaming strangely underfoot, like a shell of ice that had been doused with hot water and then frozen into a brittle crust. Occasionally, hollow thump-thump sounds came from beneath their hooves, as if they were stepping into buried cavities. But the sounds of war drums and beast roars echoed through the crimson mist, drowned out by the clamor, almost unnoticed. The front-line behemoths twitched their nostrils, catching a faint, oily scent. However, they were enveloped by the pre-battle fury and the stimulation of the crimson mist. Their olfactory warnings were quickly masked, becoming a faint illusion ignored by all. Snow mist, crimson mist, the sound of war drums. To Carlos, it was merely an overwhelming advance. As part of the barbarian army entered the canyon, Lewis stood on a concealed high point at the entrance to Kingayu Ridge. He flicked his finger lightly. The crisp snap was quickly swallowed by the snow mist, Yet it traveled precisely. A waiting knight raised his war horn to his lips. The hoarse, deep sound pierced through the crimson mist and snowstorm, like a summons from the abyss. The long-planned ambush had begun. Carlos rode atop a massive magical beast, his gaze sweeping back and forth through the crimson mist and snow shadows. Whoosh! Suddenly, an unfamiliar battle horn sounded, and his brow furrowed sharply, as if pierced by an ice needle. Before he could give the order, a chilling groan came from the ground beneath his feet. Then, the ground cracked open with fissures, and intense light burst forth from beneath the snow. The burning oil barricades ignited, transforming into raging fire serpents that surged along the pre-dug trenches, slicing the already chaotic barbarian army into pieces. The flames were not simply caused by oil, but a purgatory of fire mixed with fire scale ointment and flint oil. Thick, greedy, and impossible to extinguish. The heavily armored magical beasts bore the brunt, their plant scales seemingly doused with boiling water under the intense heat, sap overflowing and rising as a pungent white mist. The thorns in the gaps between the scales crackled and popped from the heat. Bang! The overflowing thick sap ignited instantly, emitting a short, sharp sound. These vines and plant scales possess exceptional heat resistance, rendering ordinary flames insignificant. However, Lewis's specially crafted fire scale ointment and flint oil have an adhesion far surpassing common flammable agents. Once ignited, they adhere tenaciously to the armor plates and vines, relentlessly biting like greedy venomous snakes no matter how the monster thrashed or writhed. The temperature is so high that it distorts and trembles the air. The already strangely resilient vines offer no resistance under this intense heat. Their outer layer rapidly dries, cracks, and shrinks. The flames then climb along the vines, bursting open with a pop, splattering boiling green sap that instantly ignites upon landing. The fat buried beneath the vines, forced by the high temperature, continuously swells and bursts. Bang! 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 Each burst is accompanied by a short, sharp bang, turning the seams of the monster's armor plates into fiery fissures. A colossal beast howled in agony, half its head blasted into a bloody mess of flesh and charred bone in the exploding oil and fire, its shattered jawbone crashing into the arms of a cavalryman behind it. The intense heat of the flames splattered onto the barbarian warriors' faces and armor, instantly igniting their fur and clothing. The knights let out piercing screams, their cries swallowed by the roar of war drums, crimson mist, and flames, like wails from the depths of hell. And it wasn't just one. Some of the less intelligent magical beasts had been driven mad by the fire, their eyes filled with despair. They retreated uncontrollably, charging and crashing about, emitting low, distorted roars mixed with piercing screams, as if begging the earth for mercy. Their massive bodies charged wildly, knocking down and crushing the cavalry and their mounts that followed. Carlos was protected by his battle aura. The flames couldn't harm him yet, but the scorching, choking air choked his breath, and his chest ached as it filled with flames. "Ah!" he roared, raising his battle axe with all his might. But the only response was the echoing heat wave of the canyon, and a hellish curtain of crimson mist and flames. How could there be an ambush? Carlos's anger and unease surged simultaneously. An intelligence leak? No, impossible. No one could possibly know, but his remaining rationality and battlefield instincts led him to make a choice: advance. However, just as the vanguard stepped into the fire-reddened clearing, boom, boom boom boom, the muffled magic explosive mines were triggered deep underground, the explosions roaring like a giant beast in the canyon, carrying a tidal wave of shockwaves. Crack, bang, 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 countless cracking and exploding sounds followed, the air ripped apart, and the shockwaves, like an invisible tidal wave, instantly tore apart the armor and scales of the heavily armored monsters and cavalry. Torn pieces of flesh and armor, charred black by the intense heat, were sent hurtling back towards the rear with a shriek in the shockwave. They splattered onto the snow, creating billowing white mists and a pungent, acrid smell. A frost giant growled and leaned forward, trying to avoid the flames, but the blasts, like an avalanche, sent it staggering. The protective vines and ice around its body cracked and peeled away under the intense heat, revealing the grayish-blue, fissured flesh beneath. Dark blue giant blood was forced out, gushing from the split flesh like scalding ink. It splattered onto the snow with a hissing sound, instantly turning into pungent white mist. The colossal body lost its balance in the blast and flames, crashing to the ground. Its weight, several tons in size, crushed the monsters and knights behind it like a boulder falling from a cliff. The armor was crushed to pieces, bones cracking and splintering under the weight, blood trickling down the snow-covered gullies, glowing crimson in the firelight. High above, Lewis, through the billowing crimson mist, watched this hellish scene, a slight smile playing on his lips, his eyes devoid of pity. "It's like the gates of hell have opened," he murmured, as if watching a grand spectacle. Then, he abruptly raised his hand and commanded, "Ranged fire, suppress." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The ballista high above emitted a dull, low twang, the bow trembling slightly with each bounce. Thick, armor-piercing bolts, trailing blazing flames, hurtled down like a meteor shower tearing through the blood-red sky. Blazing streaks of fire traced white trails in the crimson mist, instantly plunging into the enemy ranks. Bang! The first magic exploding bolt pierced the heavily armored beast's forehead, exploding in flames behind its head, splattering bone fragments and blood everywhere. Following closely behind, crossbow bolts rained down, embedding themselves in armor seams, piercing chests, and tearing the enemy ranks to shreds. Boom! 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 Several magic explosive shells fell in succession, the shockwaves causing the snow-covered ground to churn like a sea. Flames and debris, mixed with shrill blasts, slammed into the enemy's faceplates, causing ear-piercing pain. Warriors at the blast points were thrown into the air, landing as charred limbs. Nearby magical beasts were blasted off their feet, their heavy bodies spinning in the air before crashing into the blood and snow-covered mire. Explosions, screams, and the clatter of metal mingled together, echoing like a hellish symphony in the canyon, annihilating the cavalry and magical beasts attempting to break through in flames. If everything had gone according to Lewis's plan, these heavily armored magical beasts would have been buried in this valley amidst the flames and crossbow bolts. However, an unexpected event occurred. The first fallen magical beast brought about a change that should not have happened. Its massive body was engulfed in flames, its scales and vines charred and peeling away, and it should have remained still in the scorching smoke. However, from the gaping wound, a strange cluster of red flowers suddenly sprang forth, the flames possessing the texture of flesh and blood, scarlet and moist. The next instant, the red flowers exploded, spewing forth billowing red mist. The mist was so thick it seemed to have been boiled in blood, mixed with a sweet, rotten stench, instantly enveloping the surrounding barbarian soldiers. A heart-wrenching roar echoed from within the mist. Several barbarian soldiers, riddled with arrows and swaying precariously, suddenly straightened up. Their muscles swelled as if inflated, their veins writhed like earthworms, and vines grew wildly from their wounds and armor seams, coiling around their entire bodies, transforming into a second layer of living armor. The battlefield began to grow. Every corpse became a seedbed, the charred bodies splitting open, blooming blood-red flowers, their centers spewing forth even more vines and red mist. Crimson light and mist intertwined to form a swirling canopy, transforming the entire valley entrance into a pulsating, living abyss. The barbarian knights, tainted by the red mist, not only stood upright amidst the flames but seemed imbued with some kind of frenzied power. Flames leaped across their armor and vines, neither burning nor deterring them. Their eyes were hollow yet burning, their breaths laced with the growls of wild beasts, their movements blurring with speed. They began to climb along the gaps in the fire line and the shadows of the valley walls, their target the concealed marksmen on the higher ground. The light of the flames only reflected their savage grins. On the high ground, Lewis, through his binoculars, felt a chill wash over him, not from the wind and snow. These were not warriors, they were hunting beasts fed on rage and death. Chapter 285 Cutting Off Anger. The corpses cracked open their charred shells, spilling crimson vines and fleshy petals, like some kind of morbid greenhouse spreading wildly across the battlefield. The vines coiled around the dead beasts, snapping their necks, their roots burrowing into the knight's wounds, digging deep into their flesh, as if using corpses to incubate rage. Wounded beasts howled and fell, only to rise again instantly, nourished by the crimson mist, their eyes bloodshot, their steps faster and more ferocious than in life. The mist engulfed the charging knights, blurring their figures, but amplifying their killing intent. Those who should have stopped at wounds, flames, and arrows now roared, charging towards the high cliffs, towards the concealed crossbowmen and snipers. Lewis observed this scene coldly through his monocular telescope. He already knew from daily intelligence and the Duke's letters that this monster's legion possessed a strange ability: the dead could grant the living amplified power. Yet, when he witnessed this frenzied charge, ignoring all harm, a moment of surprise still lingered in his heart. It wasn't courage, but a mad tidal wave of deathly energy and fury forcibly dragged onto the battlefield. It could amplify power 4 or 5 times and completely sever fear. But his expression remained calm. He merely raised his hand slightly and ordered the soldiers behind him, reload all the frostbite soul-shattering bullets. Several knights specializing in heavy firepower immediately sprang into action, opening heavy iron chests and retrieving short, stubby projectiles, their surfaces engraved with blue magical runes and their centers faintly glowing black. They were quickly loaded into short-barreled launchers, their metal inner walls gleaming. The lever was pulled down, a deep, resonant boom echoing through the air. One by one, projectiles trailed eerie blue arcs as they plunged into the thickest cloud of blood mist at the bottom of the valley. These were no ordinary magic explosive bullets. These were the ultimate weapon, the frostbite soul-shattering bullets that Lewis had personally crafted for Hilco after learning of the weaknesses of the scorching vine garden. It used the crystal core of a soul-eating lizard, polished into an oval shape by an alchemist and inlaid with a tiny rune array. The explosion released a powerful mental shockwave, directly striking the brain's emotional center, instantly extinguishing all anger. Furthermore, it contained a frost vine leaf sac, a low-temperature, easily cracked potion sac that released a cold mist upon explosion, the powder seeping into the bloodstream and rapidly suppressing adrenaline and berserk hormone secretion. Of course, this thing had never been tested in actual combat. Even Lewis wasn't sure if it would work. Until the moment it landed, boom. The blue shockwave exploded in the valley like an invisible meteor. The sound wasn't an explosion, but a deafening roar that could tear nerves apart, as if a war drum had been pounded into eardrums. The air suddenly compressed, even the crimson mist was forcefully pushed aside by a circular, transparent ripple. Within a 50-meter radius of the blast center, the movements of the barbarian soldiers and magical beasts all froze. Their eyes, like candle flames extinguished, abruptly dimmed from crimson to stagnant water. Facial muscles lost their expression, weapons half raised in the air, even their balance forgotten. A galloping warhorse lost its momentum mid-air, crashing to the ground like a rag doll with its strings cut. The next instant, cold mist, like thousands of sharp ice needles, erupted from the epicenter, piercing every breath, every inch of exposed skin. The sensation was bone-chillingly cold, yet strangely numb. It was as if adrenaline had been forcibly switched off, rage extinguished by an invisible hand, replaced by a profound emptiness. A barbarian knight uttered a low, confused sound. The mental impact of the frostbite soul-shattering bullet severed his emotional connection with the scorching vine garden like a sharp blade. Rage vanished instantly, leaving only the raw instinct for survival, an instinct that needed an immediate outlet. Before he could even distinguish friend from foe, the spear pierced through the familiar trajectory, embedding itself in the nearest body clad in vine armor. Even though it was a comrade charging alongside him, chaos spread like wildfire. More knights, their emotions shattered, lost all discernment, blindly swinging their swords, parrying, and roaring. The once roaring war beasts and giants, their voices now trembled as if their spines had been broken, their limbs stiffening, unable to take another step forward. Their eyes no longer held the raging flames that tore everything apart, but were now heavy with frost, hesitant, even fearful. At that moment, the killing tide in the valley seemed to be frozen solid by blue, chilling light. Watching the enemy soldiers slaughtering each other in the valley, Lewis couldn't help but smile. As soon as he saw the intelligence, he immediately ordered Hilco to begin manufacturing these magic explosive bombs. But before this, he had never truly faced the berserkers of the scorching vine garden, nor was he sure how effective they would be. And now, the answer was written in the blood of the barbarians in the valley. The magic explosion was like a death knell tailor-made for these monsters, severing their rage and causing them to crumble in fear. This made his excitement surge like a flame. After all, that hellish scene was the result of his meticulous calculations. It was as satisfying as receiving the exam questions a few days in advance. However, he knew very well that the opportunity was fleeting, lasting at most a few dozen seconds. The power of the red mist was being weakened, but the roots of the vine garden were still spreading wildly. If it dragged on any longer, the living vine wall would devour the entire defensive line. Lewis immediately made the decision that heavy weapons had to be deployed. So, more than 50 steel beasts simultaneously emerged from the flanks of the valley and the valley entrance, appearing on the battlefield. The mad bulls, clad in cold iron armor, emerged from the snow, their breath exhaling white mist, their hooves sounding like war drums, pulling the heavy armored combat platforms specially made by the Crimson Tide territory. The magic steel frames of the chariots were covered with thick armor, and the piercing hooks extending from the sides gleamed coldly in the firelight. Archers were already in position in the firing ports on both sides of the vehicle, their magic explosive projectiles and flamethrowers ready to fire. Each steel beast was flanked by a squad of about 20 Crimson Tide Knights, providing flank cover. Their mission was clear: eliminate any remaining enemies and protect the chariots from close-quarters destruction. Their priority, of course, was self-preservation, followed by the preservation of the battle platform. At the forefront, Crimson Tide Legion Commander Lambert led the charge. His black-armored warhorse spewed white mist, its hooves thundering like war drums. He raised his lance high and charged directly into the carnage of crimson mist and flames. The roaring steel bulls dragged the chariots, their iron hooves crushing vines and flesh, the splattered blood instantly vaporizing in the scorching flames. The piercing hooks on the sides of the chariots extended and retracted, hurling barbarian beasts and riders into the air. The knights charged close to the chariots, advancing along the gaps created by the hooks. The spear pierced a barbarian's armor with precision, then the blade swiftly severed the fallen enemy. In that instant, the roar of fire and metal drowned out the screams, and the Crimson Tide's edge swept across the valley entrance like a tidal wave. However, the crushed barbarian corpses did not immediately fall silent. Once their flesh, strengthened by the crimson mist, collapsed, their skin swelled and cracked within seconds, splattering flesh and bone fragments to reveal dark red vines as tough as steel wire. The vines grew wildly, clinging to the armor plates of the steel beasts, their fleshy flowers unfurling tentacles and serrated fangs, spewing corrosive and suffocating blood mist. On past battlefields, these would have been enough to turn most warhorses into scrap metal. But today, their fangs gnawed at the cold iron. Each steel beast's chariot was forged from the highest-grade cold iron ore reserves of the Crimson Tide territory. The coldness suppressed the corrosiveness of the crimson mist, and its toughness was sufficient to withstand the full force of a battering ram's blow. The blood mist condensed into dark frost on the surface of the cold iron, but failed to corrode even a single dent. Vines climbed onto the chariot, only to be caught in the gaps of the thick armor, and then crushed into dust by the wheels and chain teeth. Flesh flowers rushed to the vicinity of the flamethrowers, but before their petals could even close, they were blasted away by the high-pressure flames and burned to ashes. The steel beast, fearless, counterattacked with a sea of fire. The flamethrowers on the front and sides of the chariot opened simultaneously, and blazing blue flames shot along the vines, burning large areas of flesh flowers into charred fragments. The knights used fire-scale oil bottles and flamethrowers to finish off the remaining debris, igniting the acrid smoke which was dispersed by the strong wind. Lambert, in the firelight, ordered, "Advance in sections. Chariots crush the enemy, knights provide fire support, second wave pushes forward." The steel beast surged like an iron wave, crushing the unburned corpses and vines. The knights weaved through the gaps, providing fire support and finishing blows, clearing away everything cleanly. The second echelon immediately took over, pressing forward with unwavering resolve, giving the enemy no chance to regroup. The barbarian warriors who should have fallen convulsed violently under the influence of the red mist, their adrenaline surging, their muscles swelling instantly, their skin tearing and bleeding. Their pupils dilated into narrow, beastly eyes, their breathing becoming low growls. The flames were meaningless to them, they felt no pain. A berserker dragging a broken leg, like a beast unleashed from its chains, lunged at a Crimson Tide Knight. A spear pierced his chest, but his bloodied hands still gripped the shaft tightly, pulling the knight and armor into the vines. The next moment, the barbed vines tightened like whips, ensnaring both of them in a vortex of flesh and blood. On the other side, a berserker warrior, his back ablaze, leaped onto a steel beast, hooking his bare hands around the fire-breathing port, his fingers digging into the metal plates with a piercing tearing sound. Until a magic explosive bomb detonated just an arm's length away, blasting him into the bloody mist. The outer knights roared and formed a steel shield wall, holding off the berserker's charge. Heavy crossbowmen calmly fired through the gaps in the shield wall, magic explosive arrows exploding into bursts of crimson fireworks among the enemy ranks. Steel beasts swung their hooked spears, their wheels grinding through the mud, flinging away the approaching barbarians, and then finishing them off with their fire-breathing blasts. These frenzied attacks did indeed keep the Crimson Tide Knights busy, forcing their lines to retreat slightly several times, and even briefly entangled several chariots. But thanks to their thick defenses, skillful coordination, and the cover provided by the steel beasts, they held their ground, turning each charge into a funeral for the enemy. Except for a few unfortunate soldiers dragged away by vines, most of the Crimson Tide Knights remained safely in their ranks. But not all counterattacks were effectively stopped. From the depths of the crimson mist came heavy, slow footsteps, like war drums beating underground. A massive, almost monstrous black figure emerged from the blood mist. It was Carlos, still alive on this hellish battlefield. His double-edged axe rested on his shoulder, the blade still dripping with undried blood. Crimson mist enveloped his entire body, his muscles bulging so much that his skin seemed to burst, oozing dark red blood like molten lava seeping from cracks in rock. With each breath, his chest heaved rapidly like a bellows, his exhaled breath carrying the sweet, metallic scent of blood. His crimson eyes shone blindingly in the smoke, like wax burning in hellfire. The movement of raising the axe created a visible shockwave, and the air was sharply sliced apart the moment the blade struck. Boom! The steel beast's thick side armor plates caved in, the metal twisting and groaning. Before his opponent could react, Carlos swiftly flicked his wrist, tearing off a section of armor plate covered in scraps of iron, and hurled it at a nearby knight, sending him and his shield tumbling into the blood-soaked water. The next strike met the hook spear head-on. The metal arm shattered like a dry branch under his brute force, oil spurting out and splashing onto his bare shoulders and back like a fresh layer of blood-red battle paint. He growled, snapping the broken spear shaft in two and casually plunging it into the chest of a knight trying to approach. Vines were crushed beneath his feet, mud and blood billowing up like splashing crimson waves. Behind him, dozens of elite berserkers followed closely. Their skin was wrapped in layers of black vines, the ends of which burrowed directly into their flesh, writhing like living creatures sucking from within. Each time a strike tore open their bodies, blood spurted out, and the vines rapidly extended and intertwined, forcibly sewing the wounds shut, even pushing new chunks of flesh out of the openings. They were like gods of slaughter leaping from mythology. The first berserker rammed head-on into a steel bowl, the bowl's flames scorching his face, but he ignored it. The next second, the giant axe swept across, cleaving the beast's head and half its neck bone away. It arced through the air, scalding blood gushing out, before crashing to the ground. Another berserker rushed to the side of the steel beast's compartment, tearing a crack in the armor with his bare hands. His fingers dug into the metal seams, ripping the hatch open like paper. The knight operator inside had just raised his sword when a giant hand grabbed his helmet and dragged him out by the neck bone, the axe blade slashing down. Blood splattered across the chariot's side, the hue turning into a crimson mist in the cold wind. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in blood and fire, screams, roars, and the cracking of metal mingling together. The outer knight formation was forced to retreat, the shield wall crumbled, and the breach, like a bloody gash torn open by a ferocious beast, rapidly widened along the battle line. These berserkers, engulfed in the crimson mist, had lost their minds. Rage burned within them like a raging fire, driving them to tear and crush forward, almost disregarding any tactics or defense. This made them not only ferocious but also easily manipulated and lured. Just then, Lewis's order echoed across the battlefield through the sound of horns. Quickly! Take them away! Several lightly armored knights charged out in response, circling Carlos and his elite troops, unleashing bursts of crossbow bolts, provocatively appearing and disappearing at the edge of the crimson mist, enticing them to roar and chase, away from the main battle formation. As the formidable enemy entered the preset firing range, the firing ports of the steel beasts flashed simultaneously. Boom! 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 A barrage of magic explosive shells erupted, the shock waves creating wave after wave of crimson mist, flames and bits of flesh tumbling through the air. Flamethrowers spewed flames from the sides of the chariots, instantly igniting the berserkers who charged forward, while heavy crossbow bolts pierced their chests one after another. Carlos's wounds were being stitched up by vines, but the scorching flames and the shockwaves of the explosions gradually slowed his movements, his heavy breathing sounding like a boulder pressing on his chest. He raised his axe, ready to charge again, but was struck head-on by a magic explosion, the impact sending him staggering backward. Crimson mist dissipated around him, his knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. He raised his head defiantly, his eyes still burning with unquenched hatred. But the next moment, the final bolt from the steel beast's heavy crossbow pierced his heart. Carlos crashed to the ground, his battle axe rolling several times in the mud before finally coming to a stop. Chapter 286 The Calamity of the North. The air thick with the stench of blood and corpses churned through the valley, flames mingling with the stench of blood, forming a veritable hellscape. The bodies of 5,000 barbarian knights lay strewn across the mud and blood, the remains of giant beasts crushing surrounding rocks, charred bones still smoldering. The crimson mist hadn't completely dissipated, thick as churned old blood, shimmering eerily dark red in the light. Yet, the knights of the Crimson Tide territory moved steadily through it, their faces framed by silver-rimmed transparent masks, the edges inlaid with pale blue patterns, the viscous potion extracted from frostlef vine, slowly releasing a thin mist with each breath, isolating them from any mental interference. Their eyes, peering through the masks, were cold and focused, unmoved by the crimson mist, their movements swift and decisive. The remaining, out-of-control barbarian remnants were stabbed down, the burning oil spilling from the bottles onto the piles of corpses, instantly igniting with a deafening explosion. Flames pounced on flesh and blood like a wild beast, devouring, charring, and turning to ash. Vines and flesh and blood flowers convulsed and withered in the flames, and the moment the petals turned to ash, a nauseatingly sweet, burnt smell filled the air. A knight bent down, the tip of his blade picking up a section of unburnt dark red vine and a few flower hearts still faintly glowing. They were carefully placed into a potion jar encased in cold iron, sealed tightly, and handed to the knight behind him. Alchemists would dissect these things in the research labs of Crimson Tide City, trying to understand their origins and weaknesses. The flames continued to burn, the firelight reflecting off the knight's silver armor, like a slowly advancing line of cold iron statues. Lewis stood on the scorched earth, his gaze piercing through the lingering red mist, landing on the charred corpses. He didn't think this was an easy victory. If he hadn't known for days that this barbarian tribe would pass through this place and hadn't carefully laid a trap, they probably would have already silently reached the gates of Crimson Tide City. Even so, the cost still made his heart tighten. 4 steel beasts destroyed, over 30 knights killed, several chariots shattered by the vines and monsters, and nearly a third of their magical explosive reserves depleted. And these dead barbarians were just the tip of the iceberg of the southward-bound army, less than a tenth of their total strength. If a force of this size could repeatedly breach the defenses, the real disaster was yet to come. The southward advance of the barbarians might be even more terrifying than he had previously anticipated. "I hope this land can really hold out," he murmured. Next, he had to unite with the nobles of the southeast to first eliminate the surrounding barbarian invasions and ensure the safety of his own territory before considering supporting other fronts. At least until Duke Edmund summoned him, or until the daily intelligence system indicated a turning point in the war so he could reap the rewards, he wouldn't rashly mobilize his main force. This battle also made him aware of the shortcomings of his own weapons. For example, the design of the steel beasts being pulled by steel bulls was indeed incredibly powerful on the battlefield, but lacked flexibility and safety. If the enemy accurately kills the raging bull that's pulling, the massive steel beast will instantly become an iron coffin. If this problem isn't solved, the next loss will likely be even more devastating. It seems we must accelerate the development of fuel engines. Lewis withdrew his gaze, silently turned, and left. Flames burned behind him, dyeing the night sky crimson, just a minor victory in the long war raging across the north. Asta had only been in the north for a year. But with the resources allocated by the royal family and the guidance of his mentor, Cypher, he rebuilt a long-abandoned border town of Frost River Valley. Raising the Silver Dragon banner, establishing a camp, and making it his capital, he thought this would be the starting point for his foothold in the north. Until 2 days ago, that barbarian army shattered all of that. They crossed the Ice Rift Gorge, which the northerners called impassable, surging directly into the heart of Frost River Valley like a black tide. The outposts sent back no warnings, not a single scout team survived. When the intelligence reached Asta, the enemy was only half a day's journey from the town. He relied on the outer wooden and stone defenses, attempting to hold his ground. In the wind and snow, spears stood tall, crossbows were drawn taut, and muskets spat out faint heat. The line of fire resembled a black fence isolated in the white wasteland. But soon, the first monster charged out. It was a bloated barbarian warrior, his skin bulging with dark red vine veins, the parasitic scorching vines convulsing within his flesh like living creatures thirsting for blood. Even with a spear piercing his shoulder, he roared forward, smashing through the fence, tearing the defenders' breastplates like soaked parchment, hot blood spraying a crimson arc onto the snow. Then more figures pounced. Crossbow bolts pierced their chests and necks, only driving them into a frenzy, like provoked beasts, their roars echoing painfully in the wind and snow. From the snow mist on the horizon, Several enormous black figures slowly emerged. They were giants 5 meters tall, their skin covered in vine armor, wielding massive stone axes capable of shattering rooftops. Each strike was accompanied by the sounds of crumbling wooden walls and shattering human bones. Further away, the howls of monstrous beasts pierced the wind and snow. A heavily armored, skull-splitting rhinoceros charged into the ranks, sending entire rows of soldiers flying like straw. The parasitic vines wrapped around its back continued to lash out with sharp spikes as it charged, raining down on the rear ranks of the defenders. In the sky, several carrion-winged ravens circled low, swooping down to peck out the eyes of those struggling. Alchemical firearms jammed repeatedly in the extreme cold and damp snow. The gunpowder, damp and unable to ignite, failed to fire. Canisters of oil were thrown, only to be swung back by the enemy using living vines. Flames instantly engulfed a section of wooden wall, and the defending soldiers screamed as they fell in the firelight. In less than an hour, the defensive line was completely breached. Barbarians stormed into the town, their long axes hacking down wooden houses, vines bursting from the ground like venomous snakes, climbing the walls and rooftops, tearing entire buildings down by the roots. In the chaos of blizzard and flames, Asta watched his town being crushed into ruins. It was no longer a battle, but an unstoppable massacre. Within 2 days, 8 villages on the outskirts of Frost River Valley had fallen. Firelight raged between night and snow, illuminating charred beams and collapsed stone houses. On the snow, charred wheat, once stored in granaries, rolled and was now swept into the sky by the wind, its acrid smell filling the air. Dried meat and salted fish exploded in the flames, grease dripping down the steps of the granary doors, mingling with snowmelt to form a foul, brownish stream. Blankets, boots, and thick robes for warmth were dragged outside by the barbarians. Some were thrown directly into the fire, others trampled into the mud and snow, then crushed with the spiked soles of their boots. They weren't there to plunder, but to erase everything that could sustain life. Escape? There was no way out. The valley entrance had long been treacherous, a barrier woven from living roots and black vines, their thick, pillar-like roots intertwined and coiled. A knight attempting to break free had barely slashed through a few vines when a twisting branch ensnared his legs, dragging him back to the snow. His screams echoed rapidly through the snow mist, then were swallowed by the sharp crack of a vine snapping his throat. Of the original 2,000 soldiers, only half remained. Engineers, alchemists, construction workers, these invaluable technical personnel were almost entirely wiped out. The once formidable wooden and stone fortifications, the shelters, and the orderly streets were now scorched earth. Asta's year-long efforts in restoration had been completely erased by the snowstorm and flames. Not a single patch of clean snow could be found. The ground was either covered in blood, ash, or trampled corpses. The wooden beams of the council chamber cracked and sputtered from the flames, the roof threatening to collapse at any moment. Asta gripped his blood and snow-stained sword, surrounded by 29 royal guards. Heavy footsteps and the rustling of vines echoed from the doorway. Barbarian warriors, several times their number, were closing in, the air thick with the stench of burning wood and blood. The next instant, the heavy wooden door was smashed open. Snow poured in, followed by a force of nearly 100 silver dragon knights. They wore half-frozen armor, their shoulders and arms ravaged by battle wounds and scars, their spears gleaming sharply in the snow and firelight. "Cover His Highness," someone roared. Spears and blades thrust out simultaneously, pinning the first rank of barbarian warriors to burning beams. The narrowness of the battlefield meant that every swing was accompanied by flying debris, vines twisting on the ground, crackling sharply as they were ignited by oil. Asta, escorted by his guards, burst from the ruins, flames exploding behind him, illuminating the giant's silhouette in the snow and mist. The colossal figure swung a bone hammer, smashing down 3 knights who were providing cover. Their armor plates and blood splattered onto the snow, quickly burying them. The rescue team fell one after another, caught on the crossfire of the barbarians and parasitic vines. The original 100-strong knightly order was reduced to just over 50 by the time they successfully broke through, their armor riddled with cracks and frost. Asta looked back. His Frost River Valley territory, built with his own hands, was now nothing but flames, thick smoke, and ash swirling in the wind. And his army was less than a third of what it once was. When he led his remaining guards through the gates of New Frost Spear City, only survivors crawled out of the ruins. In the wartime council hall of Frost Spear City, the heavy doors and windows were sealed shut, leaving only the flickering light of oil lamps illuminating every tired and tense face. Battle reports, brought by swift birds, landed on the long table, hastily opened and read aloud by the stewards. Almost every letter was bad news. The northwest defense line was attacked by barbarians at dawn. The enemy broke through the breach on the south side of Winterhold Ridge, and the defenders suffered 70% casualties. Earl Hill was killed in action. The remnants of the 3rd Legion retreated south of the Stanahammer River. The enemy did not pursue them, suggesting a larger troop movement. To the northeast, 4 cities have lost contact, and the knights sent there have not returned, suggesting the entire city has been wiped out. A heavy silence fell over the hall as the last few words were read, broken only by the low thud of snow pounding against the city walls. As the meeting grew increasingly silent, Duke Edmund gestured for a steward to pass on another letter, this one from Lewis. As the letter was unfolded, the strong scent of ink wafted slightly under the oil lamp. The intelligence officer slowly read aloud, Red Tide Knights, 1/4 lost, 5,000 barbarian knights annihilated. In an instant, the entire meeting hall seemed frozen. Everyone was stunned at first, then looked up, their gazes shifting from the letter to the Duke, exchanging incredulous glances. For the past few days, they had received nothing but news of defeat and fall. Defenses crumbled, towns fell, knightly orders were annihilated. Almost every battle report was proof of the bloodshed that plagued the north. And now, suddenly, someone had routed a full 5,000 barbarian knights in this desperate situation. How is this possible? An old general with gray hair murmured, as if afraid that speaking out loud would shatter a beautiful dream. That's 5,000, a count almost dared not breathe, and that's the Red Tide territory, the size of Viscount Calvin's forces. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present knew that the standing army there was simply not enough to confront the main force of the barbarians head-on. A nobleman frowned suspiciously. Could it be an exaggeration? Asked to remain silent. How did he do that? The intelligence officer, his voice hoarse, flipped through the transcribed report. According to multiple investigations, this number should be true, but the specific battle losses haven't been fully ascertained. Duke Edmund pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Lewis is a war genius. If he truly slew 5,000 barbarians, that would be a remarkable achievement. But I suspect he underestimated his own losses. It's more to reassure us. In reality, Lewis deliberately inflated the casualty figures to avoid making the casualty ratio too exaggerated. In fact, only a dozen or so had died. The letter also included a brief suggestion. Those monsters were driven by rage, and one could try using mental weapons or spells to interrupt their berserk state. Edmund sighed and instructed his steward, reply to Lewis, instructing him to continue holding the southeastern defense line of the north. The ensuing analysis quickly descended into debate. Some advocated diverting troops to rescue the vassal cities in the northeast to prevent the barbarians from further expanding the encirclement. Others insisted on holding the existing fortresses and awaiting imperial reinforcements. Some suggested a direct retreat to the north, preserving the nobility and core forces. But this plan was met with fierce criticism and ridicule. We won't get reinforcements, an old general slammed his fist on the map. At this rate, the entire north will be nothing but scorched earth. What we need is a counterattack, not a huddle. Another young viscount nearly drew his sword and slammed it on the table. A counterattack? With what will you use to fight back? The arguments rose and fell, each plan seemingly having a fatal flaw. Finally, Duke Edmund stood up and pressed heavily on the map of the north on the long table. The candlelight illuminated the scars on his face. Enough. Since we won't get reinforcements, we'll create our own opportunity. His finger pointed to a narrow valley on the map. The terrain there was treacherous, easy to defend but difficult to attack, yet large enough to accommodate a large-scale decisive battle. This is the perfect place to confront those monsters head-on. We must fight with our backs to the wall. We must eliminate these monsters before they spread. Otherwise, the north will be completely swallowed up this winter. The entire meeting hall fell silent, the wind howling outside the thick city walls, like a death knell for the impending bloody battle. Chapter 287. Before the final battle. The heavy oak door closed slowly behind him, shutting out the clamor and debate in the meeting hall. The corridor was silent, save for the steady, heavy thud of the Duke of Edmund's boots. The words from the battle report still churned in his mind. Each forced retreat of troops, each fallen town, pressed like a cold block of ice against his chest, making his breathing heavy. He then returned to his room, pushing open the heavy wooden door. The warm fireplace flickered, casting a soft golden glow on the stone walls. A faint floral scent filled the air, Lady Elena's favorite holly and dried lavender. The Duke of Edmund struggled to suppress the heavy emotions that had accompanied him on his journey, forcing a kind smile. The large scar on his face gave the smile a slightly strange look, but he tried his best not to appear like someone who had just returned from the battlefield. Lady Elena sat by the fireplace, cradling their 1-year-old child in her arms, gently patting the little one's back and humming a lullaby. Hearing the door open, she looked up, a glimmer of light in her eyes. On the table lay a letter from Red Tide Territory, sent by Emily, a few tiny snowflakes still clinging to the envelope. Edmund stepped forward, bent down, and took the child. He tried to gently rock him, but the child stared at him curiously for a few seconds, then reached out a soft little hand, grabbed his beard, and tugged hard, quite forcefully, pulling him back slightly. The child giggled, like the tinkling of a wind chime. Edmund simply lowered his head and gently touched the child's forehead with his own, eliciting a cheerful babbling in return. Lady Elena, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping the little one's nose with her finger. "He's much more energetic than usual today," she said. "He even insisted on climbing up the curtains before his afternoon nap." Edmund raised an eyebrow. "With that kind of drive, he might be going to the battlefield with me someday. He'd make a good knight." First he'd have to learn not to pull his beard. Then they talked about the venison stew in the kitchen that day, the fruiting trees in the greenhouse, and even how Eleanor had recently had the servants try growing mushrooms in the cellar. The fire crackled in the fireplace, the wind and snow still howled outside, but inside it was as warm as a small island isolated from the war. Only then did Elena seem to remember something, pointing to the envelope on the table. "Oh, right, Emily's letter. It arrived this morning." She sat back down in the chair by the fireplace and unfolded the letter. Emily almost won the nightly performance at the Red Tide Spring Games, but in the end, her horse was attracted by the candy stand on the sidelines and ran straight to eat candied hawthorns. Edmund couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. His smile was initially stiff, as if he wasn't used to showing such an expression during wartime, but it was quickly softened by the imagery. He could almost see Emily angrily pulling on the reins, while the horse contentedly munched on a candied hawthorn. "Isn't that girl pregnant? This is too much." He shook his head, his tone filled with undisguised doting affection. Elena picked up a slice of warm honey cake and gently placed it in his palm. Edmund's fingertips relaxed slightly in the warmth of the honey cake. Its sweet aroma seemed to dispel the chill that had accompanied him throughout the journey. Outside, the wind and snow continued to howl. Inside, however, the fragrance of flowers and the soft light kept the cold night at bay. This moment of warmth almost made them forget the north, consumed by blood and fire, outside. After a while, Edmund's gaze fell into the depths of the fire, and he said in a calm but heavy voice, "Take the child and stay in the south for a while." Elena paused, a flicker of unease and doubt in her eyes. She understood what this meant. Edmund wouldn't let her leave Frostspear City without a reason, much less send her south. But she took a deep breath, suppressing these thoughts, and ultimately just nodded gently. After sitting for a while, Edmund rose and gently placed his hand on his wife's shoulder. He didn't speak, only looked at the sleeping child in her arms for a moment, then straightened his cloak, concealing the last trace of a smile on his brow, and walked towards the door. "I'll go check on the security arrangements again," he said casually. Elena didn't stop him, only whispering, "It's windy on the road, put on your cloak." The door closed softly. The moment the heavy door closed, it seemed to lock away the warmth that had just been inside. The moment Edmund stepped out of the room, his smile faded, and the coldness of someone who had been through countless battles returned to his brow. He glanced around the corridor, and immediately an armored guard stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Edmund's voice was low and icy, "Deliver them safely." He then slowly took out several pre-sealed letters from his robes. Each seal was pressed by his own hand, the edges of the paper slightly yellowed, clearly written days ago. He handed them out one by one, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Give them to the lady when they reach the southern border." The guard silently bowed and took them, his hands trembling slightly under the pressure. He knew what these letters meant. "Go as fast as you can, bypass the main road, head south along the forest line, don't take the trade routes. You and your men, return together after the war has subsided." The guard simply bowed deeply. "Understood." He turned and left, his boots clicking on the stone slabs, each sound fading into the distance. The corridor fell silent again, leaving only Edmund standing alone in the interplay of shadow and firelight. He leaned against a cold stone pillar and slowly exhaled. At this moment, he was not wearing armor, nor a helmet, but simply a middle-aged man, a father who knew his fate. He murmured to himself, as if speaking to himself, "This is my only selfish wish." This was his only selfish wish. For generations, the Edmund family had guarded the empire's northern border. Their bloodline had long been ingrained in this icy plain. From grandfather to father, from elder brother to eldest son, rows of cold tombstones stood on snow-covered hills. He didn't want his children to witness the family's demise once more. Loyalty as their sword, ultimately buried in the snow. At that moment, his daughter's smile appeared in his mind. Emily, that stubborn, headstrong daughter, more like him than anyone else. She was in Red Tide territory, not far from the front lines, and newly pregnant. Thinking of this, Edmund's chest tightened slightly. "I hope they can survive," he thought. But Edmund slowly raised his brow, a hint of self-mockery appearing on his lips. Lewis, that young man, appeared frail, but was decisive and ruthless. Possessing a rare composure and ruthlessness. He was far calmer and more ruthless than Edmund himself had been in his youth. Perhaps, he really could protect Emily. Night, like a tattered animal hide, shrouded the ruins of the shattered fortress. Blood and mud mingled, flowing into a stinking, putrid river. A headless knight's corpse hung from a broken catapult, his silver armor shattered, his chest ripped open by some colossal object, his entrails swaying in the night wind. His lance was still stuck in the ground, its tip broken, the butt gripped tightly in his bare, bony hand. That was Ravento, the vanguard commander of the 6th Legion of the Empire, a transcendent knight. He had once led hundreds of elite knights through the beast tide, holding the northern wilderness for 3 days and nights. Now his head hung on a flagpole, his eye sockets pierced with thick iron nails, nailed beneath a blood-stained battle flag. Footsteps shook the earth. A giant's heavy hooves cracked the stone slabs as it stepped into the heart of the ruins. It was 10 meters tall, its skin like cracked black ice, vines sprouting from its shoulders, neck, and elbows, binding its limbs and dragging countless blood-stained remains. And on its shoulder lay Tistu, the king who conquered the northern barbarians. But now he was merely a vessel of rage. Fury burned behind him like an inextinguishable crimson vine, its roots growing from his spine, arm bones, and deep within his eye sockets, gnawing at his bones and muscles like maggots, urging him to take the next step of slaughter. His pupils were gone, leaving only 2 burning, blood-red spots of light, scorching the world. "Kill!" A low growl escaped his throat, like the panting of some wild beast. He gave no command, nor did he need one. The resonating rage of the vines had already connected him with all his warriors. The next instant, the Nightmare Legion from the north surged forth like a tide from the mountain valleys and ravines. These inhuman beings ran and shrieked, each one entwined with vines, their bodies swollen and deformed, clutching broken swords, axes, and shields snatched from the corpses of their enemies. Some, dragging unhealed broken legs, could still run swiftly under the scorching heat of shared fury. Others, with hollow chests and exposed ribs, still charged forward laughing. "Ah! Kill! 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 Kill!" Shouts rose like the howls of wild dogs, rising from the blood of the dead. The elite Imperial Knights attempted to organize a defensive line. 6 heavily armored riders charged through the ruined streets, their spear tips slicing through the night like silver snakes. But the barbarian warriors, consumed by rage, did not shy away from the attack. They spread their arms, even using their bodies to meet the spears, knocking their war horses to the ground. Even with entrails splattered on the ground, their hands still gripped the knights' throats, fighting to the death. Titus stood on the giant's shoulder, silently overlooking the land he had burned. He felt no joy, no pain, no thrill of victory. Only a deeper emptiness. A mindless beast does not cheer for victory. He was merely a vessel driven by rage. The royal seed of the scorching vine garden had completely taken control of his will. His soul, like the bones of the dead, was devoured inch by crimson roots, utterly annihilated in this endless slaughter. And this was merely the beginning of the surging tide of rage. The afternoon wind in the southeast valley carried the scent of mountains and blood, fluttering past the banners of the Red Tide Legion and the various noble knights. The cleanup had been going on for 3 hours, and the last remaining barbarian soldiers in the valley were routed by the knights' onslaught. They still bore the marks of the rage ritual, their eyes still bloodshot, but they had no organization or support, like fish stranded after the tide receded, struggling, roaring, and then falling silent in the dust. At Lewis's suggestion and under pressure, The lords of the southeast had already gathered and reorganized their remaining knightly orders, with the red-tide royal guard leading the battle lines, forming a temporary but efficient Southeast United Knights Order. These nobles were initially wary of this young lord. After several campaigns of suppression, they had to admit, in terms of both strategic deployment and battlefield rhythm, that the Lord of the Crimson Tide was currently the most reliable military and political core in the southeastern north. The knights no longer acted independently, and no one attempted to seize command. Everyone understood that after the collapse of the situation and the disintegration of the vassal system, only this young man's almost frighteningly accurate judgment could pull them out of the disaster. The entire Southeast had now tacitly agreed that the Lord of the Crimson Tide was the Lord of the Southeastern North. Louis stood on a rocky hill, his battle robes stained with fresh blood, his expression calm and serene. He gazed at the rising smoke column in the distance, speechless for a long time. Sif rode closer on her white horse, her eyes already fixed on Louis's face. "What's wrong with you today?" She couldn't wait any longer and had come along, though Louis had only asked her to participate in the final stages. Louis was silent for a moment before speaking. "I just didn't sleep well last night." Sif squinted at him, not believing this perfunctory excuse, but didn't ask further. Louis pondered for a while longer, then beckoned Lambert over. "Tell Hilker," Louis said in a low but unwavering tone, "except for the 3 pairs of soul-eating lizards that must be kept for breeding, slaughter the rest to make frostbite soul-shattering bullets. Also," he continued, "summon half of the elite knights of the entire army and bring them north with me." "Yes." Lambert didn't ask any further questions, bowed, and left, leaving Louis alone on the cliff face, the wind billowing his cloak high like a burning crimson banner. He did this because of a daily intelligence report he received that morning. The brief proclamation, though only a few words, was chillingly cold. 10 days later, the Northern Alliance's encirclement will fail, Duke Edmund will be killed, and the scorching vine court will sweep across the entire north, wiping out even a fraction of its population. Louis knew this intelligence would come true as before, and if he chose to stand idly by, the outcome would be irreversible. He wasn't a saint, but if the entire north collapsed, the Crimson Tide territory would be no exception, and everything he had created and protected would be destroyed. "If there's even a glimmer of hope, I'll take the gamble myself." He possessed a daily intelligence system, his trump card. Others couldn't see the future, but he could glean snippets of information. Others could only await their fate. But he could lay his groundwork in advance. If he could obtain pivotal tactical intelligence at crucial moments, perhaps the ending wouldn't be as devastating as this chilling prophecy foretold. He thought of Edmund, the old man who had supported him when he first arrived in the north and married his daughter to him. He thought of Emily, and the unborn child in her womb. If he lost, he would retreat to Red Tide territory, taking Emily, Sif, and the unborn child, and flee south. But if he won, the north could still be saved. Chapter 288 The Final Battle, Part 1. Bone Canyon, a long, narrow, godlike gash, stands deep within the Whitebone Mountains of the northern frontier. Its walls are covered in ice and snow, never melting. This was the final mass grave when the Snow Kingdom fell a century ago, said to hold the souls of 100,000 unwilling warriors. Now, this is the battlefield chosen by Duke Edmund, the last line of defense for the Empire's north, a desperate gamble forged with the blood and flesh of 50,000. Bury all the shockstone magic bombs into the first line, and every 50 paces, dig a trench of fire oil, making sure the entire line is unbroken. The Duke's cold command echoed through the snow. Within 7 days, all Allied forces were organized into 3 lines of defense. The first line consisted of light cavalry, like needles lurking beneath the ice, responsible for setting off the traps, waiting for the barbarians to step in. The second line comprised the knights of the 9th Legion and other nobles, with the main cavalry of the Silver Fang army and the Broken Edge army deployed in staggered layers, constructing a triple penetrating defensive line, like a dense net woven from steel, ultimately used to harvest these barbarians. The third line was guarded by the Cold Iron army and the Duke's personal guard, each clad in heavy armor, shields like mountains, hammers like thunder. They would clash head-on with the Frost Giants, forming the true flesh and blood bulwark in this bloody battle. Letters of the knights' wills were handed to Edmund, rough envelopes filled with expectations for their children, instructions for their wives, and repentance for their elderly mothers. He received them one by one, each as heavy as a mountain. "I will not let you die in vain," he said, raising his head, his gaze piercing through the billowing mist. In his final speech, Edmund raised his warhammer, his voice like thunder. This is a battle to the death. If the blood of the North is exhausted, then our blood will be the boundary. The barbarians will have to step over our corpses to destroy the North. At his command, 50,000 warriors roared in unison, shattering the cold clouds. The mountain wind howled, snow and mist shrouded the sky. Before the burial valley, a column of several hundred elite knights marched against the wind. Every knight's hair was white, yet their steps never faltered. They wore tattered cloaks, their silver armor worn and stained with blood and wounds. This was the vanguard of the Allied forces, a group of true veterans from the North. We've come this far, what's the point of being afraid to die? Leading the charge was Old Vac, a transcendent knight from the Broken Edge army. His face was crisscrossed with knife scars, his left eye blind, yet he still held his greatsword high at the forefront. No one understood better than them that this journey was a one-way trip. But they willingly undertook the most dangerous mission, using flesh and blood as bait to lure the main force of the barbarian tribes, consumed by rage and corruption, into the trap of the burial valley. They had slaughtered countless corpses during the insect plague, and had held out until only 10 remained at the border fortress. Now, they were willing to embark on another perilous journey, just to lure the monsters from the abyss of fury, to ignite this blood trap even if their lives were consumed. Kill! Kill them, Old Vac shouted, charging forward, slashing down the armored beasts that lunged at him with his sword. They attacked the monsters with all their might, drawing their attention. Then they kicked their war horses, turned, and fled, constantly weaving between fierce fighting and retreat, leaving behind the corpses of both their own and the enemy, creating a blood-red guiding line of sight and smell. They never stopped, but their numbers dwindled. Finally, in the howling wind, the outline of the canyon appeared ahead. Finally, Old Vac stood at the canyon entrance, almost dragging his broken body. He looked back. The entire wasteland was ablaze with furious red light. Tens of thousands of barbarian troops, driven by rage and lacking tactical judgment, were charging recklessly. He spat out blood and chuckled, "Sending you to hell." He raised his sword one last time, turned, and charged towards the monsters. At the end of the burial valley, a dark figure finally broke through the snow-white silence. At that moment, the earth trembled. 100 or so frost giants tore through the fog, their bodies entwined with raging flames and vine armor, like war gods emerging from hell, approaching the canyon with muffled roars like thunder. Beneath their feet surged a tidal wave of barbarian legions. The furious berserkers, naked and muscular, had vines writhing beneath their skin, their backs blooming with furious flowers. Rift-jawed hounds and ice-wave beasts darted like shadows in the night, their teeth still clenched with undigested flesh and bone. Crimson mist spread across the snow, and fury roared in the air. At this moment, death seemed truly upon them. On the high platform of the canyon, Duke Edmund silently watched the towering black tide, whispering, "They succeeded." The monster army drew ever closer. Some trembled, some prayed softly, some pulled amulets from their chests, clutching them tightly as if holding the shadows of their families. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. 50,000 Allied troops stood silently in formation, lying in ambush along the 3 lines of defense in the canyon, like an iron torrent awaiting their fate. Once the enemy entered, it would be a clash of life and death. From within the snow mist, the first sound of deep war drums echoed, like the heartbeat of a behemoth, causing the snow on the cliffs to fall in a cascade. Immediately following were legions of monsters, treading through the snow. The main force of the barbarians, no longer human. Frost giants led the vanguard, 10-meter-tall behemoths clad in black iron vine armor, dragging blood-stained logs, their roars like thunder. Berserkers followed closely behind, naked, their bodies covered in raging vines, their eyes blood-red, wielding sharp blades as they charged towards the front lines. The demonic beast army spread out on both flanks, packs of split-jaw hounds, their fangs cracking and bone-splitting, dire wolves trudging through the snow, writhing, vine-strewn, face-distorted blood-feathered lizards, and blood-feathered lizards with vine-covered backs, swirling and howling in the sky. This was not an army, but a calamity forged in blood and fury. Drums, Duke Edmund gave a brief command. Bang! 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 In an instant, 10,000 drums thundered, battle banners surged like a tidal wave, and the previously deathly silent and oppressive battle line suddenly came alive. The pioneering knights, who had wavered somewhat, tightened their grip on their short spears, gritted their teeth, and took a step forward. In the Silver Fang army, the young knight's palms were drenched in cold sweat, Upon hearing the drums, he seemed to be violently pushed, and abruptly drew his long sword. An older knight, who had been bowing his head and murmuring prayers, now raised his head, gazing at the monster on the horizon, his anger reignited, as if he had returned to the glacial front 30 years ago. 50,000 warriors moved forward in unison, their steely will coalescing into an unshakable wall of resolve. The wind in the canyon howled like a throat, leaving only the colors of snow and blood in the air. Edmund stood on the command platform, frost clinging to his cloak and armor, his giant hammer slowly raised. "Therein," he whispered, "ignite hell." Just as the first frost giant stepped into the depths of the valley, a crisp click resounded, like the opening of a war god's eyes. Boom! In an instant, the entire burial valley seemed to be torn apart by lightning. Flames and rock fragments shot into the sky. The magic explosive bombs detonated the trap zone, followed by the ignition of oil. Black flames danced like snakes and devoured like dragons, spreading hundreds of meters along the valley floor. A dozen giants charging at the front were caught off guard, thrown into the air by the explosion, their bodies shattering in the flames. Black vines exploded, angry flowers withered, and raging flames rained down like blood. Fire arrows, on both cliffs. The archery units were already on standby, over 1,000 horse archers simultaneously drawing their bows and releasing arrows. The rain of arrows fell like meteors from the night sky, aiming directly at the giants' angry flowers and eyes. Snap! The sound of raging vines snapping echoed, and crimson sap rose like poisonous mist, obscuring the sky for dozens of meters. Giants howled in pain and fell to their knees, their steel knees slamming into the icy plains, directly crushing the elite barbarian ranks that hadn't had time to retreat. Berserkers were sent flying, and magical beasts shrieked and howled. The once dense barbarian battle line instantly descended into chaos. They began pushing and trampling each other, trying to avoid the corpses of their comrades falling from the sky, but were driven into even deeper madness by the crimson mist of the raging flower domain. Boom! As the second batch of magical explosive bombs detonated at the bottom of the valley, countless barbarian warriors and magical beasts were blasted into pieces, their flesh and blood flying everywhere, fragments raining down. However, this did not end the enemy's madness. On the contrary, the real terror had only just begun. The corpses began to move. They cracked and peeled away, and amidst the writhing blood and muscle, dark red vines grew wildly from their bodies, coiling around bones and clinging to the ground, like snakes and tentacles. Amidst the churning flesh and blood, ferocious, flesh-colored flowers bloomed, clusters and patches of them, like a hellish feast unfolding in the snow. Following closely behind was a tidal wave of blood mist. "Protect your face. Take the medicine. Don't look at the flowers," a messenger's urgent roar echoed from within the Allied forces. Almost reflexively, the soldiers pulled out dried, cracked pieces of herbs from their robes, chewed them repeatedly, and then pulled down their masks. The bitter taste spread, but it suppressed the hallucinations that surfaced in their minds. The plants known as rage flowers were releasing a crimson mist, corrupting minds, inciting anger, and fueling carnage. The Allied forces were prepared. These soldiers were not new to the power of the scorching vine garden. Each warrior carried a medicine made from calming herbs, somewhat crude, but enough to temporarily sever their connection to the rage. Roar, burning, shrieking, the aura of death churned wildly in the burial valley. Carefully placed magic bombs tore through the earth, flesh and blood exploding alongside the rage flowers, instantly turning the entire valley into a scorching red hell. Hiss! The barbarian warriors' corpses convulsed in the flames, their abdomens bursting open, sharp, writhing vines erupting from between their bones, igniting sparks of flesh and blood, like clusters of living, fiery furnaces. A suffocating crimson mist spewed forth. The rage flower pulse activated. These fleshy flowers pulsated like a beating heart, wave after wave of pulses spreading from the center of the blood-red vines outwards. All the barbarian soldiers touched by the mist instantly had their pupils turn red, their muscles bulging, emitting beast-like roars. Their anger, influenced by the crimson mist, swelled continuously. Their muscles rapidly expanded, their strength increased several times over, their speed soared, their skin cracked, yet they felt no pain. Even those with severed arms dragged their blood and bones as they continued their charge, as if the entire army had become enraged demons. But just as the pulses spread, a muffled explosion shattered the resonant rhythm of their fury. Throwing squad, fire, short, rod-shaped objects painted with blue patterns traced graceful parabolas through the air, striking precisely at the center of the rage. Frost-breath hammer bullets detonate. These frost-breath hammer bullets weren't standard military weapons, but rather crafted from the frostbite soul-shattering bullet formula sent by Lord Louis of the Crimson Tide. Unfortunately, there was neither a Crimson Tide Territories alchemical material bank nor a workshop capable of fully replicating it, not to mention the lack of time. It lacked the frostbite soul-shattering bullet's precision to instantly freeze emotional nerves and shatter the very core of rage, but it was enough to cause disruption and temporary paralysis. That was sufficient. A bluish-white shockwave erupted from the core of the rage, and the frenzied barbarian seemed struck by lightning, their anger abruptly cut short. Some collapsed, some stared blankly around, and others uncontrollably plunged their claws into the chests of their comrades, letting out muffled screams. Ugh! The emptiness left by the broken emotional connection transformed into more primal chaos. Hordes of barbarian soldiers tore at each other where the flames of fury had faded, turning against each other, blood spraying back into the rear ranks, causing even more chaos and turmoil. On the Allied command platform, a Lieutenant Adams' apple bobbed with excitement. It hit. And the resonance of fury was broken. It worked. The northern frontier cannot be lost. Life and death hang in the balance. Seeing this, Edmund felt the time was ripe and gave the order. With his command, the 50,000 knights of the Allied army surged forward like an awakened torrent of steel. 3 ranks advancing in unison. Their boots crushed the snow, the ground emitting a low, bone-cracking groan. In the trap zone, oil was reignited, a fiery serpent winding its way out, like a dragon spitting flames, separating the canyon from the deadly zone. The dim world was suddenly stained crimson by the flames, illuminating countless enemy figures. Barbarian warriors, entwined with blood vines, roared and charged forward like demons crawling from the abyss. Beasts with bone spurs on their backs charged like thunderbolts, their cracked armor spewing crimson mist. At the forefront, a still-standing frost giant roared and swung its hammer, sweeping away a rank of knights. Charge! The Silverfang army broke through the enemy lines first, their knights roaring as they charged towards the monster's front. The Broken Edge army followed closely behind, their heavy shields pushing aside the raging vines, their short blades piercing twisted flesh, sending up waves of crimson heat. Flames, blood mist, frost, and roars mingled in the canyon, creating a hellish cacophony. An old knight, his helmet shattered and armor torn, still cleaved the head of a faceless beast with his sword. Another archer girl leaped from the cliff face, firing 6 arrows in quick succession, piercing the raging eye of a giant. But the enemy would not retreat. With each barbarian warrior's death, their corpses split open, sprouting vines that entangled their fallen comrades. As flesh decayed, the ground began to ripple, vine walls silently formed, crimson mist surged once more, and a maddening power spread. Bite down on the herbs, the Allied soldiers chewed on the bitter herbs around their mouths to combat the mental pollution. At the same time, the frost-breath hammer bullets shot out, accurately striking the core of the rage flower, dispelling the red mist. Several barbarian units instantly collapsed, turning to tear at their own comrades, howling like rabid dogs. The battlefield was ever-changing, good versus evil, reason versus madness constantly clashing. This was the line between life and death. Burial Valley, as its name suggested, would become the end of everything. But at this moment, the 50,000 Allied soldiers built an unyielding wall with their flesh and blood, attempting to keep the monsters from the abyss of rage beyond the final boundary, bound by the Oath of Knights. Chapter 289 The Final Battle, Part 2. Crimson mist churned in the air, and angry flowers silently bloomed within the bodies of the dead, emitting an eerie red light, turning the battlefield into a bloody inferno. The young knight, Leonard, hid behind a rock, his chest heaving, his longsword trembling uncontrollably. His comrades, Joss, Michelle, Taryn, just moments before, had fought alongside him, but now they lay dead in the chaos, their faces twisted beyond recognition by rage and vines. Crazy, Leonard murmured, his voice trembling. He had witnessed Taryn, his eyes bloodshot under the crimson mist, howling as he plunged his sword into his friend's back, seemingly unable to recognize his former comrade. On the other side, a dire wolf howled and leaped, pinning down a broken blade knight, its fangs tearing his head apart. Crimson mist rose afterward, and the corpse rapidly split open, vines thrashing like blood snakes, constructing a twisted garden of flesh and blood under the flames. Run, he heard someone shout in the distance. Leonard wanted to escape, to turn and leave this hellish place, but his legs wouldn't obey him, only trembling slightly. But then, A thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. "Charge with me." The voice struck like a hammer blow to the heart. Leonard looked up sharply, piercing through the blood mist and the fading light of the flames, and saw that familiar figure. It was a towering man, clad in deep blue heavy armor, wielding a massive hammer, riding his horse into the cracked snow, like a hero from an ancient legend. Duke Edmund, the Empire's strongest shield. Behind him, hundreds of elite knights of the Cold Iron Legion followed closely, the ground rumbling like an avalanche, each with unwavering eyes, none retreating. "Charge with me." Hearing this, Leonard's heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He gritted his teeth, stood up, his hands and feet still trembling, yet inexplicably raised his sword. "Go. Follow me," he roared as he charged forward, joining the surging iron torrent. Duke Edmund took a deep breath of the snowy wind. Its chill seemed to freeze his heart, yet it also sharpened his mind. He raised his great sword high, his muscles beneath his armor taut like steel, and the knightly talent buried within his bloodline instantly boiled. War gravity, activate, an invisible pulse rippled outwards like an earthquake. The frost giants ahead roared in unison, the monsters that had been advancing in a scattered manner suddenly turning their heads as if pulled, their gazes fixed on the man charging like a god. Instinctive rage and resentment were all directed at Edmund alone. The three closest frost giants roared and pounced, the snow cracking, and raging vines flying, like apocalyptic beasts. He did not slow down, but instead accelerated his charge, his longsword spinning and creating a blizzard. The three frost giants roared and pounced, each 10 meters tall, raging vines writhing on their massive bodies, like apocalyptic monsters tearing through the sky. Edmund, however, did not slow down. Instead, he spurred his horse, sending it leaping forward with a long neigh. His warhammer was raised high, like a blizzard slicing through the air. The foremost frost giant swung its massive vine-afflicted axe, bringing a bloody wind with it. "Ha!" Edmund roared, his warhammer sweeping across the battlefield. Metal clashed against wood, the vibrations exploding. He forcefully withstood the force of the axe blow, using the momentum of his charge to brush past it, and then slammed his hammer into the giant's knee joint. Crack! The kneecap shattered, and the giant screamed as it crashed into the snow, crushing several barbarian soldiers following behind into a bloody pulp. The second giant was about to strike when Edmund swerved around it, leaping diagonally from the side and striking the junction of its hamstring inside with his hammer. The strike was as precise as surgery, yet as deafening as a thunderclap. The giant's entire side collapsed, letting out a piercing scream. After struggling for a few steps, it collapsed to the ground, its corpse rising like a collapsing mountain, kicking up a cloud of snow dust. The ground rumbled and trembled as a frost giant, 5 meters taller than its kind, appeared, wielding twin hammers made of giant rock and vine bones, its eyes burning with fury. It fixed its gaze on Edmund and charged. "Come on," the Duke whispered, abruptly dismounting and gripping the heavy hammers with both hands. The giant king roared as it brought its hammers down with the force of a mountain. Edmund growled, his hammer colliding head-on with the giant's. Boom! The ground cracked and snow shattered, a shockwave erupted from the point of impact, knocking over surrounding barbarians and knights. Edmund staggered back 5 steps, blood trickling from his mouth, but his body remained unyielding. Then, gritting his teeth, he roared again, leaping up and slamming his hammer down. This time, it struck the giant king squarely in the groin. Thud! The thigh bone shattered, vines flew, and the giant king staggered, suffering another deflected blow, kneeling on one knee. Before it could catch its breath, Edmund's hammer spun through the air and crashed down on the lower edge of its neck. Shatter! The terrifying king fell heavily, its massive body crashing into the middle of the canyon. The knights, witnessing this, seemed to see the hope of war ignited in the cold snow. For the Duke! For the North! Someone shouted first, and the next moment it was like a volcano that had been suppressed for too long erupting. Tens of thousands of soldiers roared in unison, their angry voices piercing the clouds and splitting rocks. Even the crimson mist seemed to be dispersed for a moment. The battle line advanced instantly. The knights rushed out like a flood, their heavy armor pressing down on the snow, their iron hooves shattering the ice, their various weapons tearing through the raging vines and flesh. Edmund did not stop either. He personally wielded his hammer and charged into the enemy ranks, carving a bloody path like a war god. On the left and right flanks, the Silver Fang army and the Broken Edge army also emerged from the second line of defense, entangled and torn at the vine beasts, fighting for their lives, blood for blood. Encirclement from 3 sides. At this moment, The Allied forces had the upper hand. Unfortunately, the favorable situation didn't last long. A sudden change occurred. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand of rage, plunging into an abyss of darkness. A colossal figure, over 20 meters tall, slowly rose. It wasn't a living being, but an existence born from rage itself. Rage coiled around its bones, blood vines entwined its body, and raging flowers, like pulses, burst and bloomed on its back and head. Lava-like red light seeped from its body, illuminating the entire battlefield. And on this giant's shoulder, a figure stood, like a king judging all things. He wore vine armor, a cloak of burning rage flowers trailing behind him, and a crown of thorns writhing like a blood-red crown on his head. He seemed no longer a mortal, but a ruler resonating with this land of rage. Titus Frostfire. He didn't speak, but the rage began to respond. Crimson light poured down from the giant's body, sweeping across the battlefield like a burning tide of fury. Every ray of light was a seed of rage. The barbarian corpses trembled and writhed in fury, their skin cracking, flesh swollen, and tendons twitching and coiling like ropes. Raging vines burst from their chests, binding their limbs and remaining bones, forming a mindless, bloodthirsty vine that lunged at the still fleeing knightly lines. Simultaneously, the remaining barbarian soldiers, those already nearing their limits of madness, completely lost control in the crimson light. Their muscles bulged, tearing through their armor, their teeth splitting into fangs, and their eyes gushing liquefied red blood. Rage filled their very marrow. They howled like wild beasts ablaze, wielding heavy weapons, tearing through the knights' shields and slamming into their horses. "Watch out!" a centurion of the Silver Fang army shouted, but before he could even raise his shield, he was rammed head-on by a berserk barbarian. His heavy armor caved into vortex, flesh and armor exploding together. The broken vanguard's defensive line was breached by the raging vine corpse puppets, with two young knights desperately holding the passage back to back. One was dragged into a pile of corpses by his ankle entangled in the raging vines. Before he could even scream, his helmet was bitten through by the vines of a dead man, blood spurting several feet. The other retreated in terror, his lance trembling, only to be suddenly pierced through the throat by a fallen comrade charging from behind. The comrade's eyes were empty, he was no longer human. The battlefield was like a rift in hell. Battle banners burned in the raging tide, knights fled, fought, and roared among the corpses of their comrades. Vines tangled, raging flowers grew wildly, and a crimson mist swept over them, almost suffocating them. Just before this despair threatened to devour their morale, Duke Edmund's figure remained as steadfast as a mountain at the front. His armor was stained crimson, his giant hammer lowered, yet his voice was powerful. "Silver Fang, Broken Edge, hold the flanks. Cold Iron Knights, follow me, to slay the king." If Titus wasn't cut down, the pulse of fury would pour down like rain, and the Allied forces would be powerless to resist. Edmund understood this, so he had to eliminate the source first. Thus, the strongest heavy-armored knights of the north charged towards Titus. The knights, in a cone formation, followed the duke, charging from the center, crashing into the death jungle woven from furious vines, walls of corpses, and pools of blood. Every 10 steps forward, a high-ranking knight fell from his horse, entangled by crimson vines, dragged into the bloody mud. But the sacrifice of one would surely bring down dozens of barbarian soldiers. Edmund charged ahead, followed closely by 37 extraordinary knights, all survivors of countless bloody battles in the north. The wrathful crowned giant roared, shaking the sky, his forearms lashing out, unleashing a storm of vine whips. The young knight was instantly swept high into the air, his flesh and blood exploding, his corpse engulfed by the raging flowers. "Don't stop. Keep pushing," Edmund roared, his eyes bloodshot, breaking through the formation first. Then, he let out a sudden shout, his battle aura exploding, and a blazing light emanating from beneath his heavy armor. War gravity, a star-like aura erupted, and the colossal head of the raging giant abruptly turned, its eyes, filled with raging flowers, locking onto him. The next moment, the giant roared and pounced. Ha! Edmund didn't dodge. He spurred his warhorse and charged at full speed, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! The heavy hammer collided head-on with a giant vine arm, his blue battle aura instantly exploding, the air distorting like boiling water. A deafening cracking sound rang out as the giant's entire arm shattered in the sonic boom. Edmund used the force to leap away, like a meteor streaking through the vines. At this moment, the extraordinary knights behind them pressed forward, unleashing their respective bloodline talents. Flame Spirit Rage, a crimson spear, like thunder, pierced the giant's kneecap, exploding into a spray of furious blood and scorched vines. Wind Fang 6-hit combo, 2 silver figures unleashed 6 wind blades in succession, brutally cleaving open the vine breastplate to reveal the furious core of blood-flowering fury within. Lightning Guided Strike, on the other side, a rider charged forward, wielding a heavy sword, and thrust it forward, piercing the furious core's center. With a crack, the entire blooming fury instantly dissipated. The wrathful giant roared and retreated, its body swaying precariously. Even an old knight with a broken blade gritted his teeth and roared, igniting several magic explosive bombs at his waist. He leaped up, his entire body burning with rage, charging deep into the giant's throat. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from the heavens, a mushroom cloud of fire exploded from the giant's throat, the blazing light engulfing half of the vision. The giant groaned as it fell backward, its massive body crushing the raging garden like a mountain, petals flying and blood mist billowing. Titus's body, like a broken puppet, plummeted from the shoulder of the collapsing raging giant, crashing heavily into the blood-stained snow in the center of the battlefield. The dull thud seemed to shake the entire canyon, crimson vines and shattered petals of raging garden flying everywhere, like a bizarrely blooming funeral. For a moment, everyone thought he was dead. But the next second, the earth began to tremble. No, a knight was about to step forward to check when his eyes widened in shock. The ground where Titus had fallen trembled as if alive, fiery red vines spreading from the cracks, pulsating like a heartbeat, bulging into a writhing platform of flesh and blood. Hiss! Dozens of hanging blood vines sprouted wildly from the ground, lifting the corpse high. This was not self-salvation, it was a sacrifice. Titus's body convulsed violently in midair, his helmet shattered, his eyeballs bursting from the raging flames, and vines bursting from his mouth and nose. His body tore apart inch by inch, twisted and reformed, vines piercing joints and tearing muscles, reshaping him into a bizarre being. Titus's consciousness had long since been annihilated. This mutilated body was merely a vessel controlled by rage. He was no longer Titus Frostfire, but the embodiment of the scorching vine court. He slowly opened his arms, and raging vines spread across the battlefield like tentacles, a domain of flesh and blood quietly taking shape. A new hell had begun. The next instant, crimson mist erupted from his body like a raging torrent, covering the battlefield. "Cover your mouth and nose." Quickly, the knight shouted, but it was too late. That was no ordinary crimson mist, but concentrated rage released after burning countless drops of willpower. Even wearing a special mask and taking a special bitter medicine could not withstand the mental impact mixed with this rage. It was a madness that seeped into the very marrow, a pollution that transcended the body and reached the very soul. A transcendent knight suddenly clutched his head and knelt, his eyes bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. His armor was pierced by furious vines, his eyes burning with rage, and the next second he swung a sword at his own comrade. "We can't lose," another cold iron knight gritted his teeth, his spear trembling, but ultimately couldn't withstand the raging fire creeping in his ears, his reason completely consumed, roaring as he charged towards his allies. One after another. Even Duke Edmund himself felt a heavy pressure climbing over his mind. Had this been defeat? He felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, his thoughts quickly swallowed by chaos. But at that moment, boom, a deafening roar shattered the silence. In the crimson mist, a gust of wind tore through the fog. It was a clear, icy fragrance, like the scent of flowers and leaves in the early spring dawn, awakening him. Edmund's consciousness seemed to be suddenly pulled back by a giant hand. He suddenly opened his eyes, his breathing rapid, his veins throbbing violently. This smell is... He turned his head and saw a fiery red flag fluttering in the wind on a high slope at one end of the canyon. Chapter 290 Lewis vs. Titus. As dusk fell over Burial Valley, the wind and snow lashed against their faces like shards of iron, carrying the scent of blood. Lewis, perched high in the valley, surveyed the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the infernal landscape of crimson and white snow. He had known the outcome of the day for days through his daily intelligence system. Duke Edmund would launch his final offensive here, and fail. So, he had spared the defenses of Crimson Tide territory, taking 200 hand-picked elite knights, hoping to change the inevitable. They had traveled day and night without rest, managing to arrive just in time. Of course, Lewis knew perfectly well that even if he committed all 200 men, they would only be swallowed up faster. But he brought not only these 200 knights, but also weapons to counter the Northern Alliance's rage, weapons they lacked. These knights were all equipped with rage-resistant potions and frostlef masks formulated under his personal supervision, and carried high-purity frost mist canisters. They even carried a limited number of frostlef concentrated bombs and frostbite soul-shattering bombs, unique weapons the Northern Alliance simply could not produce. It was a weapon invented by Lewis based on intelligence provided by the daily intelligence system, and continuously improved during battle, specifically designed for the scorching vine garden. Of course, once on the battlefield, Lewis did not immediately order a charge, because the battle was too large and this weapon had to be used at the most critical moment. What could truly change the outcome was not a brute force fight to the death, but breaking the enemy's spine at its strongest moment. So the 200 men he brought were all hidden in the shadows of the canyon, waiting for the signal. Their existence was invisible to the Allied forces. To the enemy, they were an invisible sword hanging over their heads. The roar of the battlefield continued, and Lewis could even see Duke Edmund leading his army to fight against the frost giants and the raging vine beasts. The crimson fog grew thicker, the air seemed to be soaked in scorching blood, the warriors' roars became distorted, and even the clang of steel sounded mad. Finally, that moment came. Titus, who had fallen from the giant's shoulder, burst forth with concentrated, furious crimson fog. Even Duke Edmund's figure was affected by the red fog, and his body began to stagger slightly. Lewis's pupils constricted sharply, and he raised his hand. All troops, fire! A series of muffled booms exploded in the valley as the condensed version of the Frostvine magic bombs transformed into a silver blue mist, tearing a gap in the red mist. The aura was chilling and pungent, yet it could sever the spiritual resonance of the raging flowers like a blade. At the same time, 200 elite Crimson Tide Knights, under Lewis's command, slashed into the edge of the battlefield like a crimson lightning bolt. The sound of their hooves thundered through the blood-soaked mud, and the wind they stirred up sliced through the red mist like a knife. They did not engage the enemy head-on, but maintained high speed, riding in a semicircular arc around the heart of the battle, occasionally launching light frostbite soul-shaking bombs to prevent the vine monsters from getting close. All of them had special sprayers attached to their waists and sides of their saddles, continuously releasing icy blue mist as they rode at high speed. The mist carried a chill and a bitter fragrance of herbs, and wherever it passed, the red mist was crushed and dispersed. The knight, who had been bloodthirsty and ferocious just moments before, clutched his head and wept, as if waking from a nightmare. The knight, driven to madness, abruptly stopped wielding his longsword, tears blurring his vision as he gasped for breath, his reason slowly returning. Of course, these were only those not deeply mired in despair. The barbarian knights, terminally ill, were beyond saving. The Crimson Tide Knights' route was precise to the extreme, avoiding the most intense battlegrounds while covering the largest area of the Crimson Mist. Their swift figures crisscrossed like a tapestry, as if using cold blue threads to forcibly sever the boiling madness on the battlefield. On the other side, the cold blue mist of the Crimson Tide had just swept past Edmund when it felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. The violent whispers were abruptly cut off, and his breathing became clear again. He looked up through the billowing smoke and saw the Crimson Tide flag fluttering in the distance. That splash of red, in this world dyed red by angry flowers, sent a jolt through him. It was Lewis. But there was no time to think further. Titus was right ahead. Titus stood in the center of the battlefield, a terrifying idol sculpted from blood vines and rage. Rage blossoms bloomed on his back and head, their petals trembling slowly, as if breathing. Thick blood vines snaked down his limbs, tearing his tattered armor into sharp blades, their cold light reflecting the dark red veins, writhing like living creatures. His eyes were completely filled with rage blossoms, devoid of any human emotion, driven only by the burning will of the vine garden. At this moment, he was no longer Titus, but a weapon forged from anger, possessing even the speed and power of a high-ranking peak knight. His movements were unsettlingly bizarre. Each strike wasn't the power of his arm, but the simultaneous lash of several blood vines like steel whips, accompanied by a shrill shriek tearing through the air. 8 extraordinary knights and Duke Edmund formed an iron ring, yet were forced back step by step with each breath, as if swallowed by a blizzard from all sides. A shield-wielding elite knight of cold iron attempted to close in and block his flank, his thick shield acting like a fortress. Suddenly, the blood vines beneath Titus's feet exploded, their spikes piercing the snow and sending the knight flying several feet. His heavy armor shattered in midair, leaving only a mixture of blood and snow upon landing. Edmund roared in fury, his giant hammer, crackling with lightning, crashing down on Titus's head. The blood vines instantly intertwined to form a dome-shaped shield, the shockwave from the hammer causing the surrounding snow to collapse. As the shield shattered, Titus retaliated by drawing a vine spike and throwing it like a spear straight at Edmund's throat. Edmund could only parry with the handle of his hammer, his hand throbbing with pain. Using the momentum, he landed and immediately charged at Edmund from the left and right, accompanied by 2 extraordinary knights. The flame spirit slash from the left flank blazed brightly at his waist, slicing charred cracks into his vine armor. The wind fang combo from the right flank sliced through half of his shoulder armor, splattering a liquid mixed with flower petals and flesh, filling the air with a strange, sweet fragrance. He didn't retreat at all, instead growling like a beast, the petals of the raging flower trembling violently, and a crimson shockwave spreading outwards. 3 knights were thrown to the ground, painful screams emanating from within their armor, the crimson mystery eroding their sanity. The 8 riders' combined attack was like a tidal wave, yet they could never corner him. His movements were a combination of a wild beast in a hunting vine, unpredictable and erratic, his strength and speed pushed to inhuman limits by his rage. The blood vines beneath his feet were all-pervasive, as if dragging anyone who approached into a vine-filled inferno. This battle wasn't like besieging a barbarian warrior, but a life-or-death struggle against a killing plant with a soul. Just when everyone thought Titus's attention was firmly tied up with Edmund and the 8 extraordinary knights, he suddenly stopped his attack. His empty eye sockets, filled with the crimson light of the raging flower petals, slowly turned towards a spot on the outer perimeter, the location of Lewis. The surrounding knights were awe-stunned. Without warning or any logic, the monster seemed to be driven by some mysterious will, locking onto the Crimson Tide Lord. "What grudge do I have against you?" Realizing the monster was rapidly approaching, Lewis couldn't help but blurt out, his eyes wide open. Bloodline talent, trajectory, activated. A trajectory line extended from Titus's shoulder. The spear thorn that swept across his left side, the twist of his waist, and the direction of the next sweep were all formed in Lewis's mind beforehand. Left thrust, followed by right slash, he almost instinctively pulled on the reins, the warhorse neighing and leaping to the right, while his body suddenly dropped. Bang! The steel-like thorn grazed his cheek, bringing a scorching mist of blood, and ripped a gash in the armor on his left ear. Snowflakes and bloodstains fell simultaneously, the cold and the burning pain assaulting his senses at the same moment. Although he dodged the attack, his chest was still throbbing from the aftershock, and his arms were numb. The difference in strength was too great. He had expended so much effort, barely managing to tumble a step away from death's scythe. That was close. Half a second slower and I'd be headless, Lewis cursed inwardly, the chill from the sudden shock still lingering in his chest. He forced himself to suppress the chaotic pounding of his heart. A direct confrontation now would be suicide. The gap between him and a peak-level opponent was an insurmountable chasm. He could only stall him. So he quickly chanted an incantation, instinctively releasing the magic he knew best. Immobilize. A burst of silvery light erupted from his palm, binding Titus's legs like a chain. The vines stiffened instantly. Fireball. A blazing fireball followed, exploding violently on the side of the vine armor. It didn't injure a single inch of flesh, but it was enough to force Titus's vine attack to halt for a moment. Guard formation, Lambert roared, and 5 extraordinary knights immediately gathered around Lewis, the sound of steel clashing against blood vines exploding. He stood at the forefront, sword in hand, sparks flying as his longsword slashed down. Entangled with the blood vines that were like steel whips, each step a desperate attempt to block the enemy's attacks from the brink of death. Lewis retreated, clinging to the cover of his guards, filled with regret. What was I doing, acting all high and mighty? If I had just stayed on that hillside and watched the show, I wouldn't be in this god-forsaken state now. The pulse of Titus's rage grew faster and faster, the crimson mist churning and closing in, like the throat of a giant beast, ready to swallow Lewis and his guards whole. Lewis dodged frantically while continuing to use magic to force the vines to change direction, barely maintaining this precarious path to survival. Lambert gritted his teeth and drew his sword, the guard formation already teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as the blood vines surged up from the ground, the killing intent looming. "Lewis! Stand back!" It was Duke Edmund's voice, deep and thunderous. With a roar, 8 blazing battle auras streaked through the crimson mist like meteors. The extraordinary knights of the Cold Iron Knights, clad in blood-stained armor, charged alongside the Duke. The snow beneath their feet vaporized under the intense heat and the impact of their battle auras, their charge resembling a river of burning steel. They pressed in from both flanks and the front simultaneously, flames, lightning, and ice weaving together a moving wall of death, forcefully carving a gap between Titus and Lewis. Lewis was roughly pulled away from the battle by Lambert. Turning back, he saw 14 knights, as if gambling their last chance, locked in a fierce battle with the monster. Each of Titus's strikes possessed power surpassing that of a peak knight, accompanied by blood vines shooting out from all directions, as if the entire battlefield was conspiring against him. As the thorny vines swept across, armor shattered and blood splattered, but none of the knights retreated. Instead, they burned their fighting spirit to the limit, even sacrificing their lives, to create even a momentary opening. Flames scorched through the vine armor, lightning spears pierced the raging flowers, and ice sealed his joints. The 14 knights combined their strength to force Titus deeper and deeper into the snow, forming an ever-shrinking vortex of death. Titus's movements gradually slowed. The petals of the raging flowers trembled in the gale, the color of the vines gradually turning from blood red to black and withered, and the pulse deep within the flower's heart began to erratically, like the last gasps of a drowning man. Edmund leaped high into the air, stepping on the broken blood vines, blue light surging from his giant hammer. Die, boom. The hammer slammed heavily into the twisted core of Titus's chest, the scorching vine garden. The next instant, the raging flowers exploded violently, the vines turning to ashes in midair, swallowed by the wind and snow. Titus's body collapsed into the snow, lifeless. A brief stillness fell over the battlefield. It was as if some invisible force had been severed. The blood blossoms on the giant's chests abruptly closed and cracked, the vines withered into ashes, and their massive bodies, now unsupported, crashed to the ground, the snow trembling. The barbarian soldiers, who had roared incessantly, also stiffened as if their souls had been ripped away the moment their fury faded, then fell into the snow, silent forever. The crimson light in the eyes of the monsters scattered across the battlefield extinguished, as if drained of life, and they collapsed heavily. The crimson mist ceased its churning and dissipated with the wind. All the knights understood that they had won. The North had survived. But at this moment, no one cheered. The sound of longswords and warhammers loosening their grip was exceptionally crisp in the deathly silence of the canyon. They simply breathed heavily, their bodies, their fighting spirit extinguished, like hollowed-out iron shells. Some slumped in the snow, letting the ice and snow fall into the gaps in their armor. Others gripped their dulled longswords, staring blankly at the fallen enemies. Still others looked up at the gray sky, their eyes empty, as if they had aged decades. The wind blew through the canyon, swirling up a cloud of dust from withered vines, like a silent elegy. This victory was not glory, but a price to pay. In the heart of the battlefield, Lewis's horse slowly came to a stop, but in the next instant, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Lord Lewis, the knights and Duke Edmund cried out almost simultaneously, and 5 crimson-tide knights quickly surrounded him. Lambert didn't even sheath his sword, immediately dismounting, one hand supporting Lewis's helmet, the other reaching to his neck. He held his breath until he felt a steady, weak pulse, then slowly exhaled a puff of white mist. He's all right, just fainted, probably from the pressure of battle and the exhaustion of the march. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. No one shines brighter than Lewis on today's honor roll. The clear mist he brought nearly saved the core strength of the entire Northern Territory. Everyone thought he was just exhausted and would wake up after a good rest. Only Lewis knew that a wisp of red mist, as thin as a spider's web, had silently crept into his mind. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 The Emperor is Missing. Lewis felt his limbs grow heavy, and finally collapsed from sheer exhaustion. But he wasn't unconscious, his consciousness remained perfectly clear. Deep within his mind, a crimson mist was surging in frantically, like flames scorching his soul. The mist was accompanied by countless angry howls and the booming of war drums, as if millions of vengeful spirits were screaming together, trying to tear his will apart. Again. Why is everything trying to get into my head? Before he could react, a platinum gold pulse suddenly lit up his mind. That was the primal heart. It radiated a star-like brilliance, its light flowing like a river, enveloping every wisp of bloodvine like crimson mist in the darkness. Two forces clashed within him, and Lewis's consciousness was thrust into a third-person perspective. He felt as if he were standing on a void battlefield, watching light and blood fight within his own body. The feeling was extremely strange. This was clearly his own body, yet he felt like a detached outsider observing from the sidelines. He could do nothing but cheer for the primordial heart, for it seemed more like the side of justice. Crimson mist churned into flowers, blooming in the void, blood vines snaking downwards like countless tentacles, attempting to tightly coil and crush the heart. The primordial heart, however, transformed into a vast galaxy, its pulse carrying platinum light like a raging river of flames, each tremor reducing the blood vines to ashes. The collision of the crimson mist and the galaxy was like a world-destroying game of chess. The furious, chaotic, disordered impact seemed to crush his entire body. Roars boomed in his ears, like the simultaneous howls of 10,000 dead souls, anger, burn, destruction. The sound nearly made Lewis lose himself. He even felt his heart pounding with the crimson mist, on the verge of losing control. But then, the primordial heart erupted with a dazzling white light. Like a star exploding in his mind, the crimson mist let out its final roar before being completely swallowed. Lewis breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He had been worried that the red aura would turn him into a monster like Titus. However, before he could recover for long, his consciousness was once again swept away by some torrent. Memories that didn't belong to him suddenly flooded his mind, dragging him into another illusion. The scene shifted, revealing a burning sky and blood-stained earth. A black-haired youth was wielding a giant sword, battling a jet-black dragon in the air. The dragon's breath swept across the heavens and earth like raging flames, while the swordlight cleaved through the void with blazing white cracks. Beneath their feet lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Countless dragon remains intertwined with piles of human bodies, like an endless battlefield of carnage. The scene shifted abruptly. 8 figures surrounded a lying corpse, each reaching out to take a part of the remains. Some took the head, some the bones, some the arms, and the last one took the heart. The final scene abruptly tore apart, transforming into a gray-white snowfield. A tall young man stood amidst the icy snow. It was Titus Frostfire. His eyes were empty, his face contorted with contradiction and a twisted struggle. Before him stood an upside-down ashthorn tree. Raging flowers bloomed on its branches, blood vines drooping as if whispering. "Do you desire power?" Titus trembled, but finally reached out his hand. The next instant, the blood vines lashed out, coiling around his body and burrowing into his flesh. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. Raging flowers bloomed behind him, his eyes forever ignited by crimson madness. A torrent of memories surged through Lewis's mind like a river bursting its banks, leaving almost nothing behind. Lewis instinctively grasped the 3 fragments, but their meaning remained undeciphered. Only an intuition quietly rose within him. This was not the end, but merely the prologue. "Who?" A short, sharp breath rang out, and Lewis's eyes snapped open. It wasn't a smoke-filled battlefield. He should be in his room in New Frostspear City. The moment he regained consciousness, he noticed changes in his body. His magical energy flowed more smoothly and abundantly, as if an old bottleneck had been broken, and some unknown passage had been opened. He could also sense new abilities he had gained, such as the ability to reach near peak night speed and strength for a short time if he released his full potential while overdrawn. There was also the resonance of anger, the kind of feeling that could ignite the emotions of surrounding soldiers with a single roar on the battlefield. Not only that, but the total amount of magical energy, its conversion efficiency, and the smoothness of his spellcasting had all increased by a whole level. It was as if an old engine had been replaced with a new core. Is this the ability that the Scorching Vine Court gave me?" he muttered to himself, extending his right hand, clenching his fist, his knuckles making a crisp sound, a strange sense of fullness emanating from his muscles. But there seemed to be no side effects, no feeling of being controlled by anger, and even a profound inner peace. Were the side effects suppressed by the primal heart? He frowned, pondering as he gently sat up. Just then, footsteps approached. "My lord," a familiar voice called out urgently. Lambert rushed in, his face filled with worry and exhaustion. "Thank goodness. You're finally awake." Several other people followed, some he recognized, some he didn't. "Lambert," Lewis smiled, his voice hoarse but gentle. "You're still alive." Lambert paused for a moment, then smiled. He knelt down on one knee, reaching out to support Lewis's arm, as if afraid he was too weak to sit up. "Don't be so nervous. How long have I been asleep? Lewis asked softly. Lambert's expression faltered slightly. 5 days exactly. 5 days. Lewis's eyes widened. You mean I was unconscious for 5 whole days? Yes. Lambert looked at him with a complicated expression. We all thought you were just exhausted. The doctor's examination also said it was just overexertion, with no external injuries. But no one can explain why you slept for so long. Lewis was silent for a few seconds. It was indeed bizarre. The torrent of memories had only lasted a few minutes in his consciousness, and time in the illusion was even more fragmented, as if it had only been a few moments. Yet he had been unconscious for a full 5 days. My lord, Lambert asked. It's nothing, I'm probably just too tired. Lewis shook his head, but his eyes were clearer than ever before. The doctor just came again, saying that although you don't have any internal injuries, it would be best if you rested for another day. Lambert's tone softened. Also, Lady Emily is on her way. Probably in another 5 or 6 days. She's here. Lewis was somewhat surprised. Of course she's here. Lambert nodded. As soon as the war ended, knowing you were unconscious, Lady Emily came immediately. Lewis was silent for a moment, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He hadn't died, of course. He had even become stronger. But only he knew that the red mist had truly entered his mind. If it weren't for the original heart, he might have already become a puppet of rage like Titus. Lambert, he suddenly asked, how is the war now? Lambert nodded slowly. It's over. The moment Titus died, the entire battlefield fell silent. All the giants, barbarians, and even the monsters fell like puppets with broken strings. Now we are just cleaning up the battlefield, burning the wreckage, disposing of the corpses, and rescuing those soldiers who went mad but didn't die. We won, Lambert said softly. We won, Lewis repeated softly. Hurried footsteps came from outside, and a man in a gray-blue doctor's coat quickly entered the room. The doctor didn't say much, carefully placing his hand on Lewis's pulse, then moving closer to his chest to listen to his heartbeat. After a moment, he took out a dark gold-brown stone from a box and pressed it lightly against Lewis's forehead. It was a battle aura reaction stone, capable of sensing whether there were any uncontrolled battle aura fluctuations within a night. Strange, what's wrong? Lambert immediately became tense. No, it's not a bad thing. The doctor quickly waved his hand. It's just, your pulse and breathing, though weak, are perfectly stable. Your internal energy flows smoothly, showing no abnormalities. Logically speaking, someone with your constitution shouldn't have been unconscious for 5 days. Then what do you mean? Lewis asked. I can't tell. The doctor lowered his head. If there's no serious injury, there's no imbalance in your energy, it's alright. Since you're sure I'm fine, you can leave. Lewis waved his hand. Yes, the doctor bowed and left. Lambert, Lewis turned around, his voice a little tired. Have someone prepare some hot food for me, and then. I want to go to the restroom. My lord, your body, I can still walk. Lewis gritted his teeth and stood up. His steps were indeed a little unsteady, but he managed not to fall. After being unconscious for 5 days, shouldn't I wash my face? Lambert sighed and silently stepped forward to support him, leading him to the restroom in the inner hall. I'll wait for you outside. Call me if you need anything, Lambert said softly, then gently closed the door. After the door closed, Lewis steadied himself against the edge of the sink, catching his breath slightly before looking up at the bronze mirror directly in front of him. His reflection showed a pale face, faint blue under his eyes, and lips almost bloodless, making him look like a young nobleman recovering from an illness. That's it. He stared at his reflection, his brow furrowing slightly. There were no blood vines clinging to him, no blooming flowers. His skin was undamaged, his bones unmutated, and even the fluctuations in his aura were almost completely suppressed by the primal heart. Even he himself was beginning to doubt that those events were merely a dream. But not being controlled was always a good thing. As for whether there were any hidden side effects within him, that could only be addressed later. Lewis lowered his head and immersed his face in the cold wash basin, the icy water sliding down his cheeks as if trying to wash away the drowsiness of the past 5 days in one go. But what he truly cared about was never his face. The washroom isn't for washing your face, of course, he muttered softly. After confirming that Lambert hadn't barged in, he suddenly waved his right hand. The next moment, the air seemed to freeze slightly, and a semi-transparent blue interface quietly appeared in the center of the screen, shimmering with flowing light patterns like water. A pale blue stream of light flowed slowly along the edge of the screen, followed by lines of intelligence reports that seemed to be bursting forth like a flood, quickly filling the entire screen. Lewis rubbed his still slightly heavy temples, reading and chuckling to himself. 5 days without logging on, and only 16 updates. Looks like nothing major has happened. Daily intelligence update complete. 1. The situation in Red Tide territory is stable after the war. The military and civilians are in good condition and, under Bradley's leadership, have begun preparations for spring planting. 2. An adult ice vein serpent has appeared on the northern edge of the storm plateau, ending its hibernation. 3. Post-disaster disease risks are emerging in Frost Spear City. The distribution of food has triggered civilian riots. 4. Grain prices in the southeast province have increased again, leading to a third wave of panic buying. The intelligence reports scrolled rapidly, and Lewis read them one by one. Most of the intelligence wasn't bad news, it was mostly related to the war. Some reports concerned the progress of repairing supply lines, others mentioned the emergence of infectious diseases in various regions. There was also a report that his nearly collapsed Forging Star 7 mine had finally resumed initial production. Looks like Bradley did a good job, at least spring planting has started. He nodded slightly, a slight smile playing on his lips. Just as he was about to relax his shoulders, a piece of intelligence suddenly popped up. 12. Governor of the North, Duke Edmund, severely overdrawn his life force in the Battle of Barred Bone Canyon, with only 183 days remaining. The words on the screen seemed to carry a chill, and Lewis's fingers froze in midair. He remained silent for a full 5 seconds, his lips moving slightly, unsure what to say. In that battle, Edmund had withstood the charges of the wrathful crowned giants 3 times, using his physical body to resist the corruption of the divine court. Even with the body of a peak knight, he was still human. He hadn't been unaware of the cost. Only 6 months to live left saddened him. After all, the Duke had helped him so much. Old wounds, over 60 years old, already nearing the end of my life. To have held on until now is actually quite extraordinary. Lewis slowly sat down against the wall. But with the Duke dead, my Crimson Tide will have no backing in the north. Before he could think further, a second, even more shocking piece of information arrived. 14. The Ironblood Empire's Emperor, Ernst August, has disappeared. His last known appearance was 5 days ago in the Imperial capital, Ancient Dragon Castle. 15. The Imperial First Legion, the Dragonblood Legion, and the Emperor's personal guard have vanished along with the Emperor. 16. The situation in the Imperial capital is turbulent. The Regency Council has not yet issued an announcement, and public opinion is under control. W.H. Watt. Lewis's weak body almost sprang up from the ground. The Emperor, the First Legion, the Dragonblood Legion, even the personal guard have disappeared. This isn't a vacation. His throat was dry. This is vanishing into thin air. Countless possibilities immediately flashed through his mind. Internal strife, coup d'etat, catastrophe, magic, or even the awakening of some supernatural calamity. Chapter 292 Entrusting the Orphan. The Emperor is missing. Lewis stared intently at the few lines of intelligence, his eyelids twitching slightly. Then, weakened by the long sleep, he nearly lost his balance, his shoulders swaying as he almost bumped into the bronze mirror. Bang! A soft sound echoed in the bathroom. But Lambert, outside the door, immediately noticed and became alert. "Lord? What's wrong?" "Nothing," Lewis replied with a strained voice. He leaned against the sink, took a deep breath, and swiped away the intelligence panel. The blue, semi-transparent screen faded like ripples on water, and the bathroom returned to silence. "I can't make judgments based on a few pieces of intelligence before I know the truth," he murmured. "Just remember it for now." A moment later, Lewis straightened his disheveled collar and stepped out. Lambert, who was waiting outside, immediately greeted him as soon as he came out. "You don't look well, isn't that obvious?" Lewis rolled his eyes, but his tone was familiarly relaxed. "I've been unconscious for 5 days. It would be strange if I didn't look good. The doctor said it's just exhaustion, not some hidden injury. But being unconscious for so long is still a bit strange," Lambert said worriedly. "I know you're worried," Lewis patted Lambert's arm guard, his voice weary. "But the fact that I'm awake means I'm not dead, and I won't die. Eat." "I haven't eaten for days. I feel like my soul is empty." Before long, the food from the kitchen was laid out on the makeshift long table. After all, even though this was a special time following the Northern War, who would dare to neglect Lewis? Golden plates, silver inlaid beef bone spoons, half-cooked venison, white beans sprinkled with herb sauce, and a jug of light ale. For most of the disaster-stricken people, this was a luxury from heaven, but for a lord, it was reasonable and necessary. Louis, chewing on his meat, casually instructed, "Please have someone inform Duke Edmund that I will personally visit later to express my gratitude. Yes, also, tell the doctor to stop loitering at the door. I'm not dead anymore." He bit off a piece of charred skin. "Besides, I know my own body best." Lambert nodded with a wry smile, but remained standing loyally behind him, not daring to relax for a moment. The heavy door at the end of the corridor slowly opened in the cold wind. Lambert quietly informed the guard and withdrew, leaving Louis alone to enter the study. The door closed behind him, shutting out the chill. Hanging on the walls were not paintings, but rolled-up battle maps and densely packed military and political documents, their red ink and brushstrokes intertwined and mottled. The air was filled with a strong aroma of spirits and the astringent scent of herbs, bitter-sweet. Duke Edmund, Governor of the North, sat behind his desk, clad in a plain gray robe, devoid of aristocratic attire, his long hair tied back with a single hemp rope. His right hand rested on a wooden cane wrapped in white cloth, veins bulging beneath his pale skin like vines, each one a countdown. Even though he was prepared, Louis couldn't help but be startled. The man who once commanded armies in battle now seemed like nothing more than an empty shell scorched by war. "You look more energetic than I expected," Edmund said, raising his eyes and forcing a smile. "I thought you'd be unconscious for a week. Thanks to you, I'm just a little tired," Louis replied calmly. "That's good." Edmund slowly poured a glass of wine for each of them, his movements much slower than usual, almost spilling it as he held the pot. Once Louis took it, he said directly, "The doctor said I have 6 months to live." The wine glass trembled slightly in the firelight. Louis paused, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Although he had known this through the daily intelligence system before arriving, he still pretended to have just found out. He remained silent for a few moments, then raised his glass and drank without uttering a word. Edmund picked up his glass, his gaze passing over the firelight to Louis, as if trying to see through his outward composure to his inner thoughts. His voice was low. "The post-war world is in ruins, and I am no longer able to hold on. I want to know, what do you think of its future?" The flickering firelight cast shadows on Louis's face. He didn't respond immediately, seemingly deep in thought, or perhaps choosing his words carefully. After a moment, he said softly, "I'm still young, and not exactly a person destined for greatness. I'm afraid I can't presume to answer such a question." Edmund stared at him for a couple of moments, then suddenly smiled. "You don't need to play along with me." His tone was like that of an elder who had seen through the tricks of a younger man. "What you did in the Red Tide is something not everyone can do. During the insect plague, you stabilized the territory's order. During the winter calamity, you opened the granaries to provide relief to the people and restructured the military. Before the barbarian invasion, you reorganized the Red Tide Knights, and on the eve of battle, you personally went to the front lines, turning the tide of the war with fewer than 200 men." He put down his wineglass, his fingertips lightly tapping the rim. "It's not that you can't think about it, you just don't want to say it." Louis smiled slightly, unmoved. "If I said I relied entirely on luck, the Duke probably wouldn't believe me." "Of course not," Edmund sighed, a hint of relief beyond weariness appearing in his eyes. "The North doesn't lack knights, it doesn't lack nobles, what it lacks is someone as clear-headed and ruthless as you. If the North were truly in my hands," Louis paused, then said seriously, "I would treat it cautiously, first restoring the people's livelihood." Edmund raised an eyebrow. "So you're willing," Louis paused and said, "willing to work for the North doesn't mean being willing to stand at the forefront. I'm not from the North, and I'm a direct descendant of the Calvin family. If the Duke were to truly hand over the governorship to me, I'm afraid not only the North, but even the capital would be uneasy." Edmund remained non-committal. "The governorship of the North isn't something I can simply hand over to whomever I want." Louis raised an eyebrow slightly. Edmund put down his wineglass and said slowly, "But now, the situation is different. The Emperor has disappeared." Louis's expression shifted, his brows furrowing sharply, revealing a perfectly timed look of shock. "You said, what? The news just arrived from the Gallibirds, and not many people know yet." "But I trust you." Louis's face was grave, and he remained silent. "This matter can no longer be concealed. His Majesty, along with the First Legion, the Dragonblood Legion, and the Royal Guard, have all disappeared without a trace." Edmund's voice was low and hoarse. as if you were recounting the reality of a collapsing edifice. The capital is probably in complete chaos right now, he continued. The noble council is fighting for power, the military is in disarray, there's no air, it looks like this chaos will last for years. Lewis's expression grew even heavier, as if he was suffocating under the weight of this bombshell news. After a long pause, he asked in a low voice, "Then, what about the North?" "That's exactly what I wanted to say." Edmund looked directly into his eyes, his gaze sharp in the firelight. "They'll fight for years. The North is a desolate frontier, insignificant, and by then the capital won't even have time to care. If I die, they won't have the authority to immediately send a new governor. At most, they'll set up a Northern Reconstruction Council, just a figurehead. What you need to do is establish yourself firmly in this situation and seize real power in the North. I'll have all my loyal men support you. You just need to accept this power, nothing else matters." Lewis opened his mouth as if to say something, but Edmund raised his hand to interrupt him. "Don't refuse." Edmund's tone was firm, his eyes holding a calm composure tinged with the weight of life and death. "I've seen too many nobles, knights, commanders, but you are the most capable ruler I've ever met." He slowly rose, pacing back and forth with his cane, as if suppressing some emotion within him. "I didn't choose you for the sake of the North." His voice suddenly softened, like an old man recounting the past. "My children, my eldest son died in battle, my second son is just a year old, my eldest daughter married and went to the south, and hasn't returned in 12 years, we've become strangers. My youngest, most beloved daughter, is now your wife." Lewis's heart skipped a beat, and he remained silent. "My lineage is almost wiped out, and none of the remaining branches of the Edmund family have amounted to anything." Edmund's voice held a hint of weariness, but also a calm resolve. "What I want to preserve is not just the North, but also the flame of the Edmund family." He turned and gazed at Lewis. "Therefore, I'm temporarily entrusting the position of Lord of the North to you. It's a gamble, and I'm betting you can hold it together." Silence filled the room, broken only by the soft crackling of the firelight. Meanwhile, Lewis's mind was racing. It was time to assess this game of power. Edmund was gravely ill, the Empire was in turmoil, the Emperor was missing, the legions were in disarray, the entire situation had entered a great power rise phase. He had a daily intelligence system that allowed him to glimpse the future, and the Red Tide's foundation that ensured stability in the rear. The North was currently vacant, and whoever could seize the opportunity would control the future. But this path was far from smooth. The Empire's 3rd and 9th legions still existed, their military strength difficult to challenge. The 6th Prince Asta was also eyeing the throne. The southern expansionist nobles were also making a strong push, and the shadow of the old northern vassals had not yet dissipated. Each had their own agenda, and none of them were benevolent. "Can I really handle all of this?" Lewis murmured to himself. But this thought didn't linger for long before being replaced by a deeper, more profound thought. You're a transmigrator, after all. If you can't even handle this situation, how can you expect to become a god? He smiled self-deprecatingly to himself, the brief hesitation like ice breaking, revealing the surging flames beneath. Lewis finally spoke, his tone resolute. "If you trust me, then I will not fail in my duty." Edmund gazed at him, a hint of relief rising in his eyes. "Very well." He picked up his wineglass, gently clinking it against his own, the two glasses producing a crisp sound. "For the rest of my time, I will protect you as long as I can. How far you go after that depends on your own abilities." Lewis nodded silently, tilting his head back to drink the strong liquor in his glass. At that moment, he finally accepted the baton of fate, and the fate of the North was rewritten from that moment on. The early spring night in Prosperous City still carried a chill, but the inner hall deep within the governor's mansion was warmly lit, like the embers of a fireplace after a snowfall. 10 days after the war ended, Lewis did not immediately return to Red Tide, but stayed in Prosperous City. Ostensibly to recuperate, he was actually designing the future direction of the North. Duke Edmund's health was deteriorating, but he did not slow down in the slightest, summoning Lewis to his study almost every day. He would drink, take medicine, or recline on the sofa in a wolfskin cloak, closing his eyes to give instructions. And, intentionally or unintentionally, he was drawing Lewis into the heart of northern politics. The Broken Peak Knights, you need to keep an eye on them. The vice commander is loyal, but his vision is lacking. Don't rely entirely on the Empire for grain transport. Take the old road from Red Rock and Broken Peak Mountain. That area is actually safer after the insect plague, and these few, I'll let you see them individually. They're reliable." As he spoke, he introduced Louis to his life's accumulated subordinates and vassal nobles, like an aging mafia godfather entrusting his empire to his heir. Louis always smiled and agreed, but inwardly he felt a heavy weight of trust, tinged with a sorrowful sense of being entrusted with a future. Before the Reconstruction Conference, Duke Edmund did not summon all his vassals at once, but rather, with extreme caution, summoned them in batches and individually. That night, in his study, he summoned his core generals, former northern nobles, and vassals one by one, personally informing them of his decision to entrust the North to Louis. Most already knew the Duke's injuries were severe, and although they were filled with grief upon hearing this, they did not raise any objections. In their eyes, although Louis was young, his achievements over the past few years were undeniable, and his governance of the Red Tide was widely praised. More importantly, they generally believed that this was only a temporary entrustment. Once young Edmund grew up, power would eventually return to the Duke's lineage. Of course, not everyone was truly convinced. Some of the remaining families of the Old North outwardly bowed in agreement, but inwardly harbored resentment. They were suspicious of this sign of a southern noble. After the Duke's death, the North will surely descend into chaos, and that will be our true opportunity. Of course, they concealed these thoughts very well. But everything had already been displayed on the semi-transparent blue screen. Louis noted them down one by one. Who could be used and who could not was immediately clear. Several days later, Emily finally arrived in Frostspear City. She wore a thick cloak, her face slightly flushed, but it couldn't conceal the slight bulge in her belly. "Have you gone mad rushing here like this?" Edmund frowned, his words stern yet full of worry. Emily gently grasped her father's thin hand. "I can't rest easy without you." That evening, the family sat around the table. Their youngest son, Isaac, nestled in his mother's arms, yawning. Lady Eleanor personally brought out the soup pot, scolding Emily for her fatigue, and refilled Louis's bowl 3 times. The fireplace warmed everyone's faces. This was Edmund's most peaceful and heartwarming night in years. He hadn't even personally prepared for the Northern Reconstruction Conference, leaving the entire arrangement to Louis. Chapter 293 Make the North Great Again. The council chambers of Frostspear City, like the heart of a wounded beast, beat slowly amidst the embers of war. The hall, the political center of the North, had a deep gray dome, like a heavy, oppressive cloud. The silver eagle curtains of the Edmund family hung high on the walls, alongside the imperial golden dragon curtains, symbolizing the lingering order, yet also revealing an air of impending doom. Duke Edmund, draped in a gray robe, leaned back in his chair, his pale fingers gripping his cane tightly. He remained dignified, but his appearance betrayed the signs of impending death. Seated to his right was Louis Calvin, clad in a crimson cloak. He smiled, his gaze warm and approachable as he looked at each attendee, as if trying to dispel the unease in the room with his gentle demeanor. The meeting had not yet begun, but the air was already heavy as lead. Everyone knew that today was a pivotal moment in the shifting power of the North. Edmund slowly rose, leaning on his cane. His voice was soft, but everyone listened intently. "Gentlemen, thank you for still being here." His gaze swept over those seated below. There were representatives of the old northern nobles with graying hair, Gareth, the exhausted Minister of Military Affairs, the observant Inspector Mace, the reserved and silent southern settlers, and the sixth prince, Asta, with dark circles under his eyes. This war nearly wiped out the North. Titus's monstrous army was an unprecedented calamity. We lost so much, even more than 30 families were forever erased from the annals of northern history. Our warriors died in blood, and civilians lay dead in the streets. Edmund lowered his head and sighed softly. And as for the capital, the promised disaster relief will arrive gradually, but more resources and reinforcement still need His Majesty the Emperor's decision. He shifted his tone, revealing a heavy truth. But now the Emperor has been missing for several days. Upon hearing this, the entire Frostspear Council Hall seemed to be swept away by a chill, falling into a moment of deathly silence. Over the past few days, most of these higher-ranking officials had learned of the news. Already uneasy, they were now involuntarily holding their breath, especially after Edmund pointed it out himself. The reaction of the representatives from the 4 capital ministries was particularly pronounced, as they knew that if the Emperor truly disappeared, these parasites of power, could fall to rock bottom overnight. In contrast, the representatives of the nobles from the northern borders reacted much more calmly. After all, the North had always been far from the capital, They were more concerned with whether their lands could be restored, whether their people could survive, and whether their fiefdoms could be continued. The sixth prince, Asta, seated at the head of the left-hand side, was deathly pale. He was not a key figure in the royal power struggles. On the contrary, he was the kind of marginal prince who was sent to the frontier and then forgotten. His position as Lord of the North was merely a means for His Majesty to silence dissent by using him as an example. He knew his own strength was insufficient to contend for supremacy in this chaotic world, but if the Emperor were alive, he could at least rely on his royal bloodline to obtain considerable resources and barely maintain his foothold. If the new Emperor, who truly holds power, dislikes him, or even despises him, then what he will face next is not just falling out of favor, but possibly being purged. Even a single decree to abolish this pioneering title would be enough to strip him of all resources, military power, and foothold overnight. Moreover, he is now isolated and helpless in the north, if he were to be drawn into a political vortex. He lowered his eyelashes, suppressing his unease, but his pale face betrayed his inner turmoil. Of course, Edmund said, seeing the tense atmosphere. He smiled suddenly as if to ease the tension. Perhaps His Majesty is simply away on a trip and has not yet returned. There is no need to worry too much. He did not elaborate further, but tilted his head slightly. Now, let our young hero preside over this meeting. He knows the specific situation in various places after the war better than I do. Louis was called upon and immediately rose from his seat, bowing calmly. Yes, Your Grace. At one side of the long conference table, several old nobles exchanged glances. They had not heard the word succession, but they all understood the ceremonial gesture symbolizing the transfer of power. The young lord had already begun to try and take the reins. Louis did not return to his seat. With a wave of his hand, his attendant immediately unfurled a simplified map covering the northern border. First, his voice carried a convincing calm. Is the food problem? More than 70 granary symbols were marked in red on the gray-white map. Currently, there are 76 usable granaries in the north. Verification has shown that the total winter grain reserves are less than 20% of what they were before the disaster. This means that with the existing reserves alone, spring planting will be difficult, and the disaster victims will hardly survive. These words immediately sparked murmurs among the assembled officials. Of the promised grain aid from the capital, only 30% has arrived so far. Whether the remaining aid will be on time and in full remains uncertain. Louis paused slightly, glancing at the finance officer and logistics officer seated at the very end. I'm not optimistic, therefore, I suggest that Red Tide and Frostspear allocate their surplus grain first, prioritizing relief for the 17 former vassal territories most severely affected. Another uproar erupted as soon as he finished speaking, as no one knew who was most severely affected. Louis then added, his tone more humble, I am also willing to lead Red Tide in providing an additional 8,000 tons of grain from its granaries for the entire territory to use. Louis's words fell silent for a moment. Red Tide will provide 8,000 tons of surplus grain for the entire territory to use. These words struck the hearts of every attendee like a hammer blow. They knew Red Tide had a decent food supply, being one of the few areas in the north not yet ravaged by the disaster, but they hadn't expected Louis to be so generous as to provide such a large amount of stored grain. 8,000 tons, that was no small sum. Even the wealthiest former vassal states in the north now have just over 1,000 tons in their granaries, and some fiefdoms are even empty. After explaining the grain allocation plan, Louis, seemingly afraid of misunderstanding, added, this 8,000 tons is 2/3 of our Red Tide territory's current grain reserves. His tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if he were truly forcing himself to pluck out his last remaining reserves. Of course, he knew better than anyone present that this so-called concession of 8,000 tons was merely the tip of the iceberg. The real foundation behind Red Tide's abundant grain was wheat wave territory. That miraculous vast grain field had almost single-handedly provided Red Tide territory with 2 years' worth of grain last autumn. Moreover, to maintain Red Tide's internal sense of thrift, he had issued a grain conservation order and prohibition of extravagant eating early on, so there was basically more than enough. Releasing a little now would win hearts and minds, stabilize the overall situation, and even exchange power. Most importantly, it wouldn't cripple them. However, the other lords did not object to Louis's words. The people of the north knew that this land had never been suitable for cultivation. The harsh climate and barren soil meant that even the slightest change in weather could lead to total crop failure. After the disaster, The land was even more devastated, so when Lewis claimed that this is 2/3 of the grain reserves, no one doubted him. "I'm not trying to claim credit," Lewis added, "I just want everyone to understand that we are all doing our utmost." He squeezed out a tear, like a young man truly fighting tooth and nail for the North, even with a hint of being pressured. But those truly at the center of the power struggle were already calculating. They knew this was a plea for poverty, but also a setting of a price. This young lord, using limited grain reserves to create the impression of extreme concessions, both won hearts and suppressed doubts. Even the cunning nobles who saw through his intentions could only remain silent. Because he had struck too accurately. The North's greatest need now was food, and he controlled it. Whether willingly or not, they had to offer loyalty or compromise in exchange for even a sliver of hope. An elderly nobleman from the North was the first to applaud, saying in a deep voice, "In such dire circumstances, His Highness Lewis's willingness to generously contribute is truly a blessing for the North." More applause followed. In fact, long before the meeting, Lewis had secretly coordinated the food distribution plan and power commitments with several key nobles. They knew they would receive preferential treatment on the food line, and the applause was merely part of the script. A chorus of praise filled the room, instantly turning the tide. Even Duke Edmund nodded slowly, a hint of relief in his eyes. It seemed he had bet on the right person. With this wave of public support, the rest of the meeting went much more smoothly. Although the members of Parliament each had their own agendas, the overall situation was settled, and no one wanted to be seen as a disruptor. The following topics, though numerous, were quickly moved forward. Regarding the allocation of post-war resources, each vassal would receive allocations according to the severity of the disaster and their contributions to the army. The Medical Corps of Prosperous would jointly establish the Northern Disaster Health Affairs Bureau, responsible for suppressing epidemics and managing disaster victims. Red Tide Territory is willing to open its borders first, establishing 7 settlements to prioritize the intake of refugees. Lewis's performance throughout the Reconstruction Conference was near perfect. He was neither autocratic nor yielding. Whenever military or political matters were involved, he relied on detailed data and calm, meticulous analysis to subtly secure benefits for his side. I suggest that the allocation of spring planting supplies prioritize the 17 former vassal territories with higher returns in the disaster area. The first batch of seeds and iron farming tools can be allocated by Prosperous. Regarding the epidemic, we have consulted with the physicians of Prosperous City and suggested establishing an isolation zone around the ruins and setting up 3 temporary medical camps. Every word was watertight. Every proposal allowed the nobles to save face while subtly consolidating real power into his own hands. Even more remarkable was that he showed no trace of arrogance, maintaining a consistently calm tone. He was like a proper mediator, not a dictatorial ruler. The nobles who had received his promises opportunely offered their support, guiding public opinion in his favor. All potential doubts and objections vanished in Lewis's words. Although he lacked the title of governor and had not yet been formally appointed to any official position in the North, everyone in the meeting hall understood that he was leading the meeting, and that the future direction of the North would be decided by him. Even the notoriously critical Treasury representative, Calvino, had to write in his minutes, young, steady, and capable of governing. Duke Edmund, seated to the side of the head seat, watched all this quietly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He didn't need to elaborate, because in everyone's hearts, the composed young man had already become the de facto heir to the North. As the meeting drew to a close, the fire in the fireplace gradually died down, and the night in Prosperous City deepened. All eyes, without anyone noticing, had converged on the young lord of the Crimson Tide. Lewis slowly rose and looked around. He maintained his gentle smile and composed demeanor, seemingly unaware that the invisible flow of power within the hall had already converged upon him. "I am still young," he began, his voice low but remarkably clear in the silence, "and I still need the guidance of my seniors and lords on many matters." This humble remark drew nods of approval from several older nobles, while others curled their lip in disapproval. "But since I am chairing this meeting today," Lewis said, ignoring the others, "I will summarize and propose 3 directions, which will serve as a preliminary framework for the reconstruction of our northern territory." Lewis held up one finger. "First, defend the territory. Although the Northern Territory is far from the capital, this land is not to be abandoned. No matter what the future holds for the Empire, we ourselves must not fall into chaos. Protecting our territory and our people is the duty of every lord." Many nodded subconsciously. "Second, people's livelihood." Lewis paused, his tone softening slightly. Spring planting is approaching, but we are short of seeds and farming tools, there are too many refugees, and disease is spreading. If these problems are not solved, even survival will be a problem, let alone reconstruction. I suggest that, starting today, each lord should immediately formulate a plan and apply for disaster relief resources proportionally. All allocations will be jointly reviewed and approved by the Reconstruction Conference, some whispered. But there were no objections. After all, most lords were barely able to defend their own territories, how could they have the right to question? Third, unity. Lewis's tone suddenly softened, but it carried more weight than the previous 2 points. The situation in the north is complex, the empire's resources are unstable, and the future of the royal family is uncertain. My only request is that everyone cooperate with the conference's arrangements and temporarily submit to unified coordination to avoid division and harm to the country. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions varied. Lewis was clearly trying to seize power, but no one voiced their opposition. Lewis raised his wineglass, looking around at every noble, general, and envoy present. In his eyes was no longer the humility of a young nobleman, but the responsibility of a successor. He spoke slowly. The north is our shared north. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed throughout the hall. It is on the verge of collapse, but you and I are still here. From this day forward, battle flags will unfurl over ruins, plows will till scorched earth, and vows will brave the wind and snow. He raised his glass, his gaze sincere and unwavering. Let us, together, make the north great again. A moment of silence fell over the room. The next second, applause erupted, layer upon layer. Some were genuinely moved, others were swept up in the momentum. In their silence, they all acknowledged one fact: this young Crimson-Tide lord had ascended to the true core of power in the north. Duke Edmund also gently raised his glass, gazing at him like a new captain seeing off the north as it set sail. Chapter 294 The capital shakes. In the blue jade flower pavilion at the end of the noble district, Eleanor Calvin leaned back in a chaise lounge behind the sandalwood screen, gently swirling her wineglass. The amber imperial pear wine shimmered in the crystal glass, reflecting her cold, indifferent eyes. She was listening to whispers about the north. They say the young lord of the Calvin family has gone to Burial Valley. Is he leading the troops himself, or sending a knightly order? Can he really turn the tide in that kind of battle? Who knows? News from the north is always like a frozen river, slow and unreliable. She didn't interrupt, only a faint smile playing on her lips. That was her nephew, Duke Calvin's least favored 8th son, exiled to the north, yet he had carved out a territory, and now seemed to have achieved great merit. Recently, he had even become a frequent topic of discussion among the capital's noble circles. This Lewis Calvin was truly a troublesome yet interesting figure. Eleanor looked down at the unsealed letter on the table. She had written half of it, carefully crafting the wording to send it to the north as soon as the war was over, to remind her brother, Duke Calvin. It was time to persuade her glorious son to achieve another merit for the family, even if it was just sharing some military achievements and honors. She had to contribute to noble council. Just then, hurried and uneasy footsteps broke her reverie. Madam, news from the Ministry of Military Affairs says His Majesty has been out of contact for 5 days since leaving the capital. Eleanor's mind went blank. What? Also, the 3 legions His Majesty led on his inspection tour have vanished without a trace. She stood up, but her movements were extremely slow. Is it an official announcement? No, it was leaked by the Ministry of Military Affairs. The whole capital is buzzing with the news. Eleanor took a slow breath. The war situation, the family, the nephew's military achievements, the ownership of the North, the next round of seats at the Dragon Throne Conference, the Empire's impending fiscal reform bill, all of this seemed to be scattered by a hurricane at this moment. The Emperor had disappeared. A figure who had held power atop the Empire for decades had vanished. Worse still, it wasn't just one person who left, he took his 3 sharpest spears with him. The 1st Legion was the local garrison of the capital, a direct force of the imperial city, permanently stationed on the outer ring of the capital, and the fastest reacting elite legion in the entire empire. Its commander and deputy commander were both direct descendants of the royal family, controlling the last line of defense for the capital. The Royal Guard, the Emperor's private bodyguard, though small in number, had the most extraordinary knights. They were the legendary 1,000 men could defeat 10,000 blades of the king. And then there was the soul of the empire, the Dragon Blood Legion, whose selection criteria were extremely stringent. Only the sons of the 8 great families of the capital were eligible to enter, and others needed to have bloodlines with at least 3 generations of military merit. It was not merely a symbol of military power, but also a political hostage, used by the emperor to lock the hearts of all the nobles. They had all vanished. Not just 1 or 2 knights, but the emperor and his empire's most powerful ally. The very blade that controlled the empire had disappeared into thin air. In the following few hours, the core of the empire seemed to fall silent. The ministers remained in seclusion, the only visible sights being the knights constantly leaving the city and the ever-growing number of messengers. In the noble mansions of the capital, candles burned all night long. Eleanor Calvin, draped in a black satin robe, stood on the veranda outside the blue jade flower pavilion, gazing at the unusually moonless night in the capital, a chill creeping down her spine. She no longer cared about her original plans for the day. After all, no matter how dire the situation in the north, it couldn't compare to the terror of His Majesty and the 3 legions simultaneously losing contact. Eleanor ordered a carriage to be prepared, and she rushed back to the Iris Tower mansion in the 7th Council District, the Calvin family's most crucial intelligence hub in the capital. The capital was shrouded in a night of rain. Eleanor stood before the candlelit desk, taking a deep breath to suppress the anxious anticipation of writing. She had finished compiling all the intelligence. The secret letter contained not a single superfluous word, just 3 short pages, encapsulating the most crucial truths currently facing the capital. His Majesty's disappearance is not merely a disturbance. It is a harbinger of the collapse of the empire's core. She narrowed her eyes slightly, reviewing the past 3 days as her subordinates laid stacks of secret letters on the table. There were no fancy methods, only the most traditional informants. All were spies, insiders, and servants from the various noble residences and government offices of the capital. The seemingly still prosperous palace and council hall were, in reality, like a frozen lake in deep winter, calm and still, yet poised to crumble at any moment with a single pebble. Her judgment in her letter to her brother, Duke Calvin, was that the emperor's disappearance was most likely not the work of foreign enemies, but rather caused by some forbidden magic. And the collective loss of communication among the 3 legions symbolized the complete loss of the iron fist left by the emperor, the loss of the last tether of fear for the entire upper echelons of the capital. In other words, no one can control anyone else anymore. If a regent cannot be appointed soon, the empire will inevitably fall into a state of turmoil. Based on the intelligence gathered by the Calvin family, she judged that a clear 4-faction division had emerged among the upper nobility of the empire. The anxious faction, such as the Navin family, had begun secretly transferring assets to the Emerald Federation and transporting their direct descendants by sea. The conservative faction, with a newly elected council of nobles appealing the imperial power is not yet vacant, await the imperial judgment, was actually stalling for time to prevent conflict from erupting. The restless faction, such as the remnants of the Calvin family and the Roland family, were holding secret meetings and recruiting soldiers. They had waited too long for this moment. The detached faction, the merchants' guilds, the finance department, the capital's foreign trade bureau, etc., who controlled the economic lifeline, they remained silent, but they were watching, seeing who would be the next center of attention. In her letter, she wrote in meticulous handwriting. They were all waiting for the one who could be the first to stand on the high platform, to present a new emperor or to appoint himself regent. And this was the gamble that would change the fate of the entire empire. At the end of the letter, she wrote specific action suggestions. The Duke should immediately and privately inform all distant relatives of Calvin to be wary of the sweeping impact of the royal succession dispute among the old nobility. Having finished the secret letter, she lit the sealing wax and pressed down the family crest seal firmly. The rain stopped. She looked up at the palace rooftops peeking out in the morning light. A drop of cold dew landed on her fingertip, like some mysterious omen. "The Emperor," she whispered, "if you have truly disappeared, then it is our turn to take the stage." The night was deep, the wind whistling through the iron-leaf cypress, lifting a corner of the study curtains, bringing a few wisps of frosty evening air. The Duke of Calvin sat behind his desk, his expression grave. Before him lay a letter from the capital. Emperor Ernst has been missing since his return from his northern tour, accompanied by the 3 legions, all of whom are now without news. An eerie silence fell over the entire study, broken only by the occasional crackling of the fireplace. A godsend, or a catastrophic end? Calvin raised his eyes, calmly uttering a muttered phrase to himself, then folded the letter again and sealed it in a cloth bag. Duke Calvin stood before the fireplace, staring at the flames for a long time, before slowly pacing to the map. He gazed at the wall-mounted map covering the entire empire, his eyes lingering on the red dot over the capital region, and gave a mocking smile. If it's real, huh? Then his finger moved to the border of the southeast province. But if it's fake, then any action will be treason, extermination. At this moment, he made up his mind. No appearance, no statement, no contact with anyone. Order the Knight's family territories to defend their borders, both internally and externally. The southeast province, even if it loses the capital, must protect itself. He sat down, personally picked up a pen, wrote the first letter of command, and affixed a Calvin family seal. Even if the Empire's ship is sinking, I'll have to choose which mast it is. He pondered for a long time, then summoned someone again. Draft a proposal to appoint the eldest prince as regent. This prince is mild-mannered, without military power or authority, making him the perfect puppet. I will strike first and send a letter into the imperial hall, letting the political circles see the loyalty of the Calvin family. He paused for a moment, then instructed, but do not send it out immediately. Wait until the capital is completely in turmoil before delivering it, which will stabilize public sentiment. Almost simultaneously, a swift bird carrying the Crimson Tide seal landed on the main hall's letter desk. When the head guard brought the letter into the study, Duke Calvin was still looking at the secret letter from the capital. A letter from the north. He frowned slightly, took the letter, and the candlelight reflected the Crimson Tide sun pattern on the seal. He opened the envelope and glanced at it. Barad Bones Valley, reinforcements counterattack, a great defeat for the barbarian army, the main force has returned. His fingers tightened, the paper wrinkling slightly. After a few breaths, he looked up, his eyes unreadable. Finally, his gaze settled on the familiar yet emotionless signature, Louis Calvin, Lord of the Crimson Tide. He didn't speak immediately after reading the entire letter, but instead lowered his head in thought, as if lost in the calm, unwavering surface of the paper. After a few breaths, he sighed softly, a low sigh. That child has finally stepped out of the chessboard I set. The letter only briefly mentioned the Battle of Barad Bone Canyon, the reinforcements' surprise attack, the reversal of the battle, the Northern Alliance's narrow escape, and subsequent requests for support. It was all rational language and a formulaic personal greeting from a son to his father, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His letters over the years had become increasingly cold, as if he were merely a superior, a family patron, not a father. His heart was filled with complex emotions and intertwined thoughts. As patriarch, he had successfully bet on the North. The Calvin family now held the power to expand the North. This would elevate the Calvin family's status in the Empire's North. This power belonged to Louis, not him. Moreover, Louis had never shown any respect for his father. The letter was cold and precise, filled with requests for battle information and resource allocation, like a report to a superior, not a conversation between father and son. Furthermore, the advisors he had sent to the Red Tide were no longer able to intervene in core affairs, and even his old servant, Bradley, had recently become vague and evasive in his letters. That subtle shift in loyalty deeply unsettled him. The Crimson Tide was now a blurred tower to him. He couldn't see its internal structure or know its true strength. Moreover, he had an idea he hadn't told anyone. If he could find a way to bring him back to the southeast and have the Calvin family completely control him, it would both consolidate the northern territory and extend the family's lifespan by a century. But he knew it wouldn't be easy. His eldest son, Gaius, was originally the undisputed successor to the family patriarch, serving as the deputy commander of the Dragonblood Legion, possessing peak strength and expertise in both military and political affairs. However, since being severely wounded and falling into coma during the northern insect plague, his fate remained unknown. The location where the Emperor had placed him for recuperation was shrouded in mystery, and now that the Emperor himself had disappeared, Gaius's chances of survival were slim. Louis had become his most illustrious offspring. He closed his eyes in deep thought for a long time, finally slowly opening them. Perhaps he does have the ability to become patriarch, but not now. He picked up his quill and began writing new orders on the letter. Dispatch a new trade envoy to the Red Tide as soon as possible, ostensibly to negotiate trade routes, but in reality to investigate the true power structure. The technical personnel Louis needs can be sent to him, but intelligence agents must be planted within. More leverage can be injected, but whether he is truly willing to pass the position of family head to him remains to be seen. On the 15th day after Emperor Ernst August's disappearance, the air in the capital had completely changed. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly removed the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all the nobles. The once unbreakable pressure had abruptly failed, leaving behind a heart-pounding emptiness. On the surface, the capital was peaceful and prosperous, the nobles still chatting and laughing in the halls, but beneath every polite greeting lay probing and a blade. The emperor's children were like beasts smelling blood. The second and fourth princes secretly contacted their old subordinates, and the rumor of the third prince's death was brought up again to stir up trouble. The princesses also contacted their maternal clans and allies, plotting their own survival. However, everyone knew that if the emperor truly returned, any small action taken today could lead to the annihilation of their entire clan. Therefore, everyone feigned caution, but inwardly, a turbulent undercurrent flowed. The empire cannot be without a ruler for a single day. This is the phrase everyone in the council chamber keeps repeating. Therefore, after a brief but intense power struggle, a tacit understanding has miraculously been reached. The frail and powerless eldest prince will be thrust into the limelight as temporary regent. He has no military power, no political allies, and no independent will. For this reason, he is the perfect puppet. Real power, however, has quickly slipped into the Dragon Throne Council. This council, originally intended to manipulate the powerful nobles, has now become a meeting where the nobles manipulate the emperor. Thus, the empire maintains a semblance of order. Edicts continue to be issued, banquets continue to be held, and the people of the city still believe that His Majesty is seriously ill, and the crown prince is temporarily acting as regent. However, all the nobles know that this is merely a thin veil. Beneath the surface, the waves are surging wildly. Every family, every prince, awaits the final answer. Will the emperor return, or will he vanish completely? During this delicate lull, any slight disturbance could ignite the seeds of a turbulent decade. Chapter 295 Inheritance. Of course, next up is the granddaughter of the old Marquis of Bray and the heir to West Ridge Castle, who said they brought cheese and homemade red wine. The servant whispered, "Keep the cheese for the banquet, and let them take the red wine back themselves," Louis said wearily, rubbing his temples, his tone flat. "How many more groups are there?" 6 groups today, 14 tomorrow. 14, he raised an eyebrow. "They're practically eating me out of house and home, aren't they?" The servant forced a smile. "Everyone thinks you're the most promising lord in the north and wanted to come and pay their respects. In fact, ever since the news spread at the reconstruction meeting that the Earl intended to pass the position to Louis's mansion in Frostspear had suddenly become lively. Nobles of all surnames, like cats smelling fish, all flocked over. Some brought old parchment maps, claiming they were strategic secrets they were willing to share with the Red Tide. Others carried 2 jars of wine, their authenticity unknown but potent, grinning as they said they wanted to welcome the greatest contributor to the north. Some even brought their daughters, their cheeks flushed, to pay their respects. Of course, they all made sure their words were perfectly polite. "We've come to see this young hero who saved the North on the battlefield. We hope that in the future, our North Bay and Red Tide can strengthen our grain trade cooperation. I heard Red Tide is building roads. I have several craftsmen who are very skilled at road construction." Even their titles became extraordinarily refined. "Your Highness, Lord of Red Tide, the future guardian of the North, the ideal successor to the governor's seat." Of course, Louis knew that if any trouble arose, these friends would quickly switch sides. Even the old baron who praised him for his domineering presence last night would secretly sign a petition demanding a reduction in Louis's excessive centralization of power. Not to mention that once the pure-blooded Edmund grew up, they wouldn't mention Louis, the future Lord of the North, anymore. They would say, "Thank you for helping the North in our time of need. Now please return to your Red Tide territory." Therefore, he hadn't accepted their friendship, let alone made any promises to them. As time went on, the nobles, finding him unyielding, visited less and less. But fate still sent him an unexpected guest. "His Highness the 6th Prince has arrived," Lambert reported, his face as expressionless as ever. Louis nodded slightly, donned his cloak, and entered the drawing room. The figure was already standing by the fireplace, warming himself. Asta August, the 6th Prince of the Empire. No military achievements, no real power, not even any notable characteristics. Some privately called him a royal addition, listed in the family register, but no one really expected him to inherit anything. He turned around, his face immediately displaying a standard smile. "Ah, Your Highness Louis, Your Highness." Louis nodded in return, his posture polite, but without much emotion. This was their second meeting. The first was 2 years ago at the Northern Reconstruction Conference, where Asta initiated the conversation, with a hint of admiration, saying that his achievements at such a young age are truly admirable, but unexpectedly, 2 years later, their positions had been somewhat reversed. Louis Calvin, 22 years old, Lord of the Red Tide territory in the north, effectively controls the southeastern part of the north, and may even become the future ruler of the north. Yet he remains a filler prince, stuck in the same position. After they sat down, the atmosphere fell into silence colder than Frost Spear City. Asta spoke first, speaking of which, although we both graduated from the Knight Academy, we've never really met. Yes, when I enrolled, you were probably almost graduating, Louis replied politely. Back then, I often heard my professors mention your class, saying they were very steady, low-key. Asta coughed lightly, trying to change the subject. I remember you didn't seem to like participating in tactical exercises back then. Indeed, Louis smiled slightly, his tone gentle. I spent most of my time in the library. Asta nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Actually, I originally wanted to visit the Red Tide territory last winter. I heard you were doing some, well, institutional experiments there. You're welcome to visit anytime, Louis said politely. It's a pity winter came early. Asta smiled, then added softly, the snow in the north always catches us off guard. Indeed, Louis maintained his polite smile. If you plan to visit again, please let me know in advance, and I will arrange your hospitality. The atmosphere became awkward, and the two fell into a brief silence. Asta's eyes flickered slightly, and he hesitated several times before speaking. He had thought of saying something before coming, perhaps asking Louis to support him in mobilizing a group of people or sending some supplies. But when the words reached his lips, looking at this man 5 years younger than himself, whose power in the north was slowly gathering on his shoulders, a strange sense of shame suddenly arose in his heart. Why say such things, he thought to himself with self-mockery. By the way, Asta suddenly changed the subject. It's been very cold in Frost Spear City lately. Is Madam alright? Thank you for your concern. Emily is 3 months pregnant, and her condition is stable. Louis's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Congratulations. This is a moment to remember. The prince nodded with a smile, but didn't know how to continue. Louis didn't speak again. He didn't dislike the prince, but he knew he couldn't offer him aid, form an alliance, or make any vague promises about working together in the future. After a few minutes of awkward conversation, the prince took his leave. As he walked out of the hall, he glanced back at the prince's retreating figure and suddenly felt utterly useless. The air seemed to finally relax the moment the sixth prince left. The atmosphere had been incredibly awkward. Louis stretched lightly, gazing at the sky outside the window. I've been in Frost Spear City long enough. Lambert handed him a cup of hot tea. Exactly half a month, my lord, perhaps a day longer. Louis took the cup and leaned back in his chair. It's been long enough. It's time to go home. Spring planting, the establishment of new mines, the progress of post-war reconstruction, all of these are currently being communicated via letters. You know, these aren't things Bradley can personally oversee for me. Lambert nodded. He naturally knew Louis's importance to the Crimson Tide territory. Louis stood up and donned his cloak. Let's go. It's time to say a final goodbye to the governor. The governor's mansion remained quiet, with only the physician and servants moving about. Inside the council chamber, Duke Edmund sat in his high-backed chair, the latest post-war damage statistics and supplier requests laid out before him. You've come. He saw Louis, his eyes flickering slightly. My lord, I must take my leave. Louis was direct. Edmund nodded slightly, gesturing for him to sit, and continued, I had intended for you to stay. To take up my unfinished duties, using New Frost Spear as the central hub, and to integrate the North. He didn't emphasize his words, nor did he use any word that sounded like an order. Even though he was still the governor of the North, he understood that the young man before him was no longer a subordinate waiting to be ordered around. I know, Louis said calmly, looking at him. But I can't. Why? The entire North is ravaged. Its water systems, transportation, and granaries are all ruined. Imperial funding alone cannot rebuild it. If I were to take over the entire North now, I would only drag myself down with me. Louis paused, then continued, I want to return to the Red Tide. I will start from the southeast and concentrate resources on development. You want to establish a new order? Edmund asked softly. I want to establish a self-sustaining polity, Louis replied calmly, a base that can truly support the entire North. Silence lingered between them for several quarters of an hour. Do you know, he suddenly began softly, that our Edmund family has been rooted in this land for 300 years. In the beginning, Frostspear was just a winter hunting camp. My grandfather told me that his grandfather dug the first well in this valley, used the water to cook porridge, and fed an entire territory. He paused, a hint of weariness in his eyes. But by my generation, 6 major wars, 3 natural disasters, and 1 insect plague had ravaged the north. This city can barely hold on to a decent gate. Lewis stood silently, listening to him finish, not daring to interrupt. It was the first time he had seen this old general, so sharp-tongued in council and as calm as a knife on the battlefield, show such obvious fatigue. Of course I know you're right. Edmund turned to look at him, his tone calm. From strategic location and resource allocation to labor density and the foundation of order, Red Tide territory is the most suitable starting point for reconstruction. But I still want to see Frostspear City brightly lit again someday. Do you understand this feeling, Lewis? Lewis straightened up and slowly said, I understand, Your Grace. Although I don't yet have the ability, nor can I take on the responsibility of rebuilding the entire North, but I assure you, he said, gazing into those aged eyes, that one day I will rebuild Frostspear City. Not as an appendage of Red Tide, but as the true heart of this North. After a moment of silence, Edmund suddenly smiled, a smile tinged with bitterness, yet also with a hint of relief. He looked out the window at the snow falling on the city walls. You're right, this city is not the future. I was just being sentimental. I hope you won't hate me for being selfish, Lewis said softly. Hate? The Duke coughed a few times, a hint of amusement in his voice. I'm least afraid of your selfishness. What I fear is your lack of ruthlessness, since you want to return to Crimson Tide. He turned, his gaze steady as he looked at Lewis. Take the broken-edged knights back with you. Lewis's heart skipped a beat, and before he could react, the Duke continued, after I die, there will be the Cold Iron Knights and the Silver Fang Knights. The 3 orders, totaling nearly 5,000 riders, will also be under your command. Lewis froze, as if he hadn't understood for a moment. These weren't just any ragtag troops, they were the elite of the elite in the entire northern military. With control of these 3 legions, he would truly be the number 1 in the north. Your Grace, this, he clenched his fists instinctively, his brows furrowed in disbelief. Edmund simply gazed at him intently, his eyes piercingly sharp. I don't have much time left. Little Isaac is still young, and Elena isn't particularly adept at political maneuvering. If no one can protect me after my death, the entire family will be torn apart, he whispered. I hope you won't let them down. In the firelight, Lewis's eyes gradually darkened, a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. First came surprise, then an indescribable emotion welled up within him. I understand. Your Grace, please rest assured. Lewis rose, kneeling on one knee, his voice steady and powerful. On the day little Isaac rose up, I will return these 3 bundles intact to him. Because he is the true heir of the North. In the name of the dragon ancestor, I swear this. I believe you. Edmund's hand trembled slightly, yet remained firmly on the table, as if suppressing the last trace of hesitation in his heart. This was a gamble with the entire Edmund family, but he chose to believe in the young man before him. At dusk, before the council hall of Frostspear City, Duke Edmund stood on the steps, draped in a heavy cloak, still trying to maintain his usual imposing presence. But in the candlelight, that fortitude could not conceal his weakness, like an ancient castle on the verge of collapse, struggling to preserve its last vestiges of dignity. Let's go, he said, looking at Lewis, then turning to Emily, his voice hoarse. Emily stared blankly at her father, her eyes moist. But her father simply reached out and patted her shoulder gently. You are now another man's wife, and soon to be a mother. Frostspear City is not suitable for nurturing new life. Go back, she bit her lip, but finally lowered her head. I understand, father. As the carriage slowly drove out of the city gate, the wheels making a dull thud as they rolled over the gravel. Emily looked back. The distant tower stood alone, her father's figure gradually disappearing into the twilight. Lewis reached out and took her cold fingers in his hand, whispering, Don't worry, we'll come back often. Emily nodded gently, tears streaming down her face, but she didn't speak again. She didn't know that her husband's heart was heavier than hers. Lewis hadn't told her that the Duke only had 6 months left to live. So this farewell wasn't just temporary, it might be the last time father and daughter saw each other. Lewis and Emily sat side by side in the heavy carriage, Soft blankets had been laid out in the carriage at Edmund's request, and the curtains were half drawn, letting in a pale red glow from the outside light. Emily leaned quietly on her husband's shoulder, her hand resting on her still flat belly, her eyes peering out through the gaps. She saw a vast procession of knights, lined up along the long street. At the head were 200 elite knights from the Crimson Tide territory. Behind them was the disciplined, ironclad Broken Blade Knights, over 1,000 knights, their armor reflecting the cold light of the morning sun, like a forest of steel. The Crimson Tide's red banners fluttered high, rustling in the wind like flames. The thunder of hooves and the slow rolling of wheels propelled the entire procession like a giant red dragon, winding its way out of Frostspear City and heading towards the Crimson Tide territory. Chapter 296 The Sun of the North. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting its light upon the earth. Frostspear City receded into the distance, and the carriage, escorted by layers of knights, slowly emerged from the valley. Inside the main carriage, warmth and tranquility prevailed. Emily leaned against the cushions, her hand gently resting on her lower abdomen, her eyes closed in repose. Louis sat beside Emily, his hand lightly clasped in hers. On the surface, his eyes were closed, his expression calm, as if he too were resting. But in truth, his mind was far from at peace, processing the gains of this war. Louis wasn't narcissistic, but he had to admit that this support for the Frostspear campaign had yielded far more than he had anticipated. Duke Edmund had not only publicly entrusted the future of the North, but had also given him free rein at the Reconstruction Conference, overseeing everything from disease control to the allocation of provisions. Moreover, he had gained the Broken Blade Knights. These were Frostspear City's elite forces, 1,000 knights like an iron torrent, now rayed behind their carriage, treading the earth, protecting him and Emily as they returned to the Red Tide. The Duke's promise also included the transfer of over 3,000 knights from the Cold Iron and Silver Fang regiments. These knights, combined with his existing force, would make a total of 5,000. Currently, only one person in the entire Northern Territory possessed this level of military strength. As for the rewards from the capital, those would have to wait until the political situation stabilized. Louis believed that with the combined efforts of the Edmund and Calvin families, his reward would be substantial. Of course, Louis won more than just power in this battle, he also gained increased strength. Although the Scorching Vine Garden was an active invasion, it had been purified and internalized through the primal heart. Physical enhancement, potential explosion, magical reconstruction. Most importantly, there were currently no side effects. He wasn't entangled by the vines, didn't lose control, and didn't suffer a key deviation. Moreover, Louis already sensed that these abilities would become even stronger as his magical power increased. He remembered Titus, who had fought 14 extraordinary knights single-handedly on the battlefield. Perhaps one day he could be that powerful. However, he deserved all of this. After all, he had prevented Titus from sweeping across the entire north. If the barbarians had successfully enraged the north and then invaded other provinces downstream, without the emperor and 3 important legions, and with the nobles fighting their own battles, the entire empire might not have been able to hold out. Rounding up, I guess I saved the world. Of course, Louis only thought this to himself, it was too childish. But he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Emily looked up at him, seemingly sensing something. Were you laughing just now? No, Louis coughed lightly. I was just thinking, there's still so much to do. Like how to use this victory to expand my territory and influence. Emily had recovered from the grief of parting and said with interest, then tell me about it. Louis replied without hesitation, the destruction of the barbarians, though an accident within a disaster, is precisely this crisis that has made the North unusually free of enemies. The remaining barbarians have long since lost their threat. And the savage shadow that has weighed on the North for centuries has come to a dramatic end. Unless a natural disaster of the scale of the insect horde descends again, the North will usher in a period of true peace. Moreover, the capital is currently in a power vacuum and has no time to attend to this desolate frontier. This is a huge opportunity, if I can seize it. Emily leaned on Louis's shoulder, feeling his fingertips rhythmically tapping her side, as if he were thinking about something. She looked up at him, and there was a hint of sharpness in his young face. So, what are your plans next? She asked softly. Louis pondered for a moment, then spread his palms out, as if unfolding a map of the future. I want to build Red Tide territory into the first true city in the entire Northern Territory. Emily was slightly taken aback. I plan to reorganize the layout of Red Tide's main city. The government offices, schools, military camps, workshops, central market, none of them can be missing. Red Tide is just the beginning. Wheat Wave territory, as the agricultural center, where wheat planting, horse breeding, and cattle raising are all concentrated, will also undergo a major expansion and renovation. As for star forging territory, of course, it's not just about mining. I plan to add alchemy workshops, large furnaces, and metallurgical branches, turning it into the industrial hub of the entire Northern Territory. You mean urban integration? Emily replied softly. That's right, and the three regions can't rely solely on caravans. I also plan to build roads to connect them. Lewis paused, then, as if remembering something, chuckled and added, to get rich, build roads first. Emily chuckled. Thank goodness you said roads, not walls. Walls will be built too, not just city walls. Lewis raised an eyebrow. I don't just want 3 cities, I want more. We'll establish port cities along the coast to connect the south with the capital. Between Starforge and Crimson Tide, we'll build another artisan city to centralize skills and labor. That'll require building so many cities, Emily said softly, her tone revealing only reassurance, not worry. One day, the northern province will become one of the strongest provinces in the empire, Lewis said, each word distinct. I want those nobles of the empire to see that even the desolate frontier they call their homeland can have order and a future. Emily watched him speak so confidently, and her heart suddenly raced slightly. Was this man really only 22? His words described not just a city, not just a territory, but the prototype of a new north. It was a future she had never imagined. But the more brilliant the future, the more it needed a vast foundation. Emily asked softly, but, no matter how you plan, you still need people to do it. What if there aren't enough people? Lewis's lips curled slightly at her words, as if he had already buried this question in his heart for a long time. He held up a finger. First, there are the displaced people. The war is over, but there are still a large number of displaced people in the north. I will set up registration offices for returning people in each territory. Anyone who is willing to return, no matter which territory they come from, as long as they sign a household registration contract, I will grant them land, cattle, tools, and temporary shelter. A household registration contract, Emily repeated. Yes, once they sign. They'll be protected by the Red Tide laws and become citizens of the Red Tide. Taxes will be reasonable, corvée labor transparent, and they'll have access to education and the opportunity to redeem themselves. Sounds very appealing. It certainly is, especially compared to the chaos of other territories. Lewis shrugged. I don't need to cram hundreds of thousands of people in overnight. I just need a stable, growing structure. Lewis raised his second finger. Then there are slaves. Emily nodded, clearly having considered this as well. After all, it was the simplest and most direct method. Lewis continued, I can purchase them at low prices through the Calvin Merchant Guild and use them as laborers for infrastructure. Of course, this isn't a lifetime system. I plan to establish a redemption points system. Participation in labor, service, and merit will grant freedom, which is more transparent than releasing a batch of slaves every month. They will become a new batch of artisans, road builders, miners, and porters, the future Red Tide people. Before Emily could respond, Lewis raised his third finger. The remnants of the barbarian tribes? Emily raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Those willing to submit will be relocated to the border guard villages established along the border. They will be incorporated into the Red Tide military household system, with mandatory service periods, and will receive training and education, Lewis said calmly. In other words, their descendants will also become the shield of the Red Tide. Will they agree? Emily asked softly. Lewis smiled faintly. I will give them a reason to agree. He paused, then added softly, using the name of the Cold Moon Princess, her personal persuasion will have tremendous appeal. Emily nodded thoughtfully, thinking of her closest confidant. Of course, she won't completely believe it, Lewis said, withdrawing his gaze, his eyes slightly cold. The barbarians may be defeated, but their bones are not broken. They may succumb to reality, but that doesn't mean they won't retaliate. The border villages will be overseen by knights personally appointed by me, with a two-tiered organizational structure. Outwardly, the barbarians will manage internal affairs, but real power will be in the hands of the knights. The military household system will also establish layers of collective responsibility, ensuring that if one person makes a mistake, the entire village will be punished. In addition, There will be patrol battalions and regular spot checks. I will extinguish the flames of betrayal before they ignite, of course," Lewis added softly, his fingers tapping lightly on Emily's leg, his voice steady. "Besides being cautious of the barbarians, we must also work on our own internal affairs." Emily looked up at him. "You mean, the red tide laws?" When he said the name, he had clearly already prepared a draft in his mind. "I will personally draft a set of basic laws to protect the civil rights and order of the red tide territory. Clearly define property rights, farming rights, and personal freedom, ensuring that ordinary people can cultivate the land peacefully and move freely in the post-war ruins, instead of continuing to live in fear and chaos. At the same time, the standards for rewards and punishments must be clearly defined. Whoever contributes to the war, whoever helps in the reconstruction, will be promoted and granted land and estates according to their merits. As for those who plunder the people, regardless of their background, they will be tried and severely punished." He paused, his eyes slightly sharp. "This is a guarantee of internal order, and even more so, a moral bargaining chip for external expansion. When we expand our territory in the future, we can say with dignity that what we bring is not conquest, but civilization. But laws alone may not be understood by the people," Emily whispered a reminder. Lewis chuckled softly, as if he had already planned it all out. "So we must create history. From temple fairs to theaters, from classrooms to storytelling stalls, all the propaganda must be unified. I will let all the people of the North hear one voice. It was the red tide territory that saved the North. It was Lewis who defeated the barbarian King Titus, and it was we who won peace and the future. I will hire poets to write chronicles of the barbarian calamities, depicting Titus's madness and the barbarian army's bloodshed in a horrifying way, and portraying the moment I brought hope in Barrett Hollow as a divine miracle. Then, we will seal this memory into children's textbooks, tell it in old people's fireside stories, and sing it in the tavern poems of wandering musicians." Emily's lips curled slightly. "Are you going to give yourself some title? Savior? Lord of the Holy Light?" Lewis chuckled, but his tone was unusually calm. "The Son of the North, that's what they say, and I've merely acquiesced." Emily leaned gently on his shoulder. Indeed, I hadn't misjudged you," she whispered, almost inaudibly. "You are unique, Lewis." The wheels rumbled through the snow, banners billowing like waves, while the Lord and his wife sat in their main carriage, planning the future of the North. Dozens of large carriages followed slowly behind, carrying the families of the Broken Blade Knights. They carried their packed belongings, pots and pans, and a mix of emotions, heading towards their unknown new home. The carriages swayed and creaked slightly as they traveled along the icy, snow-covered road. Clang, a wheel rolled over gravel, the carriage jolted, and Mary instinctively clutched her daughter tighter. She was the wife of Smith, a squad leader in the Broken Blade Knights, born into a middle-class merchant family in Frosthalberd, and unaccustomed to this kind of large-scale migration. Mary sat in the corner of the carriage, leaning against a folded blanket and a wooden crate. Beside her sat 4 or 5 other women, some holding children, others with elderly relatives, mostly looking weary. One of the short-haired women clicked her tongue and said, "I heard the war there just ended, and the city gates were burned down. I also heard it's barbarian territory." Another older woman whispered in agreement, "Those red tide people, aren't they just a wild tribe from the north?" Mary didn't respond, but simply pulled her cloak tighter and gently pulled her daughter closer to her. She wasn't unfamiliar with the red tide territory, but only to the point that Duke Edmund's daughter had apparently married a lord there. Beyond that, she knew nothing. Was this a place where she could entrust her family's future? Mary thought of the annual spring flower market in Frostspear City, and glanced at the old, rickety carriage beside her, its wheels covered in slush and snow. She even doubted how many more days the carriage could last. A gust of cold wind blew through the gaps, and she shivered. As evening fell, the last rays of the setting sun dipped behind the mountains. The group camped at the foot of the ridge, several large pots burning over the campfire, the salty porridge bubbling and steaming. Smith personally delivered the wooden bowl to the accompanying wagon, hoping to catch a glimpse of his wife and daughter. As he climbed onto the wagon and lifted the tarpaulin, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the corner. "Hurry and eat something hot," he said with a smile, handing her the bowl. Mary took the bowl, her fingers touching the warm surface, but she didn't drink immediately. "Smith, are we really going to take the children so far away?" Her voice held a deep unease. Smith paused for a moment, then, as usual, gently ruffled her hair. "When we get there," he whispered, "you'll understand." Night slowly fell, and the snowfield fell silent. In the central wagon of the camp, candlelight still shone, and a young lord sat under the lamplight, meticulously sketching the future borders and cities of the north. At the rear of the procession, in a family wagon, a mother gently patted her child to sleep. Chapter 297, Winning Hearts and Minds. On the afternoon of the 10th day, the snow line gradually receded, revealing patches of bare, dark brown mud in the mountains. The long procession finally came to a stop, the wheels churning as they sank into the snow. Heavy carriages lined the roadside at the foot of the mountain, one after another, more than 50 in total. A large escort team spread out, patrolling the surrounding area. The accompanying family members also disembarked to help with the work. This was a rare moment of rest for them each day. Mary, carrying a small jar, carefully stepped down from the carriage. Her skirt was soaked with snowmelt, but she didn't bother to wipe it off. Holding her 3-year-old daughter, Innie, in one arm, she helped the other women set up cooking utensils on the snow with the other. Have you heard? It's quite cold in Chicheo territory. I heard that land there was all carved out by fighting, and the houses were all burned down, but we haven't lacked food along the way. There was even meat in yesterday's porridge. It's just, we've been heading south like this, seemingly without beginning or end. Mary lowered her head, tearing apart a dry flatbread to feed her child, pausing slightly before remaining silent. She wasn't sure where this road led. All she knew was that a single word from Duke Edmund had sent the entire Knights of the Broken Blade and their families with Louis. She harbored some minor complaints, but dared not voice them. After all, Duke Edmund was practically a god to them. To be honest, however, this migration was far more dignified than her initial expectations of exile. The carriage was not only lined with thick blankets, but also provided clean water bags and wooden bowls. Hot porridge was delivered 3 times a day, and knights patrolled every night with lanterns to ensure protection from wild animals and bandits. Even with lingering doubts, it didn't feel like exile, it felt more like a well-arranged acceptance. Mary, holding Innie, sat against a tree root, the child leaning wearily on her shoulder, her eyes still half asleep and timid. I wonder what will happen next, she murmured softly. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves approached from afar. Mary instinctively looked up and saw a young, dark-haired knight appear in her field of vision, escorted by several knights. He rode a snow-white warhorse, wearing a dark red cloak and no armor, only a neatly tailored riding outfit that accentuated his slender figure. Following closely behind was another woman. She rode a chestnut warhorse, her long blue hair tied back, her riding attire clean and sharp, her demeanor elegant yet aloof. It was Emily. Mary recognized her, the daughter of Duke Frostalbert, the wife of the Lord of the Crimson Tide. Stand up. Everyone stand up. It's Lord Louis, the Lord of the Crimson Tide, and the lady. It's the Duke's daughter, Emily. A soft murmur rippled through the area near the carriage, and those around the fire rose to their feet, their movements hurried yet respectful. Even a fleeting glimpse from afar revealed a figure in a red cloak and with blue hair, like 2 flames on snow, instantly drawing all eyes. Mary slowly rose as well, instinctively clutching her daughter, only to find herself involuntarily holding her breath. She wasn't unfamiliar with nobles. Back in Frostspear City, as the wife of a night squad leader, she had the privilege of accompanying Smith to several winter banquets, meeting many nobles and even exchanging pleasantries with Emily a couple of times. But the nobles she knew were of 2 kinds. One was rugged and bold like generals, always reeking of alcohol and speaking in a gruff voice. The other was aloof, often exuding arrogance and coldness. But this young lord, the legendary one who had defeated the barbarian king, was completely different from any noble she had ever met. He was simply dressed, without a sword or armor, and only had a few guards with him. Yet, as he slowly walked into the crowd, he seemed to carry an invisible ripple, causing everyone to instinctively step aside and look up at him. It was an aura, like the surface of a lake in the night. Seemingly calm and still, yet beneath those serene eyes and brows, deep currents were clearly hidden. Louis was already used to his own innate aura of dominance, so he didn't feel uncomfortable with these curious glances. He merely swept his gentle gaze across the crowd, occasionally nodding in greeting, occasionally smiling at the children, like a foreman inspecting a workshop in a market, without a trace of condescension. As the crowd gradually gathered in the camp, whispers and glances surged forth like a tide. Louis stood on a slightly raised snow mound, and without taking out a prepared speech, blurted out, "I have indeed been too busy lately and haven't been able to come see you sooner." I feel guilty for only arriving now. I know that for most of you, Red Tide territory is an unfamiliar name. It's normal for some of you to worry about the future. But I can tell you that you don't need to worry about these things. Because you are already part of the Red Tide. Lewis turned slightly to the side, his hands naturally behind his back. Each family will be assigned independent housing, with arrangements completed within 3 days at the latest. If you are willing to work and have a skill, we will assign jobs based on your skills. No one will be idle, and no one will be forced to do anything. In addition, upon arrival in Red Tide territory, each family will receive 50 gold coins as a settlement allowance. He paused, a slightly apologetic smile playing on his lips. It's not much, but it's just a small token of my personal appreciation. There were faint murmurs in the crowd, and Mary heard a woman beside her quietly gasp. As for your husbands, he raised his voice slightly, the treatment of the broken-edged knights will be increased by 30%, with equipment, horses, and military pay all provided in accordance with the Red Tide first-class knights. They followed me here, and I will never let them be let down. His gaze calmly swept over the cart after cart, family after family before him. I dare not promise you overnight riches, nor can I guarantee a smooth journey. But I can assure you that all those willing to settle in the Red Tide will receive the respect and rewards they deserve. For a moment, the surroundings were so quiet you could hear a pin drop. In this stillness, the little girl in Mary's arms suddenly stirred. Mama, her voice was soft, but it reached Lewis's ears. Lewis turned his head and saw the child with round eyes, timidly peeking out from under the blanket. He immediately smiled gently, and surprisingly bent down, squatting in front of the child, and softly asked, "How old is she?" Mary was startled, hurriedly standing up and bowing. A hint of unease in her voice. 3 years old, sir. Her name is Innie. Innie, he repeated softly, as if memorizing the name. In Red Tide territory, children start school at 6. Even if they don't become knights, they can become stewards, accountants, or even land managers if they are willing to work hard. Lewis then looked up, his gaze sweeping around the room. Everyone here, if you have any suggestions or questions, please feel free to ask now. He spoke sincerely, but after he finished speaking, there was complete silence. Several women lowered their heads, and some children were secretly glancing behind him, but no one spoke. Some were awestruck by the vision of the future he revealed, while others were intimidated by his status as a lord. In any case, no one dared to be the first to speak. Seeing that no one spoke, Lewis nodded to a few broken blade knights beside him and gave them some instructions regarding the allocation of family carriages and accommodations. He then mounted his horse, ready to leave. Emily was already waiting in front of another horse, and the two rode side by side, disappearing into the snow. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tense atmosphere relaxed like a snapped string, and whispers immediately spread among the carriages. "That's Lewis. My God, he's so young, and so handsome. Did you hear that? 50 gold coins, and they gave them out directly. My God, that's a whole year's salary for an elite knight. It's real gold." I thought he was going to talk to us about the righteousness of the North, but he just provided us with lodging, food, and jobs. That's so straightforward. They didn't hear any empty rhetoric, nor were they touted as having glory or sacrifice. What they heard was a house truly belonging to the family, a place where work can be arranged if you want, and land can be provided if you want to farm. It was that the treatment of a broken-edged knight is 30% better than that in Frostspear City, and that resounding promise, no one who follows the Crimson Tide will be treated unfairly. This was a precise strike, hitting the nail on the head. They left the familiar Frostspear with their children, luggage, pots and pans, all to follow their husbands to their post. The future was unknown, the journey was tiring, and who wasn't filled with trepidation? But now a young lord stood before them, telling them personally, "Your husbands deserve the best, and you will be well taken care of." This feeling was completely different from the high-ranking nobles she had encountered in the past. It was no longer knights should obey their lords, good luck to yourselves, but rather, since you have come with me, I will protect you. Mary listened quietly, her gaze still fixed on the direction Lewis had left in. She still held her daughter, but her arms were noticeably looser. She had always been cautious, even pessimistic, and had never expected to have a good life in a place like the North. Even when Smith kept telling her, "Don't worry, Lord Red Tide is a capable and generous man," she only took it as her husband's defense of loyalty. But today, seeing Lewis for the first time, she felt the difference. There were no boastful promises, no commanding authority. When he spoke, his pace was slow but sincere. Even though she had never participated in politics, she could clearly sense this. She looked down at Annie, gently smoothing her hair. Perhaps, we really can try to believe. The Broken Blade Knights are one of the strongest military forces in the entire North. Duke Edmund's decade-long stability in the North was built on his 3 elite knightly orders. Now, the Duke has handed over actual control of this legion, along with their families and descendants. Louis has already reached a preliminary understanding with the commander, deputy commander, and other upper echelons through a series of negotiations and mutually beneficial arrangements. But for the lower-ranking knights, for their families, weary from the jolting of their carriages, the name Louis Calvin is too distant. Can a young man not yet 25 really lead them? They have doubts, suspicions, weariness, and unease. Louis doesn't expect loyalty to be bought with a single order, which is why he specifically arranged this inspection. Not an order, not a lecture, but a direct distribution of heartwarming gold coins and concrete policies. 50 gold coins might seem like an unnecessary expense to most people. But to Louis, it was the cheapest investment. Just a few cartloads of gold coins were enough to build trust in the lower ranks of an elite knightly order. And for Louis, the mine owner, it was affordable. If you want the loyalty of an army, it's not just about being good to the general. You have to make every soldier's wife, child, and parents feel hopeful about following you. This was simple and direct logic. After all, with a meal allowance of 800 gold coins, 6 blows a second wasn't the limit. Of course, economic and material incentives were only the first step Louis took. Housing, job placement, increased pay, 50 gold coins as a settlement allowance. These were the most basic and effective ways to keep people physically present. But what he truly wanted to build was a comprehensive sense of belonging, both physical and spiritual. To silence the families of an army, money alone wasn't enough. You had to get them to speak up and defend you. This was Louis's forte, building a cult of personality. This wasn't the first time he'd done this. Back in the main city of Crimson Tide, he had already graced the stage as a war genius, appeared in classrooms showcasing his feats of personally slaying demonic beasts, and been hailed as a savior by the common people. Of course, these stories were all true, only exaggerated in artistic expression. This time was no exception, though it wouldn't happen overnight. However, Louis had already made a good start. On the first night after his departure, the Broken Edge family members, who had previously murmured complaints about settling in the wasteland, had stopped sighing. By the campfire, their complaints had subtly changed. I'm not exaggerating, but his aura is completely different from any of the young masters I've met before. His eyes, it's like he can see right through you. At first, I thought it was already amazing that he could fight at such a young age, but now, wow, he's even more handsome than my husband. The key is that he's not just good looking. What he just said, was he thinking about us family members? Have you ever heard of a lord personally giving out money and arranging housing? And look at Miss Emily standing next to him, aren't they a perfect match? They're like a painting together. A sense of personal worship had quietly risen in the hearts of many Broken Blade Knights families, even though they had only met this young lord once. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Some Achievements of Wheat Wave Territory. The carriage swayed and rattled along the snow-covered, muddy road. Mary rested against the window, cradling little Annie in her arms, the low creak of the axle grinding through the snow filing her ears. Suddenly, she was awakened by a murmur of voices. Look! Look outside! Good heavens, what is that place? Could it be Red Tide territory? Mary rubbed her sleepy eyes and groggily climbed to the carriage window. Just then, the caravan slowly crested a small hill, and the scene before her suddenly unfolded. In that instant, Mary's breath caught in her throat. As the carriage slowly crossed the hill, the view rushed towards her. Below lay a vast valley, as if someone had cleaved a crack of spring in the dead of winter. The entire wheat field stretched out in the valley, the silvery white greenhouses reflecting the sunlight like ripples on a gentle breeze. On the hills on either side, rows of round, semi-underground houses stood in neat rows. Wide, straight roads stretched out like nerve endings, tightly connecting villages, greenhouses, and grain processing workshops. But what was most breathtaking was the boundless field, and the thousands upon thousands of people wielding iron plows and wooden shovels, turning the soil, sowing seeds, and carrying water. Shouts, chants, and the clanging of metal rose and fell, like a vibrant song of spring playing on this once desolate, frozen earth. An elderly woman in the carriage murmured, "Where in the north is there such a place? Even the manor outside Frostspear has never been so orderly." A child excitedly almost climbed out the window. "Mother, look! That calf is pulling the plow. Its horns are white, so fun." The already crowded family members in the carriage all leaned out the windows, creating a cacophony of noise. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Tide knights accompanying the caravan smiled, reined in their horses, and approached the carriage, saying loudly, "This isn't Crimson Tide territory, ladies. This is Wheatwave territory, merely a testing ground under our Lord's new plan." Seeing the exchange of glances among the passengers, the knight grinned, his tone brimming with pride. "The Crimson Tide capital is several times better than this. Once you arrive, you'll know what true Crimson Tide glory is." Mara gazed out the window at the farmers tilling the land, the aroma of cooking smoke mingling with the scent of earth filling her nostrils. This was the north, once known for its desolation and barrenness. Yet now, someone had carved a new path through the frozen ground. She recalled the famine and chaos after the insect plague in Frostspear City, and looking at the orderly, vibrant scene before her, she felt a strange sense of anticipation for the city and life she would live in the future. The spring breeze swept through the valley, bringing the moist scent of earth. The newly built government hall of Wheatwave territory stood by the river, its exterior carved with a sun-encircling pattern of wheat ears, the emblem of Wheatwave territory. While the interior lacked a gilded dome and silk curtains, it exuded a dignified and powerful aura. Dozens of village chiefs, workshop leaders, agricultural recorders, and other officials were already seated, a tense atmosphere filling the air. The young lord of the Crimson Tide sat quietly in the head seat. Lewis was not dressed in fine robes, but rather in a dark short cloak. The collar fastened with the silver brooch of the Crimson Tide Knights. This was the mid-spring planting report meeting, and the first Wheatwave government meeting personally chaired by Lewis since the end of the war. Seeing their lord in person after so long, the crowd felt a complex mix of emotions, excitement mixed with a subtle sense of awe. Lewis tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, signaling for silence, and spoke softly, "Gentlemen, spring planting is the foundation of this year's harvest. Although the war has kept me busy, this matter has always been on my mind." The deep voice fell silent, and the officials who had been whispering immediately fell silent, even their breathing becoming lighter. Lewis surveyed the room and nodded slightly. "Speak, what's the situation now?" Mick was the first to stand up, rubbing his hands together in front of him, the thick calluses making a soft rustling sound. He hadn't seen Lewis in a long time, so he was still quite nervous. "Sir, well, I'll report on this year's spring planting." Lewis rested his elbows on the armrests of his chair and smiled slightly. "Speak." Mick glanced at him, his voice gradually becoming steady. "Last year, our wheat fields had a total of 46,000 mu. This year, it has expanded to 88,000 mu, almost doubled." "Not bad." Lewis nodded slightly. It sounded like a casual compliment, but it made Mick's shoulders visibly relax. The newly added farmland is mainly on gentle hillsides, shallow marshes and wetlands, and some plateaus. Mick paused, then added, "As you instructed, we laid geothermal pipes in advance, so the night frost over there is no longer a problem." Lewis raised an eyebrow and nodded, signaling him to continue. "This year," Mick flipped through the notebook in his hand, "as for the crops planted, there are several more varieties than last year. The Agricultural Research Institute selected several new cold-resistant and high-yielding seeds, and the germination rate in the greenhouses is currently 92%, significantly higher than last year." 92%, Lewis repeated softly, a slight smile playing on his lips. Mick couldn't help but smile as well, continuing, "Based on this year's planting rate, the autumn harvest is expected to reach 197,000 tons, enough to feed 120,000 people for a whole year." At this point, he scratched the back of his head. "Lord, if the heavens don't throw a tantrum, our wheat field granaries might burst this year." A suppressed chuckle rippled through the government hall, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. Mick finished speaking and took his seat, and under Lewis's lead, everyone applauded. The atmosphere relaxed slightly, and the tension in everyone's hearts eased a bit. Then, a tall, thin, tanned man rose and gave an awkward bow. This was Andre, the newly appointed official of the Livestock Bureau. He was originally a foreman of a large ranch in the southeastern province of the Empire, but Lewis had recruited him to the northern border last year with a hefty sum. Andre wiped the sweat from his brow, his lips slightly dry from nervousness, reporting to the Lord, "This year, the number of livestock is much better than expected." He opened the parchment scroll in his hand, pointed to the neat ink marks, took a deep breath, and continued, "First, the cattle and sheep. Because we built sheltered semi-underground cattle sheds in the northern hills, using geothermal heat for insulation. The mortality rate is half of what was predicted. Of the 750 thick-haired cattle we bought at the end of last winter, 689 have survived. The sheep flock has expanded from 900 last year to 3,100, mainly snow sheep and shorthorn goats. We are experimenting with using giant bone meal as a feed additive, and the results are excellent, increasing wool production by nearly 30%, he added, his eyes brightening and his tone becoming slightly proud. As for poultry, we built 6 large chicken co-ops this year. The first batch of 8,000 chickens was released, and we expect to have 6,000 ready for market this summer. We also have small-scale trials of geese and ducks, but currently they are only used as a supplement, not as the main source of feed." The people in the hall nodded slightly. Clearly, this achievement exceeded most people's expectations. There's also a magical beast trial program underway. The number is small, but they are all healthy individuals. Andre paused, then cautiously looked up at Lewis. Also, the morning light pond you mentioned, sir, is now in use. Lewis raised an eyebrow slightly and asked calmly, "How are the results?" "Very successful, sir." Andre's voice rose noticeably by half an octave. Someone in the hall suppressed a soft chuckle, but Lewis simply waved his hand, signaling him to continue. Andre paused, then raised the parchment scroll with a hint of excitement. "The 5 morning light ponds we dug are now in use. The first batch of common fish, silver striped carp, red-tide fin, and northern white carp, adapted very well." He paused again, lowering his voice slightly. "Also, as per your instructions, we tested the first batch of magical beast fish in the deepest pond. The red-bristled spring-swallowing catfish and the 3-eyed moon-scaled mandarin fish, though few in number, are kept within safe limits and are currently in good condition." Lewis nodded slightly, his tone calm yet tinged with approval. "Very good. Stabilize the scale first. There's no need to rush expansion." Andre, clearly relieved by the praise, returned to his seat, his ears still flushed. Next, Green slowly rose, a thick stack of parchment ledgers before him. "My lord," he bowed slightly and opened the first page of the ledger. "I'll report on population and the system." Lewis nodded, picked up the hot tea on the table, and gestured softly. "Please speak." "As of the beginning of this month, the total registered population of Wheatville territory is 76,342. Everyone gasped softly. This number was astonishingly higher than last year's. Green continued, "Last year, we brought in over 52,000 migrants. This year, another 18,072 applications have been submitted. The household registration system is nearing completion, and preliminary family binding and labor statistics have been completed." Lewis put down his teacup, his eyes flickering slightly. "So many? This means our food ration guarantee has given them enough confidence." "Yes, sir." Green raised his head, his expression extremely serious. "In the entire North, this is the only place where migrants can take root and grow with their families." Upon hearing this, an uncontrollable sense of pride appeared on the faces of everyone in the hall. Furthermore, Green turned to the second volume of the ledger. "This year is a crucial year for the advancement of the system. The first batch of red-tide civil rights certificates has been issued." "Civil rights certificates?" Lewis raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Green, as if guiding him to explain to others, even though he had personally designed this policy. Green immediately explained, "As long as you complete household registration and pay basic service obligations, you can obtain a civil rights certificate. With this certificate, you can inherit housing, have priority access to your children's education, medical care, and disaster relief subsidies." At this point, the eyes of several village chiefs lit up. They knew what this meant. For the migrants, it wasn't just about having enough to eat and survive, but also about giving hope to the next generation. "And the job classification is also underway." Green's tone shifted as he began flipping through another thin form. "Last year, most of the new migrants were unskilled laborers. After professional training, the first batch of new professional groups has emerged, including professional farm workers, irrigation technicians, fertilizer preparers, and even greenhouse repairmen and geothermal maintenance workers." Lewis smiled upon hearing this, This shows that everyone is starting to find their place. In addition, to encourage childbirth, the medical office implemented the warm baby program this year. Green raised his hand slightly, and the recorder beside him handed a booklet to the table: insulated cribs, maternity food supplies, and midwifery coaches. With all three implemented simultaneously, the number of newborns this quarter reached 613, double that of last year, several officials murmured in surprise. For the frozen tundra of the north, this number was almost miraculous. Lewis tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. Remember, these babies are the future red tide people. Give them the best protection. Everyone nodded in agreement. Finally, Green turned to a list marked with a red stamp. Due to the implementation of last year's policy incentives, this year's cultivation ranking saw fierce competition among villages, with efficiency nearly 30% higher than last year. The top 3 villages have achieved an average sowing speed twice that of last year. Several village chiefs sitting at the front of the meeting couldn't help but smile, exchanging glances, clearly quite proud of their achievements. Lewis leaned back slightly in his chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, his eyes scanning back and forth between the data and charts. 88,000 acres of arable land, 76,000 registered residents, a rudimentary plan for domesticating magical beasts. This was the blueprint he had personally envisioned, the plan he had written up late into the night at his desk. He should have been prepared for all of this, but when the concrete numbers and real results were laid out before him, he couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. They've done even better than I imagined. These people, Mick, Green, Andre, even the village chiefs, workshop leaders, and agricultural record keepers. They may come from different backgrounds, originally just refugees, slaves, craftsmen, and soldiers, but now, each one can stand on their own. This means that Lewis is no longer the young lord who needs to do everything himself and oversee every detail. He sets the direction for them, and they can forge their own path. Red Tide territory is finally beginning to function as a real machine. After a moment of silence, Lewis spoke gently. I know these days haven't been easy. Many of you came from war, famine, and exile, with children, with scars, not even knowing where you'd settle tomorrow. He paused, then raised his voice. But now, look at your achievements. Look at this valley, these greenhouses, these hills filled with the smoke of cooking fires. You not only survived, but you gave this frozen land new life, and the food you produce will save the entire North. Lewis finished with a faint smile. Well done. Of course, we need to do even better. Can you do that? At that moment, almost everyone in the government office stood up instinctively. Yes. Chapter 299 Agricultural Technological Revolution. Spring sunshine shone on the valley. The snow line had only recently receded, and the frozen earth beneath their feet still carried a damp chill. The air was thick with a mingled scent. The churned black soil carried the moist aroma of grass, the slightly acidic smell of bone meal wafted on the breeze, and the warmth of cooking smoke mingled with the aroma of cooking fires. The carriage wheels crunched softly over the gravel, slowly coming to a stop beside the main road. After the meeting, Lewis didn't rush back to the Red Tide capital. Instead, he chose to stay and verify with his own eyes the accuracy of the figures he had heard at the meeting. Some things couldn't be understood with just a few pages of ledgers and a single meeting. The importance of Wheat Wave territory now surpassed even any other territory within the Red Tide territory. It was the future granary of the North, the lifeblood of hundreds of thousands of lives. Therefore, he took Green with him early the next morning and personally embarked on an inspection journey. Whether it was new farming techniques, magical beast breeding, or those still developing experimental fields, only seeing it with his own eyes could put his mind at ease. Lewis alighted from the carriage and squinted as he looked around. Thousands of farmers toiled among the furrows, their shouts rising and falling, the clanging of plows and shovels echoing endlessly. Green, carrying a thick sheepskin ledger, walked beside Lewis, Mick following behind, a proud smile on his face. My lord, this area is the core farmland. Most of the new varieties we experimented with last year are here, Green reported in a low voice as they walked. 30% of the fields here have geothermal irrigation lines, and the germination rate is 12 percentage points higher than expected. Lewis nodded slightly, bending down to part a cluster of seedlings at his feet. The black soil was moist, the roots deeply embedded. The surrounding farmers had already noticed the arrival of the Great Lord. They didn't immediately surround him, after all, no one dared to disturb the young Red Tide Lord. But the already fast-moving ears suddenly began turning the soil with almost 3 times the force, wielding the hoe 6 times per second. The boy carrying water ran incredibly fast, his feet seemingly carrying the wind, even quickening the rhythm of the distant shouts. Of course, people still couldn't help but look up at Lewis every now and then, their eyes shining with fervent admiration, as if looking at a savior. Is that the Lord?" a newly arrived farmer asked his companion in a low voice, his plow never stopping. "Shh, don't talk nonsense. Hold your head high and do your work properly," an older farmer whispered, but his eyes couldn't help but steal glances. Lewis noticed their gazes, smiled slightly, and strode towards the nearest furrow. "The soil is turned well," he said softly. The farmer's hand, which had been gripping the shovel, tightened suddenly, his face flushed red, and he stammered for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out, "Thank you, Lord, keep it up." Lewis patted his calloused shoulder, then turned and left. The farmer stood frozen in place until Lewis was far away, then suddenly raised his sleeve to wipe his eyes. "We can't disgrace the Lord." He took a deep breath, lowered his head, and swung the shovel with even more force. At the end of the field, a newly built geothermal irrigation well stood quietly, its opening covered by a heavy metal disc, a thin layer of mist forming on its surface, from which faint heat emanated. Lewis walked slowly closer, his boots sinking gently into the soft, damp black soil. He squinted slightly, his fingertips touching the metal disc, feeling subtle fluctuations in temperature. Green, clutching a thick parchment ledger, stood to the side, introducing the system with a hint of pride in his voice. "My lord, this is the geothermal pipe concept you initially proposed, now in its 3rd generation. Shallow geothermal water is introduced into the fields through double-layered pipes, maintaining a stable surface temperature of 3 degrees Celsius, eliminating the threat of frost. Moreover, the craftsmen have reworked it twice, rearranging the pipes for more controllable heat distribution, unlike the early days when half a field of seedlings would be boiled to death. Now we can even artificially adjust the water temperature, raising the soil temperature earlier when needed to ripen the grain. If all goes well, the first batch of green wheat on the gentle slope of the north bank this year will be harvested 2 weeks earlier than usual." Lewis listened quietly, bending down to part a small clump of damp black soil, revealing newly sprouted green shoots. "Matured much faster than I expected." He remembered that his initial idea was merely a rudimentary borrowing from geothermal heating, at most introducing heat into the soil to prevent frost damage and accelerate hatching. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, these craftsmen and farmers, working together, had refined their initial idea into a complete system: heat zoning, temperature-controlled valves, and deep and shallow double-layered pipes, far more sophisticated than he had imagined. They were no longer merely following Lewis's orders, but creating agricultural technology unique to the North. However, Lewis quickly regained his composure, his gaze sweeping over the wellhead, his brow slightly furrowed. However, Green immediately straightened up. "My lord, please give your orders. The maintenance of the metal plate and valves at the wellhead must be more frequent." Lewis pointed to the edge of the well. "Although the heat can be adjusted, if too much mineral accumulates in the pipes, or if the seals age and fail, it will lead to localized soil compaction. Once large-scale hardening occurs, the entire plot of land will be ruined." Green nodded solemnly. "Understood, my lord." He turned to the accompanying agricultural recorder. "From today onwards, wellhead inspections and pipe maintenance are the top priority. Patrol and inspect daily, and no mistakes are allowed." "Yes," the recorders responded almost immediately. The inspection team then walked slowly along the ridges of the southeastern part of the valley. The air was moist and warm, carrying a sour, slightly fishy sweet scent, like the smell of snow-covered soil mixed with some strange medicinal liquid. Rounding a gentle hillside, a special type of farmland came into view. The soil here was a darker color than in other areas, and a thin, grayish-white mist hung between the furrows. Several craftsmen wearing leather masks and protective gloves were operating long-handled wooden ladles, evenly sprinkling milky white-bone fertilizer slurry into the furrows. Occasionally, a drop or two would splash up, shimmering with a faint bluish-white sheen in the sunlight. "My lord," Green stopped, stepping forward with the ledger in his hand. "This is the bone fertilizer enhanced field you approved as a pilot project, and it has now been extended to all the tertiary cultivated land in the entire territory." Lewis approached, squatted down, and reached out to brush away a small clump of soil coated with bone fertilizer slurry. He could feel the slight warmth, as if the soil itself was breathing. This bone fertilizer is made from the bones of frost giants. We mix the marrow with grass ash and carmine to create a milky white bone paste. Its nutrient concentration is 3 times that of ordinary fertilizer, significantly improving the root strength and grain fullness of crops. As Green spoke, several craftsmen were carrying large barrels filled with bone paste in the distance, their movements cautious, afraid of wasting even a single drop. An agricultural alchemist stood to the side, his tone tinged with emotion. Initially, it was just an accidental experiment in the alchemy workshop. Originally, we just wanted to try whether the bone marrow of frost giants could be extracted for medicinal purposes. He paused, his gaze complex as he looked at the mountain of skeletons piled up beside him. Who would have thought that these giants who once roamed the snowfields would become the best nutrients for the land to revive? Lewis turned his head, and a warehouse came into view in the distance. It was a temporary workshop specifically for processing giant remains, with towering skeletons neatly stacked, the ribs and arm bones already cut and the remaining ice crystals removed by the craftsmen, awaiting transport to the alchemical refining pools for further extraction. Sunlight shone on the bones, which gleamed with a pale blue light, bringing an indescribable chill and shock. Lewis watched quietly, a touch of ironic sentiment rising in his heart. Thanks to Titus had forcibly driven all the frost giants south, attempting to crush the north in one fell swoop. He hadn't anticipated that this disaster, leaving behind countless frost giant corpses, would become the most precious treasure of the Wheatfield territory. And he, using his position as Lord of the Crimson Tide, had almost completely seized control of all the giant corpses, enough to last for 10 years. The bone marrow could be made into fertilizer to revive the wasteland. Bone meal mixed with animal feed could be used to enhance magical beast feed. It was practically turning waste into treasure. Continue to expand the use of bone fertilizer, Lewis slowly exhaled, giving a calm instruction, but remembered to mark the boundaries between the bone slurry irrigation areas and the ordinary areas. Don't confuse them. Green immediately nodded and wrote down the order. Meanwhile, Mick was already impatiently whispering with several agricultural alchemists, clearly considering how to further increase production. After inspecting the territory for a while, Lewis and Green continued along the main road towards the experimental fields. Unlike the bustling, mature farmland they had encountered earlier, this area was quiet and cautious, as it was used to test items for some magical artifacts, which, of course, were usually not very successful. Several young alchemy apprentices were squatting on the muddy ground, holding wooden rulers and pottery jars, carefully sprinkling a layer of fine white powder while gesturing. A faint, slightly pungent smell of lime filled the air. Green stopped, opened the ledger, and explained softly to Lewis, "This is the experimental field for the magic lime's oil improvement method. You mentioned before that the acidity of the high-altitude wetland is too high, which is not conducive to the growth of grain roots, so the craftsman fired lime powder to adjust the soil's pH balance." Lewis nodded, his gaze falling on a seemingly normal wheat seedling with scorched leaf edges. Green shook his head slightly and sighed. "It's just, if the ash content isn't controlled properly, the seedlings will be burned to death directly. We need to adjust it further." A young alchemy apprentice next to him obviously heard this and stammered, "Lord, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Lewis smiled, not criticizing him, but gently patting the apprentice's shoulder. "Failure is part of the journey. You've done very well." Upon hearing this, the young craftsman's eyes immediately reddened, as if he had been given a mental buff. "We will try 100 more times. Until we won't burn the seedlings to death again." Lewis thought to himself, "Are you Edison?" But on the surface, he still smiled encouragingly. "Keep going." Further west, there was a wide-open hilly area, with the wind howling. Several craftsmen were adjusting a tall wooden windmill, the gears creaking. "This is a third-generation circulating windmill pump." Green looked up at the windmill blades. "The principle is to combine water power and wind power, using the monsoon to drive the pumping of water for irrigation. It was made based on your previous design." "Oh?" Lewis was slightly taken aback before remembering. It was 2 years ago, before the Red Tide territory established a wheat wave territory. Based on his memories from his previous life, he had casually drawn many things on parchment, and this windmill was naturally one of them. In his hazy memories of his previous life, he could even vaguely recall the rotating blades and the scene of water being backflowed from a high position. But he didn't understand the real technical details, the meshing ratio of the gears, the torque conversion, and the force angle of the blades. After all, he wasn't a professional engineer. So he just drew a few seemingly reasonable cross-sectional diagrams based on his memory, labeled them with concepts like using wind to drive water and recirculation, and then handed the parchment to the craftsman's quarters to invent and improve it. As for whether he could actually build it, he didn't have high hopes. But now, a wooden windmill, nearly 2 stories high, stood before him, its blade slowly rotating, the faint sound of water emanating from its pipes. It still seemed somewhat unrealistic. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, the massive blade spinning, causing the water in the pipes at the bottom to surge. Several craftsmen cheered, "Success! Success!" But moments later, the wind shifted, the blade stopped, and the sound of water quickly faded. The young craftsmen's smiles froze on their faces. Green shook his head and whispered to Lewis, "The efficiency is still unstable, it's too reliant on wind power. We're researching alternative driving methods." Lewis simply looked at the sweat-drenched young faces, a smile playing on his lips. "Very good. Keep thinking of ways. And remember to reward the craftsman who built this windmill." "Yes," Green immediately noted it down. In fact, these weren't the only strange inventions. Under Lewis's planning, the Red Tide Territory's Crafts District and Alchemy Research Institute could almost be considered the most promising technological melting pot on the North, or even the world. A large number of skilled craftsmen were lured in with high salaries, while ordinary craftsmen were trained through an apprenticeship system, with each apprentice mentored by a senior master. Over time, the Red Tide Territory amassed a large number of excellent craftsmen and alchemists. More importantly, Lewis had an almost extravagant policy. Anyone who proposed a new concept or completed a prototype had the opportunity to receive a gold coin reward, ranging from 3 gold coins to an unlimited amount. In this atmosphere, the craftsmen pursued invention and creation with near fanatical fervor. Besides the few technologies already demonstrated, the Research Institute displayed countless bizarre prototypes. These included self-heating boots in the snow, tillage tools mimicking animal hooves, a semi-finished windmill prototype, and dozens of unnamed strange devices. Some succeeded, some failed. And some were destined to be mad experiments from the start, but Lewis never stopped them, even encouraging such creation. Agricultural technology was of paramount importance. Lewis's reward system was extremely biased. Any idea related to planting, irrigation, or increasing yields, even with the slightest possibility of success, would be rewarded with almost insane generosity. For example, the young alchemy apprentice who accidentally discovered the bone fertilizer of the frost giants earned 200 gold coins from a single experiment, nearly fainting with joy. From then on, artisans and alchemists from Red Tide were drawn to Wheat Wave territory like hounds smelling blood. Some alchemists braved snowstorms from Red Tide City, while some artisans moved their entire families to Wheat Wave Valley just to join this agricultural technology craze. This permissive encouragement turned Red Tide, especially Wheat Wave territory, into a fountain of inspiration, with new things springing up everywhere in just 1 year. It seemed anyone could come up with a radical idea, and someone would actually help them make it happen. Someone designed a new bone fertilizer distillation method, someone researched wind-powered water pumps, and someone even proposed using the heat from monster corpses to warm greenhouses. Some were proven feasible, some were ridiculed as alchemical madness, and others were still waiting for miracles on their experimental tables piled high with drafts in the artisan district. Ideas and sweat intertwined, driving a small technological revolution that slowly unfolded in Lewis's territory. Chapter 300: The Livestock Area of Wheat Wave Territory. After leaving the experimental field, Lewis headed straight to the next location without stopping. The air was filled with the sweet scent of grass, the stench of livestock, and the faint, sour aroma of feed. In the distance, the creaking of windmills could be faintly heard. "Sir, we're almost there." "This is the livestock area," Green whispered. Lewis looked up and saw a vast and orderly pasture unfolding before him amidst rolling hills. 5 large cattle and sheep pastures were arranged like a chessboard, their wooden fences a deep brown from afar, as sturdy as city walls. Further away were ponds, their turquoise waters reflecting the sky, schools of fish leaping and diving back into the water. Hundreds of cattle and sheep grazed peacefully within their enclosures under the sunlight. Occasionally, a trainer would blow a short whistle, and the herd would immediately gather, as if guided by an invisible hand. Craftsmen, herders, and apprentices moved about in the passageways without any chaos. Everyone performed their duties efficiently, like a giant machine operating silently. Better than I imagined, Lewis thought. He knew every policy he had formulated, every fund he had approved, and every order he had signed. He had received numerous reports and daily intelligence, and was practically intimately familiar with the place. Yet, when these cold numbers were transformed into the reality before his eyes for the first time, a slight warmth still stirred within him. "Lord," a middle-aged man strode over with a slightly hoarse call. It was Andre, the chief animal trainer of the Wheat Wave Territory's livestock district. Andre was tall and sturdy, with somewhat rough skin, and his craftsman's uniform was stained with dust from running. He stopped a few steps away and gave an awkward but respectful bow. Louis nodded slightly. "No need for formalities, Andre, you have done very well." With just a few words, Andre's tense shoulders instantly relaxed, and he lowered his head slightly to conceal his rapid breathing. He had never imagined he would come to this. Andre was once just a foreman on the Calvin family farm. Although he possessed the strength of a trainee knight and knew a bit about beast taming, he was ultimately just an unknown figure. At Louis's request, the Calvin family transferred many mid-level pastoral workers to support the Red Tide. He initially thought this was exile. Everyone knew the North was a desolate land, a graveyard for those who perished in the frigid plains. However, the reality was quite different. Upon arriving in Wheatfield territory, he not only found stable housing but also unexpectedly gained important responsibilities. At their first meeting, Louis seemed to see through his talent for beast taming at a glance, promoting him exceptionally to chief beast tamer, granting him the authority to command thousands of people. He was even able to bring his wife and 2 children to the north, providing them with a spacious and luxurious house and food he had never dared to dream of before. All of this stemmed from the man before him, this young lord. Thank you for your trust, Lord." Andre forced a smile, but still stood ramrod straight, his palms damp with sweat. Then he led Louis slowly along the stone path deeper into the area, and the pastures of Wheatfield territory gradually unfolded before their eyes. Upon closer inspection, the scale was larger than expected, yet remarkably orderly. Wooden fences neatly divided pastures of varying sizes, like sturdy defensive lines. Craftsmen were squatting beside a fence, carefully checking the wooden stakes for looseness, occasionally hammering the copper rivets to tighten them. Not far away, several children, carrying small baskets, tiptoed to hide hay to the troughs. Occasionally, cows would bleat softly, sheep grazed leisurely in the sunlight, and the sounds of flapping wings and honking came from the chicken coop and goose pond. "This is the ordinary livestock pen area," Andre explained steadily, his voice steady, as he had rehearsed it more than once the previous night. He leaned slightly forward and pointed to a wide sheep pen ahead. "The flock has expanded from 900 last year to 3,100. It's mainly snow sheep and short-horned goats." Flocks of snow-white sheep rippled in the sunlight like waves, occasionally glancing up at the visitors. "Of the 750 thick-haired cattle we bought at the end of last winter, 689 are still alive." Andre straightened his chest as he spoke. "We piloted a breeding selection system, concentrating the village's best cows for breeding, and the initial success rate has met expectations." "You've done a great job," Louis nodded. Then Andre pointed to a wooden shelf to the side, where neatly arranged bronze tags hung, their numbers painted in ink, gleaming faintly in the sunlight. "These are the systems you proposed, Lord Louis." Andre spoke with a hint of reverence. Actually, Louis's initial design was to tag each animal with an ear tag, a bronze rivet with an ink number, to record information. But after Bradley carefully calculated the costs, he realized that this was almost impossible to implement. Not only did it consume a large amount of metal, but it also required a large team of record keepers for maintenance. So Louis proposed a compromise: each fence would have a uniform identifier. All livestock data within that fence area would be centrally recorded in the archives, including birth date, disease history, and details about the herder. Andre looked at the wooden frame, his tone becoming even more fervent. "Thanks to your strategy, sir, in the past, herders relied solely on experience, often resulting in chaos when disease broke out. Now, by simply opening the archives, everything is clear at a glance. Not only is disease prevention faster, but livestock growth records are also crystal clear." He slightly raised his eyes to look at Louis, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. "To be honest, sir, this one system alone has made livestock management in Mailang much easier." Louis didn't say much, but a barely perceptible smile flickered across his lips. A few steps further on were 6 newly built large chicken co-ops. Small windows opened in the thin wooden walls, letting in sunlight, illuminating the white and yellow feathers fluttering about throughout the co-ops. The first batch of chickens this year is 8,000, and we expect 6,000 to be ready for market by the end of summer, Andre added. The geese and ducks are currently being raised on a small scale as a supplementary diet. He said all this in one breath, finally letting out a sigh of relief, but his body remained tense. Lewis walked along, observing everything. The zoning of the pasture, the direction of the water channels, the ventilation openings in the chicken co-ops. He scrutinized every detail with a slightly critical eye. But he was satisfied with everything he saw, except that he stopped in front of a slightly messy slaughtering area. There were several bloodstains on the ground that hadn't been washed away, and the air still smelled fishy. Lewis frowned slightly, but didn't get angry. He just looked up at Andre. The slaughtering isn't standardized enough. His voice was gentle, but it made Andre immediately straighten up. Lewis explained gently, it's not that you're not allowed to slaughter cattle and sheep, but traditional slaughtering takes longer for the blood to dissipate, which can easily attract magical beasts. And if it's not cleaned properly, the meat can easily carry bacteria. Once it spreads, it's not just a problem with one cow or one sheep, the entire pasture will be affected. He paused, then looked at the livestock officials and craftsmen who had gathered around. Centralized slaughtering and unified inspection. If even one animal has a problem, we can detect and control it immediately. Andre suddenly understood and nodded quickly. I see. I'll arrange it immediately. Build a centralized slaughterhouse. Lewis patted him on the shoulder. Take it slow, don't be too nervous. Seeing that he was still slightly tense, Lewis continued to comfort him. Andre, don't rush. If the other fiefdoms in the north were half the size of yours, they would be ecstatic. Take it one step at a time, don't be impatient. I will allocate another 2,000 gold coins to you. Through the Calvin Merchant Guild, bring over more superior female livestock from the south to lay a solid foundation. Andre's breath hitched, and he knelt heavily on one knee. Your subordinate will not fail in your trust. Lewis looked around and found that there was indeed nothing to suggest. Everything was perfectly orderly. So he said, take me to the monster breeding area. Yes, sir. The monster breeding area was located at the deepest part of the gentle hillside, with high fences and many knights patrolling there. Before entering the inner area, they passed a training ground. A dozen or so boys and girls were forming a semicircle, maintaining a cautious distance from two two-horned rock bulls. Long poles twirled nimbly in their hands, the tips coated with grass scent and calming powder, used to guide the monster's movements with short commands. Stand firm, don't rush to retreat, an older instructor reminded them from the side. When the boys and girls noticed Lewis approaching, the scene immediately became unusually quiet. Several people subconsciously wanted to bow, but hesitated and raised their heads, unsure whether to continue training or wait for instructions. Relax, Lewis's lips curled into a slight smile, breaking the tense silence. Continue training, don't mind me. Yes, sir. The boys seemed to be ignited, their cheeks flushed with tension, but their movements became even more cautious. These children were personally selected by him using the bloodstone. They all possessed some knightly talent, but their potential was limited, and they would likely remain apprentice knights for life. Rather than letting them be eliminated in the fierce knightly competition, it was better to let them become beast tamers. Lewis approached the edge of the arena. A girl with short braids was clearly too nervous to speak. Her grip on the long pole nearly dropping it several times. Name? Lewis asked softly. Lena, Lord. The girl straightened her back forcefully, her eyes reddening. Don't panic. Lewis's tone was gentle. Study hard, don't try to outrun others. The most important thing in beast taming is composure. Yes, I will definitely try my best. Lena's face was flushed red. The other boys and girls secretly glanced at this scene, their eyes filled with envy. Then, Andre led Lewis toward the core area of the monster breeding zone. Lewis looked over and saw a two-horned rock bull slowly pacing, its horns gleaming with a faint blue light, like two sapphires embedded in its forehead. This is the two-horned rock bull ranch, currently with around 500 bulls, mainly concentrated in the river valley pasture, Andre said, flipping through a wooden booklet in his hand. 3 new pastures have been opened in the south area, mainly for rotation grazing. The north area is a calf rearing area, with a specially formulated feed ratio. These massive magical bulls are called two-horned rock bulls, with curved horns on their foreheads that gleam with a faint blue light, and they possess immense strength. Their milk is rich in high-energy nutrients, making it an excellent choice for knights to replenish their strength and vitality. Further on, Herds of frost-maned sheep rolled across the grassy slopes like a snowy tide. Their bodies were covered in snow-white, curly, soft wool, with even a faint blue sheen in their manes. Several young apprentices were bending over, shearing the wool and carefully gathering it into burlap sacks. Andre continued, "The sheep flock is expanding the fastest right now. Last year there were only 900, but now it has exceeded 3,100. We've also implemented a mother selection system for these magical beasts, concentrating the best breeding airways for unified breeding." Lewis nodded. "These are frost-maned sheep unique to the north, with snow-white curly wool that gleams with a light blue sheen. Their milk contains a slight natural cooling energy and is considered a top-grade tonic for enhancing physical fitness. Their high-density wool also allows for a significant improvement in the production of winter clothing and blankets." Continuing along the stream, a tall greenhouse comes into view, housing a type of bird with an exaggerated size. Their chest feathers appear as if scorched by fire, turning a dark red, and wisps of steam constantly rise from their throats. These are red-throated cassowaries. 50 of them are already being raised in the heated aviary, and their feathers are even being used in the workshop as auxiliary materials for heating in alchemy. Andre led the way deeper into the mountain valley, where the faint sound of heavy breathing drifted from within a distant enclosure, accompanied by a chilling aura. There, icefall boars were kept. Their tusks were perpetually covered in frost, their back muscles bulged like rocks, and they occasionally let out low growls that made the surrounding air tremble slightly. Compared to ordinary domestic pigs, icefall boars are more like wild beasts, Andre whispered, reminding them, but their meat is firm and rich in cold energy essence, making them the first choice for knights to replenish their battle aura. There were currently 370 of these boars, mostly kept in enclosures on the gentle slopes of the hills. Cared for daily by specialized animal trainers, and occasionally requiring the use of twin vine leaf spray to calm their restlessness. Finally, Lewis noticed a small, secluded ranch. The fence was higher and the security tighter. Several professional animal trainers were tending to silver-tailed abyss foxes in one of the enclosures. In the moonlight, the fox's fur shimmered slightly, as elegant as snow-covered elves. Most of these were sourced from high-end furs for the nobility. Although they had little practical use, they were expensive, and Lewis planned to sell them as luxury goods. Unfortunately, they were few in number. Currently, the entire Wheatfield territory only had 93. As Andre introduced them one by one, Lewis's gaze swept across the entire magical beast breeding area, silently assessing the situation. The pastoral system of Wheatfield territory was quietly being perfected. Ordinary cattle, sheep, and poultry ensured the supply of people's livelihoods. Special magical beasts served the Knights Order and elite troops, providing high-energy resources. High-level war beasts served as the military's trump card, determining the course of the battlefield. Some of these magical beasts were purchased from the south at great expense, but most were precisely located by Lewis through the intelligence system, and then captured and tamed by special expeditions. With the expansion of the scale, Wheatfield territory gradually formed a complete chain from breeding to domestication, from processing to derivative industries. Even the fish ponds were conducting trial breeding of magical beast fish. For example, the red-maned spring swallowing catfish could nourish blood and enhance fighting spirit. There was also the three-eyed moon-scaled mandarin fish, which improved meridian aptitude and was regarded as a top-grade tonic by the Knights Order. Lewis let out a soft breath, looking at the gradually improving industrial landscape before him, and nodded inwardly. If everything proceeded as planned, Wheatwave territory would not only be the granary of the North, but would also become a key piece in the future chessboard of Red Tide territory, influencing the Empire's northern landscape. Lewis finished inspecting the last magical beast enclosure, stopped, and lingered his gaze on Andre for a moment longer. The chief of livestock had a noticeable dark circle under his eyes, clearly a mark left by days of hard work in the livestock area. Yet his speech was clear, and every piece of data he reported was well organized and almost flawless. Lewis sighed inwardly. Indeed, the intelligence system's recommendations were always accurate. Andre, he suddenly spoke, his tone approving. To have developed Wheatwave territory's livestock industry to this scale in just 1 year requires not only vision and talent, but also diligence. You've done a great job. Andre was jolted, almost unable to believe that this evaluation came from the Lord. He bowed hastily, his voice trembling slightly. To serve you is my honor, my lord." Lewis smiled, took a heavy bag of gold coins from the knight beside him, and handed it to him. "This is my personal reward. Take it." As Andre accepted it, his hand trembled slightly. His eyes didn't reflect greedy joy, but rather an almost fanatical excitement. Thank you, my lord." He looked up, his eyes gleaming. What truly stirred his heart wasn't the bag of gold coins, but the young lord's personal approval. To Andre, this was more precious than any wealth. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.